aka mgthefuture. It's another day in Mr. Rogers' paradise. What an interesting time to still be alive. Today's Sunday, days on, October 12th, 2025. Do you know where Cloud Atlas 3I is? Beaming down green rays of information and awakening. We out here. Hashtag allegedly. We'll find out soon. Shout out to brother Elijah. We got ones in the chat. Oh, come on now. We got likes on the video already. Hold on, let me share something. Let me share a link. You know, bow, I'm back. I'm back and I'm bigger than ever. I'm trying to think about what we're going to talk about today. I know nothing is going on, yet everything is. That stock market thing was very intense. They said thousands of people have died already. What the freak? Shut the front door. It ain't never that serious. So, I mean, I guess it can be. That's more serious than other things, even. But I think that's why I always stayed away from that stuff. I can tell that much money makes people different if they're not used to having it, or if they get it like that without the foundational work to sustain it. You're just risking or gambling. And then you get used to that lifestyle and you end up owing people. That one dude that allegedly passed in his Lamborghini, he was managing money for other people. So he must have felt like he couldn't pay them back. Or, I mean, if he was good at what he was doing, he'd probably catch another upturn, but that's a lot of money. You don't know how long that's going to take. Then we also don't know what type of people he was making money for. That explained everything right there. I mean, crypto is underworld first, unlike the official currency. So it's a risky game to play on that level. But they still haven't explained why I dropped. It came out of nowhere. Or did it? I've only been speaking about it all year, but imagine if there's no divine correspondence to these random events that we always seem to talk about before they happen, or we foreshadow and forewarn that this fiat game is the problem. That's what I be wishing people understood. I don't just be saying shit. I just don't be saying shit. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to be saying shit, so I'm not that damn creative. It's unfortunate though. Same thing with the stock market. I was alluding to that this year too, with the 401ks and the private investors for people to keep their money going after their working age. How those accounts were already stressed out prior to this event for months now, if not years since the pandemic. So now something like that happens, which many of those are part of, not 100%, but they're part of that. So imagine that loss to all these retirees or else others. It's crazy, especially those who don't control their own liquid. Like, you pay someone to do it for you. That's who's affected. I forgot how many millionaires was wiped out. It was a lot. There's a lot of, crypto millionaires wiped out, like newcomers, newbies, new money. I mean, those who are talented at, waiting, they probably build it back up again. But then it's the same thing with the federal people and the furloughs and the paychecks. Like, it's cool that you should be able to pay me when the federal government turns back on, whenever that is. I mean, how many days these guys need for? We got AI and quantum computers. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't tell me you're just voting about poverty right now. Don't do that. Don't insult our intelligences. You got way too much technology and hidden shit for this to be a problem, unless it's something else you're working on. So yeah, there's obviously something else. So while everyone waits for that, their mortgage and their car payments and their livelihood is not waiting for a paycheck. You know what I'm saying? So it's all around silly. Prayers out to those of people who are unsuspectedly affected by it, because that shit is not cool either way. But that is the nature of this beast. It's not real. If it wants things to go a certain way, it's going to make it go that way. It'll make it seem organic. I mean, this is Joseph and Reuben all over again. Like, it'll make it seem like the bear took them out. Nah. Ain't no bullish market bullshit. It's not because people, well, that's why I always say I don't leverage my, shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. You did not have millions of dollars to lose anyway, no matter how you did it. These people, these people had millions, and they stood to gain so much more. They could afford that risk. They just couldn't afford to lose all of it. So a lot of people lost everything, which is very interesting to me. Very interesting. One wrong move at the wrong time. It was in a 30-minute window, too. It was a 30-minute window when this all happened. It was organized. That's the shit I be saying. You want to decentralize the central government or the central bank. All right. Have fun with that shit. They've been banking way longer than you had great ideas. I'll tell you that much. They've been dealing with counterfeiting and bullshit way longer than you've been alive, so have fun with that shit. I know that's a dumb fight. Because what are you betting against? Your own dollar? Tell me how that makes sense. At the foundation of your society, this one especially, anything that's Western that uses the USD, how does betting against it help you? If you have to live in the thing you're betting against. Like, just on paper, if you wrote that down. I'm going to inflate the USD by diversifying its value into other mock currencies. And in doing so, the mock currency has more value, alleged, but its value is based on the USD, which is devaluing every time I remove my money from their ledger. Oh, that makes sense. Then if you make people make sense of what they're doing, you say, well, you get in, you get out. They have all these philosophies on how it's temporary in nature. And somehow the system is going to fix itself at the alarming rate in which it's manipulated financially. People don't generate that much work or product or GDP to even match betting up. It doesn't make sense. I'm talking about value-wise, energy-wise. You turn a number from a 10 to a 20, but nothing happened to create the 20, then you're devaluing what it means to be 10 or 20. This is common sense. I know. But it's lost in these types because people don't care about common sense. They care about cents and dollars, even if they're virtual, it seems. They care more about that enough to kill themselves, if you will, which is very interesting. It wasn't real to begin with, but I can see how it seemed that way. They could have liquidated it if they wanted to. It's expensive. These are red bottoms. These ain't the type of USDs they can do that with. But the idea, this shit tells you everything about humanity. We live and die by ideas, even if they're bad ones. You don't know they're bad until you're dead, I guess. It's weird. It's fucking weird. Let's play a struggle beat off the laptop I was fucking with. I got the JBL, so I forgot these shits have Bluetooth. You cannot hear the kick on the damn laptop. These motherfuckers, they knocked them out on purpose. They're locking everybody out the game. Oh shit. I see my VSC's back. Fuck this shit. Squad. Yeah. Elijah 3, TBFB squad. Jonathan L in the building. Shogun L's in the building. TBFB, they call them wealth management firms. Oh shit, Black and Milk Fund. Let's do it. Shit, me. Pin message. Georgie Porgy, Jonathan 3, only the finest. Jonathan salute. Georgie Porgy. Yeah, I'm just reflecting on this stupid ass crypto and stock market collapse and like how obvious to me that an event like this would happen, but how even incensing, because you're learning their pattern behavior of collapsing their own system, but still winners and losers in all these transitions. But this one was kind of random and evil, you know what I'm saying? Like it just snuck up on everybody. It's like a very quiet news cycle. People still waning off of the Charlie Kirk and the civil aspects of things, and government still closed, but China and Trump are silently beefing. Y'all know about that? You know about that President and Xi Jinping and Trump are beefing on social media now? It was all good like a week ago. You feel me? Like, So let's run down this goofy shit. I might have to go to YouTube Shorts or something to get the facts right, but this is this is what my algorithm through the background has revealed to me at least. Mm-mm-mm. Lord have mercy on everybody that play with money, which is all of us. So I think with the main point of everything that's going to change everything in a dramatic way for all of us, and I mean that quite genuinely, and it happens at the perfect time, right? I'm trying to get a new laptop and do all these things. I'm just talking about creating a mental imprint of how that'll play out, and let the universe do its thing, if you will. And then in the midst of this chaos, they gonna beef about rare earth minerals right now. Like right now, like when you're trying to get the gear back, when you're trying to get the Akai NPC 4, because you got to wait a cycle for the price to drop. You know what I'm talking about? We need about a year or two, right? Just between me and the rest of my setup, right? Just a year or two. That's all I needed. It'll be there in no time. Until now. Until now, I don't know. That's why this year's so reckless. It's because it don't matter what your good ideas are. I think the brother Newell said that too. Our sentiment was he had DM'd me about something else with remote viewing and Atlas 3i and some of the reports that comes across him. Very scary stuff if we take a step out. But anyway, with the money thing, he was saying the remote viewers and all these other groups of people are finding it hard to predict the future at this moment, meaning they're not getting visions or impressions in which they could predict things accurately. But it's not just whether or not their predictions are accurate. It's like the actual mechanism that we use is not yielding anything. So it's very interesting. So when you go into the third eye and you pick those different, it's hard to explain unless you've experienced it, but whether you're remote viewing or you're just entering a different dream state or consciousness manually, people are finding it hard to do that. Months ago, I think Mr. Now and someone else was saying how even the people who DMT trip, like scientifically, those who are researching what they find through that experience, they're having the court gesture there, which is if you're familiar with, if you learned about DMT trips, the court gestures on that side are sending people back home, meaning they can't explore around and do the psycho trip thing. They gotta snap out of it. And so you take that shit with a grain of salt. At least with that group, they're dead ass serious though. Like we can't. We done DMT, too many DMTs. Like the entities on the other side are like, a hiatus. They've been furloughed by the federal government of the astral realm, right? So they can't entertain these strangers. And Newell, being similar, he was saying, "Yo, I find it difficult to visualize or envision my next few steps, if you will." And he said for him, and it's the same thing. It's because we're referring to a reality of things that were anchored in the 90s, like something old, 30 years ago. And because we're millennials, if you will, in the world we've always been trying to create since school and after, it's certain steps and certain setbacks and certain lessons you learn. And some things are common sense, some things you can do, some things you can't do. So you just find a way, whether you're hustling or trying different jobs, whatever. But now, people like me and him and others, I guess, who use this gift for other things, they're like, we can't even add up the future because the present doesn't make sense, but more so because the present isn't aligned to the past anymore either. So all that means is we all inherently subconsciously know that nothing from the past that had worked, and it really didn't work if you think about it, but the way we coped with what it was, you can't do that no more because what it was isn't there no more. And that seems sudden. That seems like 30 years ago, so 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it was good enough to rely on, to think in that way, to create in that way. But now today, this year, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Even in that space, like, what am I creating? Who am I creating with? You go through this list of how everything, every sector of the realm that you're creating within, whether it's the cars, the houses, the people, the families, the relationships, the jobs, the side hustles, the experiences, the vacations, like that whole bundle of why we use money, which is interesting that this is happening almost, it seems, in correlation or parallel to the fact that the financial institutions are hemorrhaging currently, losing water, right? So as the system loses water, so does the thing in us that seeks, to find level in those waters. We're like, I don't think that's going to work. Matter of fact, it's not that I don't think it's going to work. I just don't think it's going to be fucking there anyway. I don't think any of the things I need to prepare for are ever going to be preparable because it's never going to fucking happen. And like more like that, but less cynical. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the Vegas hotels that are losing money are going to drop their prices back to normal. So I don't think they're going to get the tourism that they ever used to get ever again in human history. So, like that kind of thing, like where you just can't, there's nothing you can do, you know what I'm saying, to create that vision. So the people who are experiencing that just psychically or intuitively, reason for alarm almost. I try not to be negative about it. It's a transitional period. That's the only scary thing about it. I can identify what this is. Oh yeah, this ain't that part 5. This is a transitional period, and where we land, your guess is better than mine right now. I have fucking no clue. Systematically, like the thing, I don't know. Me personally, I don't know either, but I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna fundamentally the same thing that works in any time or any season will work in this one too, which is just in our faith and our ability to stay above negativity mentally in our own thoughts, in our own space, self-talk, all that shit. Just as long as you keep that clear, you'll be open enough to adapt to whatever life or God calls you to do, no matter what happens. So that'll always be true. Not stressed out about the grandeur of it. But what is kind of stressful is not having a frame of reference for what it's going to look like. Because there's too many new variables too. It's not linear like the 90s was. Cordless phone, Wi-Fi. Like, now this is something different because it's not us being introduced to a new system of better or more efficient, just AI and automation. No. That's the way we were going, but now we can't afford it. So whatever lo-fi version they come up with isn't going to be enough for where we're going, nor is it good enough to replace what we've had already just through our own life experiences, right? So it's a downgrade, just generally. I don't know what that looks like, but it will be a downgrade compared to where we come from. That's all we know. We know that it's not system-wide upgrade. It's a system-wide downgrade. In the United States, people alive haven't ever lived through that. Our generations that are alive on this earth right now have never went through a devalued currency. That's new to us. That's new to the history of the United States too, in a sense, because of everything else that's new too. So even some of the people who are here longer, like my families and the others, they don't have a point of reference for this. With that being said, there's a certain exponential chaos that will manifest in our reality, and the chaos just means random. It's not going to be predictable. Doesn't mean negative though. It could just be chaos, like, that shouldn't be there, but it is. Mandela effect type chaos. Like, nah, that nigga had a monocle. Don't play with me. So like, it'll be chaotic like that, wherever it lands, because no one has no fucking clue. And everyone's been paying attention to the same handful of things, thinking it'll be linear and it's going to keep going that way. But now all these new roadblocks. It's like, shit, back to the drawing board. Yep, 2025 should be called back to the fucking drawing board across the whole fucking galaxy. Back to the fucking drawing board. That's for everybody. Your president, your banks, everybody. Back to the fucking drawing board. AI boys, Elon Musk. Even Elon Musk had to go back to the drawing board. It don't matter how much money you had, what color you were, you back to the fucking drawing board. Because this ain't that part 10. Cool. So now we introduce a new fucking horseshoe in the bullshit. It's fucking China. China's finally hitting back. They feeling themselves. Know that. The current generations have never experienced that either. See, the United States, low key, if you haven't been paying attention, has been a bully. You know how I feel about bullies. So now that China has a Yao Ming in the playground, with their population. And trust me, they have their own set of interesting issues that they're going to have to overcome too. So it's not a sweet ride for them. But in terms of leverage, oh my God, they'll sustain through the storm at least. We can't say that. We're not sustaining shit outside of our own lives. But I'm talking about system wide. There ain't nothing. Sustaining means it's just like this. Nah, this shit's down, down, baby. Oh, street in the Range Rover, street sweeper. But no, this ain't sustaining. For now, at least. And what I'm about to tell you and where it's going to go, I'm going to tell you. You want to see why? Okay. So, America's been hitting people with tariffs. It's how they get their money up. GDP type shit. It is what it is. You want to make money with us? Well, shit. Break us off a piece. Easy. And China's kind of been like in the downward position when that happens. Now China's going to hit back and say, all right, we only deal with you now financially through tariffs. Meaning the only way that the United States is going to get money from China is on something that it needs from the United States, in which it would profit from the tariff of, right? It's not many things. And as time goes on, it seems to be less and less and less. It seems like China is going to withdraw its dependency on those things regardless. And it has the infrastructure and people to make it work, even if it'll be janky until it equalizes, right? They would have to do that as a sovereign anyway. If they were going to, some other event would have led to this type of thing anyway, because they've been wishing it with China forever. Cool story. So the only way we'll get money from China right now is through tariffs of goods and trade, right? Which isn't much, which as we've seen with the farmers, as we've seen with other things. So China's already pulling back on energy, which is food or agriculture. So there's not but so many cooler things that we do better than them where they would have to outsource it, at least at cost, right? But now China's hitting back. Bow! Not only they got their defense together, and I'm not talking about war. This is a war, by the way, but it's not a kinetic war. So not only do they have their defense for their trade routes and all the things they're doing with energy and tech and progress, and more importantly, the thing that this country waged on, which was AI and automation, we're nowhere in position to do what they're doing, let alone keep up with them in the little bit of time that we have before they hit their exponential jump. That's the thing. It's a race to the beginning. Like once you get there, once you get the momentum, ain't nobody catching you. Back to the drawing board, but with a TikTok on it though. See, this is different. It's not just back to the drawing board because the plan sucked and it didn't work and they had a new scheme. No, it's back to the drawing board, but now you got a time limit. You in those little bunkers on fucking Lost and shit with Desmond, and he's had to hit the button every day. That's where they at right now. Because now they have a ticking time bomb of who gets to AGI first, or whoever gets the domain of technology that becomes the world standard first. Once you have that, there is no competition. Market share wise, there's no competition. No one give a fuck about your other thing. No one cares if you can do the same thing. We already got it. Have fun. Why? For China, if they get it first, the illest shit about them getting to that tech supremacy first is that they have the materials for it. The United States does not. So the United States would have always had to have bought its technological upgrades and components from Asia, period. They're trying to do a little thing in Mexico, and that's a cool story, but Mexico's like, fuck you, we're going to bypass you and trade with Canada. Keep fucking playing with us, we'll end up on bricks. So that's a rocky road, but even still, it doesn't have enough experience to catch up to China, even if we did do a version of it, right? So trade-wise, yeah, you have to do 100% reliance locally with South America, Central America, and maybe even Canada, because Ford's going to Canada, right? So maybe they'll resolve their domestic financial issues, and then boom, they'll have the that thing we heard about in the 90s with the New World Order, the North American Union type of shit, right? That's where they were going. But I think Israel's reprobate activities kind of fuck that up for the foreseeable future. Not to say that it won't happen later, but as we're young, I don't think so. So anyway, so now China hit them back and said, all right, we don't need you for all this shit, but we're going to do something cool. We're going to put a tariff on rare earth minerals, which are the prerequisites for all the silicone and all the chips and everything that anybody was going to need regardless. Meaning, China can set their prices to whatever fuck they want towards the United States. See, they're telling you it's Trump and 100% tariff that's leading to the stock market scatter. Yeah, but no. No. That tariff was a punch. The drop is going to be because of the rare earth minerals, the counterpunch, because China controls about 80% of that. Don't miss that. The most important ingredient that any of these superpowers need, China is the plug on. Like, China is the plug now. All them Elon Musk ideas, all those teal and surveillance ideas, all those automation ideas, all those new factories, all those new components to replace reliance on Chinese, whatever, like to replace that in volume, you require a lot of these rare earth minerals anyway, right? For all your Department of Defense stuff, for all your school, anything federal basically, and which is most of this damn country, you know, you have to retro outfit it and convert it to your own technology. And that might even affect software too. It might even affect operating systems. You just never know. If they're going that way financially, they'll also go that way in terms of cross compatibility too. Become more niche. And then, you know, ours would suck for a long time. So you'd have to pay double to get a Chinese version, whereas in the past, you're used to Temu and things like that, where you pay half or less for something Chinese. That's the biggest problem with the dollar falling. It flips the value of things. Oh yeah, I know. That shit's crazy. It's real crazy. Because it's not like the quality of what we can produce is what it seemed to be anyway. We don't produce anything. Yeah, crazy fucking story. So now the things that we need to produce things, because now we have to, right? Because now, you know, things are getting weird outside with the global elites. So now people are like, all right, we'll pack it up. We'll shut these jobs down. We'll automate these. We'll AI these, and everyone else will. Well, we need these factories because we got to go tech and blah, 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 blah. That'll be a decade worth of work, I guess. You know, we don't know what the future looks like any fucking way, but, you know, at least for the next decade, these people will do these things and we'll build those things and put this together and, you know, we'll reconvene in 2035. All right. Cool fucking story, bitch. You and whose materials? The United States already bought $1 billion worth of it today. They moved that fucking fast. I don't think that's enough, by the way. But whatever the prices were, they locked in on $1 billion worth of that price real quick before that shit go to hell. So they already know. You feel me? The government already said, fuck it. Damn it. We ain't got $1 billion, but spend $1 billion real quick so we're not left in the damn dark. Yeah, they trying to budget themselves out the dark ages, guys. United States said it for the dark ages. I'm telling y'all something. Trade route wise, dollar wise, tech wise, morale of their people wise. Oh yeah, this is some dark ages shit right here, boy. So you might not lose electricity and lights. You might be able to read books at night, but what you gonna read about? You gonna read about the time on Twitter a celebrity or avatar did something? What are you gonna learn about the last 20 to 30 years of history? Celebrity memes and account names you don't remember? I don't think so. I don't know. You ain't gonna talk about all the cool music that came out. You're gonna have a bunch of culture classes. I don't think you can be talking about science and leading innovations in health and technology. I don't think that's what we're gonna win in. I don't know what we're gonna teach people if the rest of the world keeps going forward and we have to put something back together. That is the problem. The United States cannot win this war, for the United States cannot win a trade war because the United States does not have any trade leverage. So you can't win the war even if it wasn't a war, you didn't have the personnel, you didn't have the people, you didn't have the purchasing power of your citizens. You did not have the tax pool of 1 billion fucking people. even if you say 30% of those people work, like in our country for some fucking reason, like, all right, so that's 300 million to our what? 30 to 80? Nigga, please. And that's just them. You ain't talking about Russia. You ain't talking about India. Look, shit's so hot in these streets. America's making deals with Iran right now. You heard what the fuck I just said? Didn't Trump take out the Iranians general in his first term, bitch? I was like, that's a bad fucking idea. They'll never forget that shit. So imagine they have to go to Iran to negotiate some shit. This is China's man's pots and pan. This is Russia's step's cousin. You got to go to him. You know why? That's their last chance, diplomatically. That is, like, as things are, that's their last chance of having a leg in that energy game over there. So they're not in the leverage point. They're not going to be able to bully Iran into a cool deal. They just need to be nice enough to be part of a deal. That's fucking weird. Ain't all this Middle East shit, Houthis, Hamas, ain't this all like, fucking Iran, fucking Iran is looking out for these people. Fucking Iran, you fucking CIA's nemesis. That's all they got, bro. Think about that shit. In Street Fighter Turbo 2, USSR Zangief, in what reality did you imagine that the United States would be out leveraged by the entire world and now has to rely on some type of diplomacy with Iran? No, that's not in my history. That's not that's not in the test they try to fail us on. I would have got all them questions wrong. Nope. They would have told me I wasn't paying attention or something. Nah, this ain't how that's supposed to go out. Nope. I got too many tests to prove it. Nope. Nah, that's not social studies at all. That is not economics. That is not the way anyone does business in any of the books. That is not the way any of this shit go. Like, nah, nigga, everyone you went to war with is the only people you got left. You went to war with them recently, so it's not like, Iran-Contra. That was around the time I was born, cracker or something like that. I don't know. Seems relevant, but, fuck it. Then BRICS got 11 new smaller countries on deck, so they can't even play the small game over there in Eurasia. They can't block them out. They can't hit them with the toll booths. They can't hit them with the, all right, you got to drive through these roads, man. We gonna get something. No, you ain't getting nothing. We gonna get all of our borders between us and the port on the brick. You can't even tax in the vending machines, my nigga. Sorry. They want to work with BRICS now, baby. Sorry. Vending machines cannot be in USD. It's going to be in BRICS, baby. Sorry. You ain't getting none of that either. And now, mind you, the United States already has a negative GDP. So, the United States already has, listen, this is a key thing. This ain't about what's about to happen to their ass. It already happened. They already had a negative GDP. Now China was like, yo, the shit you thought you was going to build and send to other countries or whatever, United States brilliance and high IQ per capita now. Come on now, we got the most white people, so we got the highest IQ per capita now. Don't just fuck with us if you want to. So now with all that, we have to think in terms of manufacturing or business or trade of a product or service or idea that the United States populace has that would solve a GDP deficit and then also lead it back to the status in which we all currently are hallucinating about where we are. I know that's right. But it's not good enough to have an idea. You have that infrastructure and the money and the funding behind it to make it come to life, right? And then that's to turn a profit. And that takes years in most businesses, right? It's at least 2 years. Okay. At least 2 years. At least two. GBT, that shit. At least 2 years. All right. And then it has to be consistent. And it has to grow on top of that. And then you need everyone to invest in it. You need like another Tim Cook or Tim Pool or what's that nigga name? Steve Jobs, actually. Not Tim Cook. Fuck that. You need another Steve Jobs type of moment, man. You need the first laptop with Wi-Fi to drop with the colors on it, with the candy colored 2000 graphics on it. You need one of them bitches. If you ain't got one of those, you ain't got nothing. Especially if you put all your fucking bets on red, and he was like, "Yo, it's gonna be AI. This is gonna be micro supercomputers. It's gonna be our friends at Nvidia." China says, "Don't need Nvidia. Bye. We'll use our cell phone company." What? Can you imagine Motorola in on this? Motorola do be in on chips. I know that's right. Nah. Can you imagine AT&T being your Apple? Yeah, that's what China got a couple of those. So they make the electric cars too. Ain't that a bitch? They cell phone company. Can you imagine having a Boost Mobile electric vehicle for $3,000? That's how they living their life over there right now. So you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta think of incentives. Like for a Ford built in Detroit in them or Canada versus your Verizon wireless G Wagon clone. Because now you know also on top of that, China said they're no longer going to respect our foreign patents. So they're gonna build whatever the fuck they feel like building. And they're not worried about selling it to you. That's the illest shit about it. Supply and demand's a bitch. Well, we make it cheaper, then we can sell it to people who got cheaper. Shit, that's luxury over there in fucking Sri Lanka and fucking Bangladesh. Like, oh shit, 3,000 for the Tesla G Wagon? I got it. So then you understand the bigger problem. Then those countries don't have to pay forward or related tariffs to the United States for the cars and the little Toyotas they be having. Somehow Japan does it, but that whatever that product that we make or how they do it, they'll get every other country to do the components and they assemble it in America and then they sell it from here for the tax and the tariffs. They ain't gonna be able to do none of that. What's the point of bypassing China direct when you can just get China direct? Those are the type of problems that the money people got to solve. I don't think me and you got shit to do with that. But that's what I'm saying. These are money problems. This is how does your country bring money in? It doesn't. So if you're going to work, you're going to work to do what? I think a lot of people in the working class who are seeing things not be as sold on TV, not getting that in their narrative about their frustrations, which, you know, they're just frustrated, so they don't need a narrative, but to help people land better with what the problem is so that you attack the problem and not the feelings of not knowing what the problem is. There we go. The problem is that the United States requires itself to have a GDP in order for your federal government to fucking exist. Your money only exists because of your federal government, Treasury, and it only exists because of its deal with whoever's, with the IRS and Federal Reserve, which are together, but neither one of them are part of your government. Just don't miss that. The IRS and Federal Reserve are their own entities. Puerto Rico and wherever the fuck the Federal Reserve is. They got banks all over, but wherever their board is, I don't know. It might be foreign. It acts foreign. So your money is borrowed and regulated by foreign entities. So the life that you have now is funded by this foreign bank and your federal government with all these NASCAR stickers on them, if you could see them, sellouts, you know, making deals and stuff, and it keeps things going. And the jobs and the corporations, a lot of foreign owned or foreign boarded, but registered locally. That's how the game goes. That's what we work for. But if they get a better deal with a different economy or a different monetary system and a bigger, more yuppier, eager to work to get things for the first time, maybe in recent history, working classes that outnumber yours. Mind you, yours is only 100 million max. Like, that's being generous. So you gotta look at your working class and all the predictions they make on markets and economies based on that. You know, things that you buy in between work and sustain mortgages and things like that. So you go somewhere else, they got 50 over there, 80 over there, 100 over there. They'll get to billion real fast. Trust me. They'll get to a billion without us. Is what I'm saying. So the incentive, the leverage isn't there because the quality and the culture isn't here either. So it's not like the 90s at all. These people have been out of the woods, if you will, of their recent dark ages from the 1800s, and now they're coming back online. So that would always mean not being codependent or reliant on the United States anyway. They're so far away. So that was never a long-term strategy. The only thing you can do is fuck with their diplomacy and fuck with them with war to slow them down. But ultimately, through time or aging, it was going to shift to this anyway. It's just, I don't think they expected all of it to shift at once, like it is now. Then you have the mortgage crisis that's looming, similar to 2008, but much worse. You know, that whole shit falls apart when people with mortgages cannot sell or sell it to a person, not the company, it's not BlackRock, but person to person. Those banks that create mortgages for you. If you can't transfer your debt or your mortgage to another person who can get another mortgage to cover that cost, then the banks start losing money and all the investments tied to mortgages and people who foreign interest that bet on those, by the way. That's what your whole interest thing is about. That's how they make money and all the other Ponzi schemes. That's tanking because, you know, the Peter Thiel idea or the Vanguard idea isn't looking out for the bank, if you will. That's why Peter Thiel's nervous. Because those billionaires profit off of the bullshit. But if they have to lock down on the bullshit because different markets are collapsing or different policies have to be passed, then they're no longer the billionaires they used to be. Because they can't run that Ponzi scheme that way. And they'll get locked out by the people who figured it out and blah, 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 and the policymakers and blah, 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 blah. And then he has to find a new game. Hold on real quick. So we got... What the fuck is going on outside? Shogun says, I just found out about all this shit this AM from your IG, Shogun. I know. I know. Thank God for my algorithm, boy. Because they're not talking about the game, bro. They're talking about the players still. They ain't talking about the game. The game is changing. All your players are affected. Fuck the players real quick. This ain't that, part 10. That's why it's spooky, because it's like I was just chilling. And then the algorithm was quiet. You know, I had my own shit I was doing this week and gotta get back in my energy. Gotta get back in my jet lag and my time zone. Had a black seed oil, some shit to make sure I didn't get the sniffles, and all of a sudden, game back on. Like, shit, things are happening. And these things are loud, but they're so quiet. Because people, I'm finding out more and more people honestly did not know what the fuck the United States is. They thought this bitch was a country. So they looked at it and other countries and all conversations about countries and people and leaders and citizens of a country. Like, they hallucinated thinking that this thing fucking exists without corporate. The United States is corporate. It's a corporation of corporations. It's not a king of kings. It's a corporation of corporations. It's similar, but it's fake because corporations are fake. They're just paperwork. They're not intrinsically. They don't do anything. They're an idea. They're an organization. They're a set of rules for a game. They're not an actual entity. They're corpse, dead. So they're not real. Hence they're dead. So once you loop that in your head enough, you go, okay, so this is a dead corpse game. Necromancy. Yup. Paper money. Yup. Fiat. Yup. No monetary value. Yup. No GDP output. Yup. And nothing that we do, even like, there's so many of us, 300 million, but a large enough of us don't do agriculture to self-sustain in an alternative reality anyway. Because look at the crypto crash. Look at all the brothers that canceled their subscriptions to life. Now imagine that about life itself and all the people who may not have had that much in loss, but they lose everything else. And not like being homeless or something, but just, you know, the downgrade. You lose the potential is what I'm saying. Like, you lose the potential for your life to do all of the other things you already dreamed about 10, 20, 30 years ago when you were a kid. That's not easily available to anyone, let alone you specifically. And this is, you know, minus faith and minus all the cool things that can happen. But I'm just saying, like, as a rule of life, like, at this age, in this decade, at this time, in this location, those options are off the board. That's what's happening. And it seems slow or gradual, but it's only because we always use the motion between where we are and our objectives anyway. We're always in transient. But now, to transcend into up using the old things, that won't happen for most people. Thus, you won't see the content around it. Thus, you won't see the hype around it. Thus, that won't be the conversation nature that you have on your first date with somebody. It'll be a totally different, accepted way of life, and I don't think a lot of people can cope with that. People aren't coping with what has happened in the last 5, 6 years anyway. You see it in the attitudes, energy, and the relations with genders and all that. You already see that people aren't doing too good with whatever the fuck triggered that. And mind you, none of this shit happened by then, and it already started shifting people's internal energy. So now, like I said, as within, so without. These headlines and these moves and these adjustments is going to change the thoughts of people, and then the thoughts of the people are going to change their reality, because a collective co-creating that, at least. So no, this ain't never that, and it's disappointing that no one can speak about it, because it's almost too late to figure out what it is up at this moment, because what it is changing again. They're making up new rules, and they're bypassing shit. And it's fatiguing to keep up with. Even me, it's like, shit, nigga, I just figured out this shit was cap. Now this shit that could have been better is cap. And the cap is affecting Captain Crunch and the Rice Krispies at the same time. I ain't got time for this shit. Nah, this shit falling apart. And it's not falling like fractured. It's falling and then it rebuilds itself. It falls and it, with other materials left, it forms another block. So it's shrinking because it's falling. Damn. I don't know what's shutting me now. George Porter says, I'm hoping that 13 or 3I Atlas is the tribe that's coming to get us. No one's coming to get us. I can already tell you that. I don't know who's driving that Joker, but they sending off signals and they got data up there, but they're not going to intervene, my brother. 3 did a deeper dive on Canada earlier this morning too. The government really ran everything into the ground, and now it's basically forcing the Canadians to buy the Canadian bonds. On top of that, you can now be jailed for sharing memes of hate speech. As if that's what the problem is. They create all kind of rules for their, try to do the Illuminati control of the citizens, but again, they're going to run out of money to enforce that. That's going to be a waste of resources, of time, of hiring a branch of your government to even seek for that, when you need to seek who the fuck knows how to make money. The fuck? The memes ain't why people ain't working. The memes ain't why the businesses ain't businesses. The memes ain't why the world is turning on you. For sales says the only thing from the past that can be used in the present world is the repeated failure. Jeez Louises. Too many random variables. I'm telling you, man. 333. Piece of JPX009. The only thing we have to sell China is hemp toilet paper. That is crazy. You get that shit from the Dollar Tree. Peace, everyone. Yep, even in the EU. Oh, yeah. Oh, the 15th Reich or something. I don't know what the hell going on outside, boy. For sale says we're going to need to shift as individuals into dealing with others in the world, because nobody trusts our government. Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. Corporatism. 3333s. Come on, Harut. New Silk Road. Come on now. Penny says, brain suckers is what we used to tell our kids when massaging their hair to calm them down. Some of them can be the voice of the skull as well, as that some of them expect. Jonathan L says 3. They'll just redefine hate speech as hating on the government too. And then everyone will turn on them. And that's the thing. If your government was just trying to overstep on your personal speech and liberties, that'd be one thing, if everything else was fine. But more people want to be disgruntled and share these things because everything's not fine. So again, just like they treat every disease, they treat the fucking side effects and symptoms and never the root cause. And if your government is the root cause, which seems to be the elephant in everyone's room, then it cannot fix. Nothing that it enforces will fix itself. Because if the government is the problem as an entity, or the people participating in it, and they're seeing their stressors, the people, and things changing and morale changing, thus the programming and all the ideas will never fucking manifest on their part. They have to fix themselves, not the people outside of them. So you see how, like, the consensus of the idea that you go outside of you to fix you, to make yourself happy, or to, change the energy of your environment. No. You got to change inside of you. So the government has to change from within, but that's the thing. Change to what? They forget today why their government was created on foreigners. Like that's the illest shit about this. These governments in the West are not the original people of the land. So is so its legacy is minding someone else's fucking business to begin with, which is why they have these so-called draconian measures whenever they get uncomfortable. But what's interesting is the nationals or the aboriginals are not causing this. It's self-inflicted. So you would think most people fears is like, oh, it's gonna be like this and that, and tyranny and but no, 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 no. That never happened. It can't be like that. How can it be like the story that never happened? These are not kings turning on their family members. These aren't like drug addicts and crackheads of their era just being willy-nilly, and then the people have to like, all right, got off of his head and put his brother in there. You know what I'm saying? This ain't that. These are motherfuckers who don't belong here anyway. It is what it is. I said belong. I said they couldn't be here. I'm just saying they don't belong here. So it's not theirs. Nothing here belongs to them, including them, right? So the people who do not belong are organizing and funding and boarding these ultimate decisions, obviously. And they are like, where are they going to go? Now, all the yuppies at the bottom and all the citizens and everyone that's immigrated in the last 100 and so years who are playing the game with the foreign occupier, that frustration lane going to be way different than my frustration lane. Because my frustration lane is the thing that's losing its power in figuring out what life looks like for me, being aboriginal to this land, at least in recent history. Before it, shit, what does this look like when that shit's out of here? What are we gonna have to rebuild, and everyone who stays behind, versus the people who depend on this government, who on the benefits, on the jobs, on the promises, on the constitutional things and the bills, like all of that's just a side effect of that corporation, bro. When that corporation goes away, you ain't got none of that. Because the only reason why you have that is because people should respect it, because your government took respect through force. So that's what I'm saying. What does a bully evolve into when it's healed? Do bullies heal without being punched in the face? I don't think so. I've never witnessed it. I punched so many. So, nah, they don't heal on their own. But this ain't that. You can't just get rid of the United States and then the people of the land bring it back. It was never from us. The spirit of it, the idea, the blood, the DNA, the ideas to set it up to manipulate the people of the land. Don't miss that. You cannot separate that legacy from what it is. It only had the advantage that it had to be the United States because it took advantage of my people and other people's people. So now that everyone's acting like this kumbaya, we're all in this country thing together, and you lose the funding of that thing, that's squatting, that's occupying, that its policies inherently are fuck the people of the land. Don't miss that. They talk about civil rights. We don't need civil rights. We need human rights. Remember 3/5 of man? So you can't miss their slavery jargon and their hypothecated constitution with their added slavery amendments. Don't forget who these people fucking are. This is what their corporation is. That's what it is. That is the thing that that's how it got its money. That's how it got its stronghold. That's how it took its people that it occupied and trained them as their military force. They're professional Stockholm people. This is professional Stockholm. So how do you re-Stockholm to Stockholm? You can't. The brain can only take so much. There's only but so much programming you can dish out on one generation of people. It's gradual. The people have to indoctrinate the kids go to school, it doubles down, they have kids. We 20, 30, 40 years out from a new idea, for real, that'll hold. And they ain't got 30 to 40 years worth of money to hold on to, so we know it ain't going that way. That's the only saving grace about the humanity aspect of it, is that MK Ultra bullshit and that American dream propaganda and getting fucked over by foreign entities as a fucking day-to-day good thing. Can't wait for tax season of the illegal occupying force that's not part of my government to take all my fucking credits back and then tell me I owe some. Like, yeah, long gone are those days, but so are the days in which you'd even have that. It's a package deal. That's what they don't understand about this United States thing. Like, if the United States fails, every benefit and protection and treaty and everything that they bullshitted and forced to begin with goes away as an idea with it. How do you reorganize that? How do you reorganize a foreign entity that don't belong here? You gonna bring another foreign entity in? You gonna bring China in instead? You see what I'm saying? Like, the options have to be in that category. It can't be local. This is not a local government. It's not a local federal anything. It's not a local corporation either, which is why its GDP sucks. So none of that shit is true. People think this shit just gonna go away and we're gonna go back to a barter system and we're gonna rebuild this country as a nation of people who endure. No, nigga. No, the fuck we're not. It doesn't make sense. We don't even have there is no evidence of that ever fucking happening in human history. There's no evidence of any civilization such as these that can do that. You'll just end up inheriting something worse because it's based off of people who have been programmed and have Stockholm and don't know how to read and never understood anything to begin with. So they're going to create an illusion again to keep power and control and guarantee what? Exactly. Exactly. And do it for free. What pride? What heritage? What nationality? What patriotism? To what? To the corporation that's failing? Like, do the science. Like, you love your job that much. That's what it is. It's like you're fighting for your job. You're fighting for Apple. Apple's in fucking Ireland, and you starting street fights at the Apple store in New York City. They'll burn that whole fucking building down. And guess what? Your ass, something gonna happen to. And Apple Ireland still gonna get their fucking paycheck and insurance policy. So, like, what are you doing? What are you scrapping for? What are you scrapping with fucking Samsung employees for? That's what this is. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. A bunch of Apple employees beefing with Samsung in somebody else's backyard. So when that spell breaks, people already feel it. People already feel like that, in that vein, like, I'm going somewhere else. You're going to get something else results too. A lot of people who went somewhere else prior to this moment was still being funded from United States employees and workers and civilians who contributed to whatever it is they do to allow them to live somewhere else. And we're making money locally. There's only so many fucking food trucks and fucking little trinket stores you can create in English in this motherfucker. So, and all that should be foreign anyway. So, network-wise, people in networks will thrive or survive, but they won't be surviving or thriving as the United States default character citizen, with all the protections and privileges that it afforded them over there because they're from there. Like, when that goes away, then you got to play by United Nations. We ain't even talking about that yet. Like, all the privileges that United States printed citizens on paper and passports and all the things you're afforded going to other places. Because, a lot of people who still got their money left, they're going to want to go to other places. Cool fucking story, bitch. Why do you want to go to another place? Because this country is failing. Cool fucking story, bitch. Why you want to go to another place? Because there's more opportunity. Cool fucking story, bitch. Now, who's going to protect you in your rights there? At best, you can convert. You can expatriate, denounce your passport or whatever fuck process it is, and become one of them. Notice, you're going from United States citizen to one of them. Like, you don't miss that. Them terrorists work both ways. Go ahead and switch it over if you want to. You don't get none of that USD, so you're gonna have to learn how to coexist with whatever you got left, and hopefully you make it flip, and hopefully the people you move next to give a fuck about helping you make it flip, because that's the part that everyone misses. That razzle dazzle you got with your LLC and your little logos and your stationery, that's cool with us, but over there, like, the fuck, you're a foreigner. Just how the United States have racistly did foreign things, this is what's going to happen to. There's going to be reverse foreignism. Hold on. Hello from Greece. Hold on. 3 reverse. It's very weird. Very weird. I don't like it. I don't like that the narrative of the mainstream ain't talking about it now. Shift is an understatement. Everyone will turn on them. Mr. Now says the main ship already came through as a microbacteria size. Remember, the size of the soul main projector is in your body the size of a grain of sand or less. The treasure hidden by the bowel dragon, so your leaving is internal. Hello from Greece, from N20 Chess. Karamonos. 3 reverse. Yep, so. Horizon Zero Dawn on the goddamn horizon, man. That shit crazy, boy. I don't know what the fuck they gonna do to sustain, fix, repair, or to set it up to grow itself. You know how it is. You prune it, and then it grows back stronger. I mean, in somebody's universe, that would be the ideal. Don't forget all the goddamn aliens, man. We tend to zoom in our myopic human experience and forget that there's aliens all around us too. All the ships and all those things, which your government is failing to represent or address as well. That's super subconscious, though. I know enough people have seen evidence of it now, but since no one's talking about it, they haven't really realized what that means to their civilization, period. The world, even. That there's another form of intelligence just hanging out, doing all kind of cool shit, playing in your fucking face, and nobody in your world leadership, military, or government wants to address it. Like, that'll catch up to people soon. They'll start seeing it more often for themselves and be like, what the fuck is that? We don't know. And then you gotta pretend like it's not a thing. That's the illest shit about it, about the mind control over people. Like, they'll see that and be like, all right, well, weird, back to normal. There is no back to normal. There is no back to normal. There's no fucking back to normal. Can't ignore that. It means so much. It infers so much about your reality. It may even be the reason why it's collapsing the way it is too. Because you cannot entertain that idea yet. No one's gonna make that connection that this shit started going left when these things appeared. New Jersey, right? New Jersey, all the car-sized UAPs, and I was saying, wait a minute. I don't mind UAPs or car-sized ones, but ain't no one got that energy source that we know about. Where the fuck do they park them? And why your government? I'm talking New Jersey, mayors, governors, all kind of people outside telling people like, yo, they ain't giving us no fucking answers. And then they're just cool with never getting the fucking answer? They were cool with that? They just went back to, all right, it's time to do payroll. What are you having dinner tonight, Jan? Well, I got something in the fucking pressure cooker and I'm buying some rice on the way home. Like, nah, there's a whole bunch of fucking UFOs in our sky, bitch. Ain't no some government thing either. Fuck that. Hell no, it isn't. Ain't no damn government. Your government can't make a profit. It can't do zero gravity either then. It invested in wind turbines and some type of renewable sources that have failed them, aka wasted money. And you think the same motherfuckers just floating around in your damn sky all willy-nilly? Hell no. You wish it was that type of movie. That ain't what this movie is. It wasn't that movie when the ancient civilizations recorded these things. That's the illest shit about it. These things have been documented before your government. So, people aren't there. I get it. It's nowhere in our social discourse even to consider the reality that a third-party force has entered the chat in whatever its authority, rank, or influences on world leaders is as such. It could just be that fucking simple. That could be the answer for all of it, because it don't make sense linearly. What exactly happened this year? When did everything get all fucking willy-nilly? Israel's been Israel since the 40s. Fucking terrorism been terrorism since the CIA. And niggas never got along for real when it came to that oil money. So, all of a sudden, Jolly Rogers, everybody shutting down business. Nobody making money? Were they making money last year? All right, so why they stop making money this year? What happened? People stop buying things? I don't know. It seemed like people only work to buy things. They got that Stockholm syndrome down really well. Survival mode made people spend all their money. Did you study psychology with Freud? I did, kinda. I don't know. I don't think none of that shit makes sense. So it has to be something else. And I don't know what that is, but I know there's something else. And I don't know what that is. I'm in the same box if you ask me. You got something else, and you got something else causing this, and you got something else flying in the sky, and we don't know exactly what it is. So you got something else and something else. Nah, I'm gonna charge this shit up to something else. Nah. So then it makes it even weirder to live the rest of your life, because now you're in a timeline in which that something else can get worse. And you'd have no idea, because we don't have a language model for it. You ain't got teams, you ain't got factions, you ain't got sides, you don't know their language, nothing. There's something else. And that something else is appearing. Listen, I got videos on my YouTube shorts. Like, it's like above my head close, you feel me? We ain't waiting for Atlas to touch down on Saturn, boy. I'm talking about the shit that's already here. I'm talking about, no. The shit that's already here is showing up. Like, we out here. I don't know who that is. I don't know who said we. Whoever that is. They out there. They're outside. They're not hiding. They're not cloaking. They're chilling. And Whatever that relationship or dynamic is with the people who ought to have a relationship and awareness of it, with all the tools and satellites they have, that don't seem like it's going their way. Look, you have a whole bunch of third parties show up, and you're the one that's keeping that secret, but your shit getting fucked up, and you can't explain why to your people or anybody, or you can't publicly state why the game fucked up. But you're supposed to be the one that's in contact with the third party. So I mean, whatever business that was, or whatever social agreement that was with that thing, I don't think it's going their way, man. Technology over here ain't getting no better, man. I don't know. I don't know if they still doing that barter humans for trade for Wi-Fi cables. I don't know if that's what they're doing right now. Show me what you got. They ain't got nothing but fucking the remnant of slavery mentality over people. That's all they got over here. They got cruel and unusual torture through social programming of minds and babies, and abusing people in a narcissistic gaslight type of way to get them to do things so that they can be rich. Things that they can't do, they bitch ass off on top of that, which is the most embarrassing thing about their existence as people, those in power. They have no power. They can't do none of the shit they pay for. And they're paying for it with credit, which they didn't earn. Yeah, they're pathetic. So you have a bunch of pathetic people in power, or decision makers. They're not even good people. They're gonna rebuild the society. Once their shit's destroyed, they were useless to us either way. So you gotta deal with that shit. You gotta really understand, like, you can't just go back like, hey, the medical industry is completely defunded. Let me knock on my doctor's house and see if he can put me on the gurney. Like, that ain't gonna happen. Nah, this shit NASCAR. That's not how none of that happened, boy. It's not. This ain't the fucking movies. We have a movie-like way of responding to the chaos. Like, we have a very linear system in place, even in our own frustrations. That's sicko mode right there, man. They even program the way you think you should react to the shit when it's wrong. There's no novelty, no new ideas. All you're gonna see is people on the social media responding to the trends to get the views. They're gonna say the same things about something they have no idea about. And then the community at large who sees this stuff will then be the radio or relays to the local groups, families and friends, and people will say some surface level shit on top of that. And it'll never be what the fuck it is. You have that many people who have no idea, not gonna know it, no idea what the fuck none of this is. More and more, increasingly every day, the stranger the shit gets, the more that starts to stack, the more that happens, the more and more you're gonna realize that people have no fucking clue what's going on. And when that shit completely leaves the harbor and you can't see it on the horizon no more, you're gonna be in a very weird fucking place. You're gonna be, your society is already, detached. Most people don't give a fuck anyway. That's cool. Because there's other things for them to do. There's other distractions. That shit's decreasing by the minute, man. They can't afford the entertainment industry to be a good enough distraction, so, people have more time in general. If people ain't tuned into the content that's telling them about what's going on in their world, and the other content creators are falling off, and a lot of them are crypto bros, they're falling off as of this video, so you imagine that story. Like, oh shit, what am I gonna watch today to distract myself from all the weird shit that's not happening, but is, I don't know, the game is cold, bro. This game is cold. Because we're not set up to rebuild. We're not set up to recover. We're not set up to heal nothing. We're just set up to keep going and chasing the hamster wheel. As long as the light comes on and the carrot lowers down, we'll just do that for all the days of our life until our body or our minds can't take it. And hopefully we can sit somewhere and enjoy lemonade and look at the fucking flies on our trees. At best. So, nah, this ain't that. That ain't even gonna happen, thank God. That's not even. Nah, there's gonna be some motion out here. Shit's gonna move around real quick if they don't. It's not if they don't. They can't. I keep forgetting what game this is. I be thinking like there's a chess move left. There isn't. Not for it to be the same, at least. There must be some great compromise. I don't know what leverage they have. Yeah. that market collapse and that crypto collapse and that other shit that happened is proof that they're like, think of that as like a, because that's the heart of the operation, right? The motion of water or blood, money. So just imagine that as a heart attack or a stroke. The market doing that, and it's doing it more often. So it's more volatile to the health of the organism of the United States anytime the market flashes red like that. Even if it picks back up and the people's, you see it as a game, like people are gaming it and it'll be all right. No, nah, people been gaming it. It itself is a game. They've been gaming the stability that you think exists in it, by the way. Nah, it's not a new game. It's not because someone else did a thing and that's normal. This ain't normal. No, the fuck it ain't. Because your banks weren't putting a ledger and putting their shit and their investments on it yet. So the stock market has never crashed because it was never entangled with crypto until recently. So no, this is brand new. It ain't like none of the crashes. But that's critical though. You have two things that are entangled or becoming entangled and they both crash. That's the problem, meaning they're not independent of each other's no more in terms of their patterns. So if the cryptos go up, the stocks go up. If the stocks go down, the cryptos go down. You centralize your fucking crypto already, dickhead. It's stupid as hell. They dumb as hell. Well, the government's gonna run. China's gonna do crypto. China just liquidated. China funny. They'll buy a bunch of Bitcoin, then they'll liquidate a bunch of it. They're just going up and down. They just liquidated more of their Bitcoins. The government. Nah. Fuck out my face. Nah. Foreign countries are doing this. They're bankrupting the United States by fucking with crypto. Yeah. It's quantum entangled. So they can do it without attacking the central bank now because people are fucking stupid. The people in this game that think, oh, yeah, you're missing out, man. No, I'm not. Short term, definitely, for sure, yeah. If you're in and out of it, to move shit around, acquire other materials or investments that allow you to make more money later, yeah. But if you're just buying shit, depreciating value stuff, the normal shit, no, that ain't what. It's sad that that's all it is to people. They don't understand the flow of money. They understand how to hoard it or how to, fix your ones so they're all aligned and you can count them fast. They know how to do that, but they don't know how to spend that to get more back or to create a loop with other people, a network. They have a trade route. They don't have that training at all. It's random. It's numbers on the screen. It's impersonal. If it wasn't for social media content, they wouldn't know the other people doing it. Real life. No instant messenger. So yeah, this ain't that. They're killing themselves over that. That's how much you know it ain't that. So imagine if the people on the crypto side fucked up someone's money. Now look at the fucking 401ks and the private wealth management. Imagine how they feeling right now. They just told this guy he should buy some XRP or something because nothing else is really shaking above 3% right now. But crypto's jumping. He just told your abuela to put about $10,000 of whatever the fuck she had from her cleaning service into some fucking whatever coin as a good turnaround rate. The U.S. bonds, invest in some gold at its highest price ever, ass niggas. No, fuck out my face. Nah, that's no. And that's what they're saying. They're saying the gold being up is proof. The faith that people have in gold right now, which isn't real, but you know what I'm saying, the panic to get a tangible asset that holds the value of the money you saved. What they're saying is that's the confidence that the U.S. dollar used to have. One more time, run that shit back. One point in time, the confidence in the U.S. dollar was more than investing in a gold bar. Absolutely. They rather did things on the U.S. bond market. They rather do things off the interest of the little game that the Treasury and the Federal Reserve are playing. That was gold to people that became rich within the last 50 years. The U.S. dollar. For foreign companies too. That's why they're buying our bonds. Like, oh, this shit is stable. This shit is growing. The people, the ideas, the tech, the racism, it's flowing, man. It ain't flowing no more. It ain't flowing so much more that gold is now back as a leader in value. like how many dollars you can get for a gold brick. That number increased. That means your dollar value is dropped. Let's do this one more time. Let's fuck everyone head up. It's not how many cooler dollars you get because the gold is more valuable. Like, so say gold was $100 or whatever the fuck it was, and now that same gold is $1,000 or whatever. You know, what they're saying is, no, jackass, you don't get if you had the gold brick that you paid for $100 and now it's worth $1,000, you did not make $900. You did not increase anything. They don't understand value systems. I swear to God, everyone should have took statistics. I skipped calculus and went to algebra 4 and shit. I took statistics, man. I remember this shit was weird to me back then. But the amount of dollars it takes to get a gold bar means the value of one of those dollars has decreased by that amount. That's what people are missing. So now you have $1,000 bills for your gold bar, but they're worth less. It's confusing. When the dollar is the standard, when your standard loses value, then everything that's connected to that as a standard loses value. That's what they're not getting. So whatever the fuck you think you're about to buy with $1,000 on that gold bar in the system where everything's $1 based, you're not getting more value for having that much more. In fact, you having that much more is why everything else lost value. It's an ocean, it's a current sea. So the water finds level. All right, well, you got more of these dollars out there. Let's inflate the prices of things. Yes. So now the thing you would have bought for $1,000 back when you only had 50 or 100 in on it, and you said, all right, I want this thing. When I got $100 of value, my thing costs $1,000. I'm wait a few years for gold to go to $1,000. Now I have $1,000. I'm gonna go back and buy that thing for $1,000. That thing for $1,000 is now valued at $2,000, and you ain't got that either. Now you made the price of it go up indirectly because no one sees that. Because it's not you, it's millions of you. That's what we be forgetting. Isn't money ain't Monopoly? It ain't one player game, or Monopoly ain't a one player game. But no. That's why fiat is so dangerous, because gold is different. Gold, there's a limited supply, so the only way you can change, how much is in the bank is by digging up and refining more, and you have to be lucky enough to find it and race and make sure no one else steals it. You gotta transport it. It weighs a lot. Gold is clunky, but it's not but so much in circulation or rotation anyway. Whereas US dollars, they just print some more, and you find a way to get into your hands like it does now. But the things you can buy for that, the old 20 ain't worth nothing. What you can get for $20 back then, what you get for $20 now, tells you the value difference. That's what's happening. I think people are not. They're thinking like things are more expensive because of greed. Yes, the decision to fuck you over by 33 cents instead of 5 is definitely greed. But it's going up. They're cued to bring it up because you have too much money in your possession. As a collective, you're holding on to too much money. You have to let it go. It has to flow. Hence why it's a corporatocracy. It has to keep moving. So now individuals are learning the games and the little tricks in the crypto and stuff. Now they're holding that. Well, if you're holding it and you don't let it go and it's tied up in crypto, what does the bank or the treasury have to do? They have to print more to make sure that it flows back into the sectors and the transactions that it needs. Even the little Ponzi games that it's playing, like a person cashes out of one of their bonds, they need to come up with $10,000 liquid to give to them. You're holding on to the $10,000 that you withdrew from them, and now it's converted into something else. And if you bring that back and you exchange that $10,000 for $15,000, they got to come up with that extra $5 to give to you. That shit don't come out of thin air. You see what I'm saying? So like, they're not keeping a track of the accounting of the water. Obviously, the government wasn't either. That's the illest thing about this story. No one alive created the system, but they swear to God they knew how it worked. Nah, you knew how to navigate the stability of it when it was new. You didn't know how it worked to begin fucking with. That's what we're learning. That no one knows how the money works to begin fucking with. Yeah, they know about supply and demand, but that's an idea. You can do that shit with strawberries. No, this is imaginary. It's a different set. It's the Interest tells you that people don't under fucking stand it. Wait, how does holding money become a liability? Because it's not money, it's debt. But I can exchange my debt for things. You're in a debt-based system. Well, if I have more things, you have more debt. Yep. That means more of your energy goes out the more you have, right? Bigger house, bigger light bill, bigger water bill. More money goes out the more you have. More cars, more gas, more insurance. More money, more things you have, the more money goes out. And the only people that win that game is who set up businesses or hustles of businesses, investing in them to get interest back on other people doing things in business. That's the only way you make more of it. And if you just have $10,000 or $1,000,000 and you just go through your life spending that on the way down, towards the end, as time progresses, the value of your whatever is left is decreased. So you get less things back. So that expensive thing you bought 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago is now very expensive, such as a mansion, property tax. Your property tax wasn't that much when you first bought that $1,000,000 mansion. Now it is. And guess what? You ain't making as much as you did before that $1,000,000 mansion. So now what do you do? Well, I'll sell it. All right, now you need to find some other yuppie who's going to get a $5,000,000 loan on your $1,000,000 old mansion. And his bank is going to have to approve that. And then see how that works. See how them closing costs and everything work out for you. Then where are you going to move? Because everyone else in the other neighborhoods, prices went up. So you're going to go from a mansion to a fucking double wide trailer? Now, a reasonable human being who's lived on both sides of the polarity will go, fuck you. I'm alive. I ain't going back to no goddamn Target. Shit. I'll thug it out in this double wide, super wide, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm 60 something, right? No. These people don't do that. Nah. They jump off a fucking building most of the time. So you understand everything. Okay. And the people jumping off buildings right now and in their Lambos, those are people that taught other people how to make money in this system. What they gonna do without them? The world may never know. I tell you that much. See, we're not just losing random people. We're losing people who understood how to gain money too. So that's less game going around. You understand everything? There's less discords. There's less Telegram groups. There's less fucking heads up. This we about to get in on this and get out right there. Like there's less of those people. So the gaming of it on our level is going to that window is going to close. And then boom, what's left in place? Like the valued currency and crypto that's on a ledger. And now you have to do everything by the book because every transaction is measured against you personally. Yep. They're going to see everything you're doing after the doors close. Now, that's non-threatening because they've been basically too much in your damn business anyway. But the threat of the matter is what that means. That means there's no side hustle. There's no side step. There's no other things to do under the table. So the traditional ways to go from the bottom to the middle are being cut as well with this idea. I don't think people understand that. Crypto was for the underworld. Now they're making it mainstream. That's stupid. That's dumb as fuck. Well, because you get better money on... No, you're betting it against your own base currency, you idiot. You're going to devalue your currency if crypto wins. That's what I've always said to people. I get it. You can put 1,000 in, wait, it'll be worth 10,000, but that's going to change the value of things that cost $1,000. But I get it. You didn't have to do anything. That's the novelty. You just sit it there, you have something more, and then yes, you can acquire something more. Even from, especially if you go from 100 to 1,000, you get some for 500 you didn't have before. I get it. It'll work itself out. But if you keep doing that, and everyone does that, and then everyone keeps doing that, then the things go, well, people are rich out here. Let's bring up the price of the PlayStation $400. For a fucking hard drive, some RAM, a video card, and a goddamn no CD-ROM, bitch? The fuck are y'all talking about? The fuck are you talking about? This shit costs that much. The laptop doesn't cost that goddamn much and plays better games. The fuck are you talking about? See, people don't see that part of it. Well, if you just broke, just say that. I know. You're the reason why everyone's going broke, though. That's what we're saying that for. Because you don't understand money. We get it. They didn't teach us either. They didn't teach us. And the people that teach us didn't understand it either. You just keep going down the list. They invested against themselves. Rookie mistakes. Rookie mistakes. New money mistakes. So much new money, they need new money. Hate to fucking see it. So much people with new money that they need a new currency. This is 1933 all over again. They'll have another Banking Emergency Act if they don't. And Banking Emergency Act just fucks the citizens. It doesn't fuck the government. That's the craziest shit about it, boy. Them resetting their financial systems, meaning they're resetting all of your bank accounts. I hope you know that. And then you're gonna put it on crypto, so all your money's in a fucking digital ID. And then they hit this reset in 10 more years, and then you can't do shit about it. You can't even hide nothing in your damn walls, boy. Are you crazy? These niggas fucking retarded? Gotta be. Gotta be. They invested into the fucking digital system that'll catch them doing it. On top of that, by buying all that shit, by providing all that data, by training on all those patterns, and then voting and pushing for the bank or the government to be part of it, and then go, man, that's why I don't leverage my profit. Shut your ass up. You ain't supposed to be doing this at all if you understood fucking money. That's the problem. If something virtual and imaginary is worth more than what you can put in your fucking wallet, do you control the thing that's virtual? Do you control the internet? Do you control your HTTPS access? Do you control any of that? Or you're paying for it, right? Then what if you can't afford it? You want to borrow from someone else? You want to go to McDonald's Wi-Fi? Okay, you can be able to get in? You got a VPN? You got money for that? Okay. All right, you're going to keep doing all these workarounds to access your shit rather than just looking in your fucking pocket. That's stupid. How many people are between you and your fucking wallet, nigga? All right then. So where do you think you need more of your money? In your fucking pocket or in some fucking data center in some other country in a different ledger and you gotta convert it here and you gotta pay a fee there and transfer it back and then hope your bank is okay with that amount and you gotta wait 2 weeks for this? Like, oh my God. That's a lot. That sounds like some shit a criminal gotta do. You normal fucking yuppie, you, what the fuck is going on? That's all. It's a cool game though. It seems smooth. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. There's over there. Back in the game, EA Sports. Bad math, 3 threes. Porcel says that hamster wheel is a bitch. Just hold on, we're going home. Yep, 3. That 1933 gold seizure, 2025 crypto seizure. They got him, man. They got him where their hands can see. Whatever Busta Rhymes was talking about. I seen it coming a mile away. I wish I could have played the game though, but I just know these people ain't gonna let you get away with shit. We know. We know. I was looking at Bitcoin when it was just 5. And what blew me away was I couldn't hold it in my hand. Penny says, oh, the hamster wheel can be destructive. You can't mess with things you don't know how to tend it. We do it all the time, unfortunately. Beyond hilarious, unless you're the one losing. LOL. Be careful. These asses put in our visions to keep their game control fuckery box going. You're the one losing. Laugh now, cry later. On a side note, it's about that time to get Chinese food. Shout out to Brother Jonathan. I did that yesterday. Shout out to you. Shout out to wreck that shit. I gave myself a damn stomachache. The fuck? Like I never ate Chinese food before. But yeah, so yeah, we're in one of those timelines where we have no idea what the fuck is even realistic anymore, let alone real. I wonder if my phone will charge on the laptop. I know the deal. Oh, we still got charged. Let's go. This is irritating. They won't let us relax, boy. Then the damn radiation, the Schumann resonance, retrogrades. Like, God damn. What did we do? We did what we were told, man. What the fuck? That's what Mama and all of them said it was gonna be like, huh? Hell no. Then you gotta ask yourself, like, what the fuck did I cooperate with this shit for? I guess can't do that. Let's see. Let's see if people are crying today on the YouTube Shorts. Still can't believe I got Fruity Loops to work on this. Now I can hear the damn bass. Boom, boom, boom. Go somewhere. I do not have vintage quartz. The vintage quartz is not worth $69 anyway. Sound Toys give away it for free. Don't fucking play with me. Sound Toys chorus is free. Don't do that. You got 2 whole buttons. That is not $70. Do not play. Okay, so YouTube. Do you see more chemtrails out west? Not since the federal was defunded. They were here a few weeks ago. Then all of a sudden they stopped all at once. North Carolina stayed with them once upon a time. You couldn't go outside without seeing them. D-Base, come on now. Remember the recovered sulfide in email box. Yeah, but I can't use it. You always do that to me. You be giving me stuff I can't use. Hurry up and get the thing you'll never use. I don't even think about it until I can get that. I won't even be able to open it on this computer. But I'll hit the download link. I'll save it somewhere. I said shorts. Why are you going to all? Shorts. This thing won't even load YouTube, so you know I ain't playing with that. Come on. All right, let's try China tariff. Trump. I noticed they were not doing it in Arizona a few weeks ago, too. Yeah, it just stopped. Ish. It kind of stopped, I guess. Oh, cool. I found a video that says we're fucked. I like the tone already. I like the realism. See, because if you lean in with what it is, with the realism, and it's fucked, then it can only get better. But if you that false optimism bullshit.
Okay, so we actually are adding a tariff. Trump puts extra 100% tariff on China. We just again like I feel crazy saying this, but like it's illegal. The president can't put tariffs on his own. That's Congress. Congress has just completely ceded the power. The president can only do it in times of emergency. He's emergency.
It is an emergency. That's what you're missing.
There's no emergency.
There is an emergency. They got $30 billion interest a day.
A new tariff of 100% on imports from China, quote, over and above any tariff they're currently paying starting on November 1st. Trump also said the U.S. on the same day would impose export controls on, quote, any and all critical software. Okay. Well, all right. It has just been learned that China has taken an extraordinary... You can't half do a Trump voice. You have to either not do it or do it. Do I want to do it? It has just been learned that China has taken an extraordinarily aggressive position in trade in sending an extremely hostile letter to the world. Do I want to do it? I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. No, please stop. You can't tell me what to do. Stating that they were going to, effective November 1st, 2025, impose large-scale export controls on virtually every product they make, and some not even made by them. This affects all countries, without exception, and was obviously a plan devised by them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade and a moral disgrace in dealing with other nations. Now I'm going to stop. Based on the fact that China has taken this unprecedented position and speaking only for the USA and not other nations who are similarly threatened, starting November 1st, or sooner, depending on any further actions or changes taken by China, the US of A will impose a tariff of 100% on China over and above any tariff they are currently paying. Also on November 1st, we will impose export controls on any and all critical software. It is impossible to believe that China would have taken such an action, but they have, and the rest is history. Thank you for your attention.
Historical moment.
To this matter. The other post he made about China was unhinged. How many has he made today? Oh my f***ing God. This was this morning? He's outflanking the left. Some very strange things are happening in China. They are becoming very hostile and sending letters to countries throughout the world that they want to impose export controls on each and every element of production having to do with rare earths and virtually anything else they can think of, even if it's not manufactured in China. Nobody has ever seen anything like this, but essentially it would clog the markets and make life difficult for virtually every country in the world, especially for China. We have been contacted by other countries who are extremely angry at this great trade hostility which came out of nowhere. Our relationship with China over the past 6 months has been a very good one. Your Trump voice is terrible. Oh, Dennis the Peasant, I remember your name. Wrong way to reintroduce yourself. Next time, what you wanted to say was, your Trump voice is excellent, sir. Here's a tier 1 subscription. Type shit.
You did not say
thereby making this move on trade even more surprising one. I have always felt that they've been lying in wait, and now, as usual, I have been proving right. There is no way China should be allowed to hold the world captive, but that seems to have been their plan for quite some time, starting with the magnets and other elements that they have quietly amassed into something of a monopoly position. A rather sinister and hostile move, to say the least. But the U.S. has monopoly positions also, much stronger and more far-reaching than China's. I have just not chosen to use them. There was never a reason for me to do so until now. The letter they sent is many pages long and details with great specificity each and every element that they want to withhold from the other nations. Things that were routine are no longer routine at all. I have not spoken to President Xi because there was no reason to do so. This was a real surprise not only to me but to all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems to be no reason to do so.
China's not meeting with Israel next week.
The Chinese letters were especially inappropriate in that this was the day that, after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is peace in the Middle East.
They have other monopolies they can play. But he said he didn't want to play those pieces right now because he had no reason to. For sale. He's saying they never expected things to get so hostile out in these streets. Now he's talking about, look, the price of the other bricks going up. That's all. Trump said he was controlling the price on other bricks, man. Far-reaching. He says far-reaching. They got a far reach on how far they brick go, and the price about to go up on their side too. So that's all. You know, if you're gonna be mad at us, you can be mad at China too. Fuck it.
I wonder if that timing was coincidental, depending on what China says about the hostile order that they've just put out. I'll be forced as president of the United States of America to finally counter the move. For every element they've been able to monopolize,
it won't make up for the difference. You know that.
No, we do not. I never thought it would come to this, but perhaps with all things, the time has come. Ultimately, though potentially peaceful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the US of A. One of the policies that we are calculated is very much increase in tariffs on Chinese products. USA. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God! Jesus Christ! This self-sabotage, hegemonic suicide shit is offensive to the millennia of imperialist accomplishments. That's.
He said hegemonic suicide is crazy because I've been talking about hegemony for the past 2 weeks. Hegemonic suicide, that is crazy. That's crazy, boy.
Beijing's official response to the president's latest tariff threat seems to be one of a shrug, with the government here reiterating its long-standing position on a tariff war with the U.S., saying they
we
don't
eat
want
those.
one, but they're also not afraid of one. Again, pledging to impose countermeasures if the president makes good on its latest threat. Now, from the U.S. perspective, all of this was triggered by China's announcement last week of sweeping new export restrictions of rare earths, not only expanding its list of materials, but also extending curbs to target production technologies and even overseas use. That's on top of ongoing U.S. complaints
they're trying to take half their marbles home,
dragging its feet in resuming issuing export licenses to U.S. clients, despite a tariff truce between the two sides. Now, from Beijing's perspective, though, all of this is their response to growing U.S. export restrictions on AI chips and key technologies targeting China. So basically, despite President Trump's calling this a shock and hostile move, Beijing considers this fighting fire with fire. So the sentiment among Chinese analysts and in state media is one of confidence because of China's near monopoly in the global supply of these critical materials and magnets, found in everything from smartphones to EVs to rockets and missiles. So the weaponization of these
China got all the magnets.
as far as Beijing is concerned,
Zulu
is
take the
their
damn
trump card. But of course, there are other voices arguing that they may be overreaching here, especially considering freezing out your biggest clients in the US and the West may not be in your best interest when you are the biggest supplier. So some experts are saying this could be Beijing pressing one of the biggest pain points of the US as a trade negotiating tactic. But no matter how you slice this latest twist is already adding new uncertainty to not only U.S.-China relations, but also a fragile global economy. Beijing's official response to the
A major escalation in the trade war between the U.S. and China. U.S. President Donald Trump threatening a massive increase in tariffs on November 1st. Trump posting on Truth Social, the United States of America will impose a tariff of 100% on China over and above any tariff that they are currently paying.
Damn.
Trump's comments on China earlier in the day shook the markets. The Dow fell more than 800 points. The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq had their worst day since April. And the TSX closed the day down more than 400 points, its biggest decline since April. A major escalation in the trade war.
President Trump threatening a 100% tariff on China.
This is the president now reacting on social media to the Chinese move earlier to restrict rare earth materials coming out of that country to nations around the world. The president posting a lengthy post on social media here, but in it,
What's the sister talking about? Oh, she got 45 minutes? Hold on, sister. You got a short somewhere? Any other time you're not looking for shorts, they promote shorts. But if you look for shorts, they're like, no, we ain't got no shorts up top. I don't see none of that shit. Bitch, you got shorts, man.
In Metal Gear Solid Special Missions, the ninth mystery level has staking more.
Fuck it.
This is an emergency update because we've just had the largest crypto liquidation event in history. Not by a little bit, but by a lot of it. This is one of the most historic events that we have seen and that we will ever see. And what is actually particularly interesting about this is this, to me, feels in many ways like the revenge of the centralized exchanges. If you guys don't know, the centralized exchanges like Binance in specific are where most of what happened yesterday took place. And so we're going to go through what we know about yesterday. Again, we don't have like an encyclopedic description of what happened yesterday. We don't have a clear evidence-based approach of exactly what happened. But clearly there was a major malfunction with the APIs and the centralized exchanges that led to prices crashing specifically in altcoins in a way where you can only compare it to the COVID collapse. Really, the COVID collapse. Maybe some other event in 2021, the sort of mid-cycle correction. But the truth is that this was fully historic. And that means that we are in a position where we need to see that there are two roads here. The first road is that this is the beginning of the most explosive part of the alt season, though that probably won't come quickly, because what I'm about to show you is that several major players, major traders got completely wiped off the board. So things will take a little bit of time here. When people say, oh my gosh, I wish I could have gone back and bought in the COVID crash, this is potentially the very same moment that we find ourselves in, okay? So that is one side of the glass. That is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that this is it. That was the end of the cycle, and the video I made last saying, hey, it's October 6th. Maybe this is the top of the cycle. Well, that very well might have been the top because that was the high. Now, we need to acknowledge that possibility. Realistically, my percentage likelihood that that's the possibility is under 25%. I'm not positioning my portfolio defensively, saying, oh, let me get out of stuff. No, that's not what I'm going to do. I do believe that even if that was the top, that we'll see a rally back up and a lower high, at which time that would be the time to take some risk off, but not right now. So let me go through this, because what we're seeing right now is that the top 10 biggest losses over the last 24 hours on Hyperliquid, look at some of these P&Ls. You can see 24-hour P&Ls of minus 60 million. Minus 59.79 million, minus 35 million, minus 21 million. These are massive wipes. Obviously, people who are all in on leverage, which of course is the antithesis of what this channel stands for. We buy spot, we chill, and we wait. Yes, do trade a little bit of leverage with a very small targeted part of the portfolio, just in specific positions. If you follow people like Crown and follow people especially like Brendan Hong, they always preach not using what's called cross margin. So cross margin allows for one position, one leverage position to essentially wipe out your entire portfolio if it keeps going down. Isolated is the type of leverage that most people should use if you follow good traders. That way the position, if it hits a certain point, it will be liquidated, but your whole margin, your whole portfolio will not be. So cross margin is the thing you want to avoid at all costs, and this was great proof of that. But more to the point, instead of getting into like lectures as to what people...
So President Trump, it is really a pleasure to see you again since I had a chance to meet you last time you visited the UK for your state visit. I know the King actually kept you late during the night, during your visit, late up at night. And I must thank you actually for returning the favor. I can tell you, you've kept me up at night and my team as well. But it has been really worth it. It's been worth it because today I'm really excited to announce AstraZeneca's commitment to your vision for a healthy America. Great leadership is about having an ambitious vision.
Healthy America with more drugs? Are you stupid?
You appoint a very talented team that can deliver on this. Your vision is exactly that. It is about lowering the price of medicines for American patients while ensuring that America remains a global powerhouse of innovation in biopharmaceuticals. And that's not easy to do. We need to keep inventing the technologies and the products that will cure disease.
Nope.
Thank you so much for being here.
Y'all have never cured a fucking disease. Why do I give a fuck?
That are affecting markets, that are important to understand in order to understand where we are. Could you just talk a little bit about what those forces are?
Sure. Through history and now, there are 5 big forces that are interrelated and generally transpire in cycles.
Kennedy with the skinny tie.
And we know they
look how the swindle when he said kept up all night.
Are going to talk about will fall into one of those categories. That is the debt money economy cycle, meaning credit is buying power. You give buying power to entities like it's like the circulatory system. You give credit, and if that credit it'll produce debt. But if it produces an income that is good enough to pay the debt, it's a healthy system. But when it produces more debt and more debt service payments, that squeezes out the spending, and that produces a problem, and then there's a supply-demand problem, and then there are economic problems. Okay, that's one cycle. The second cycle related to that, because money and wealth have political and social effects, is that there becomes big differences in wealth and values. And so when there are big differences in wealth and values, and people feel that the system isn't working for them, you see greater political polarity between the left and the right. It becomes more the hard left and the hard right. And those become irreconcilable differences that are not easily solved through the usual means of operating that way, such as democracies. During the 30s, for example, 4 major democracies chose to be autocracies during those periods. The third is the international geopolitical cycle. In other words, of a rising power challenging existing powers. The same dominance of the dominant power fades relative to other powers, and also the order then gets challenged. And we're certainly going through that. The fourth factor throughout history has been acts of nature. Droughts, floods, and pandemics have actually killed more people than wars, and actually led to more ends of the previously mentioned cycles than anything else. So nature, and certainly nature, climate change and the like, is a big force. And then fifth, through history, are man's learnings of particularly developments of new technologies.
Whatever,
so, President Trump, it is really...
He about to make me go to college. They're trying to make us go to college again. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Nigga, why this shit they ain't supposed to fall falling, bro? Don't talk to me about previous civilizations and technology indicators. Shut your ass up. This ain't that. So they're saving face. They're trying to keep confidence up. The people. Noble. They don't want people to lose confidence in money, because that necessarily means confidence in all the plans you had of working for it, or going hard, or wasteful spending, or all the other avenues in which they get more money from you, making a certain amount to spend a certain amount that affects them because they're on the other side of you. So they're tripping out. They're tripping out on the behavior of people spending too. Like, I guess they rigged certain things during the pandemic thinking they make a killing in certain ways and that the sociology would adapt to that, and they didn't. That's why so many Starbucks are closing. Starbucks thought it was Kobe. It was Paul Pierce. Same thing. They're trying to go on a away tour. Like, hey, we'll survive the flood together. Just sign in with your app. Hell no, I ain't going back. I'm going once a week instead of every morning or twice a day. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect people to learn how to count that fast. That's what it was. They thought people just couldn't count. Now people counting their dollars like it's in their pockets still. When you take out cash and you see how many ones you got left, people counting now, even with the apps. They're like, oh no, I ain't. Hell no, I ain't going to no such and such, such and such. That's why the girls are complaining. Because they're like, how come men ain't coming up to us to talk to us? Out of all the things that are wrong with the sociology of y'all, that's one thing. But talking to you out of nowhere means a date. Don't nobody want to go on no goddamn date. Pay $69 for a breakfast to talk to somebody who gonna ghost you. Hell no. That's a $70 risk with no upside. Yeah, that's why. The why is that you don't get to, I don't know, man. I don't know why the girls who are confused don't understand the game. If the man is paying for the date or interaction period and it's too expensive, what the men are telling you is it's not worth the price, because you got to do it again. You got to go do it again next week. And if you do it all the time, they don't expect you to do it all the time and try to uphold you to that standard. We can multiply now. Sully had 4 seashells at the seashore. Like, so one a date a week with you, hoping to get to know you while you still calling Tyrone. $70 for you, 70 for me. That's 140 a week. That's 280. That's 500. I might as well be paying for your rent. Hell no, men ain't doing that, and that's cheap. Why the fuck would anyone do that? Not men. Why anyone's just willy-nilly going to the cool spot to talk to you about surface level nothing? Nah. So that whole industry, movies, all that shit is just down. Even when people have money, they're not willing to go back to spending it for those reasons, which was how those things existed. New people getting to know each other, friend groups, new families, like all of that. All that's expansion and growth, networking, sociology. They decentralizing that shit. And it's more expensive. It only happened because it wasn't expensive. Now it is expensive and it's not happening. AKA, it ain't about to fucking happen again. I wish they knew that. Humans don't adapt like that. they have obviously a high threshold for fuckery and pain, but eventually it gets to the cost in the social changes are running at the same time too. It's not like the golden era and then prices went up. You're like, what the fuck? Nah, it was like tensions are rising, costs are rising, and people's own internal adaptation to this wave is changing too. So you're dealing with different kinds of people. We're no longer, polarized to want one thing or another that way. Now everyone's looking in different directions. And no one's going the same direction, which is cool. That's cool. That's a cool fucking story. Maybe we'll have another fucking gold rush. I don't know. Where y'all going? Y'all going to Oregon Trail? I heard about that shit. Y'all got some lime juice? You're going to need it. Oh, you going that way? That's crazy. You think you can go backwards? Oh, you're a Saracen. You want a Saracens. You think you can go back to the old times? You know these motherfuckers canceling MTV music videos? Can you fucking imagine? Music television is no longer going to have music on television. How the fuck? Ain't nobody signed up for this shit. After 40 years, done. Nope. I ain't got no new Usher album to play when I'm taking a shower. Nope. I ain't going nowhere. Nope. Getting cable? All 72 channels? Which one of them got music on them? None of them. So we better watch HGTV for the rest of our lives? Nope. QVC and HGTV, the only channels left, huh? Nope. Who concert we going to? Backstreet Boys again? Nope. Should have did that 20 years ago. Nope. So, like, it's cooked. That shit cooked independently of money. Because when they had money for the past 10 years, they couldn't fucking get people to give a fuck. That's going to be the scariest reversal. The phones were dope enough with independent content to pull everyone patterns away from television, if you will, or movies. Now that shit getting made. Being on your fucking phone is kind of like, what's real? When it was fake, it was funny. This shit ain't funny. Oh, these are the people who are desperate for the attention because there is no influence. There is no gold standard for content at the moment. Tough. Wow. They've been done with music for a minute anyway. That's the craziest thing about it. There's malls closing too. Malls been closing. They closing more? They've been keeping a nigga change because it's on an app, not mine. $70 to talk when God gave us both our mouth and ears for free is crazy, Mr. Now. Antonio McKinney's in the building. Harut on the track. As if they had any for the past 10 years. It's still crazy. They going to Ed Sheeran shows now. We can't do that again. If we missed them at the pubs in Ireland, we just missed them. There's got to be a better way, guys. Our whole paradigm going out bad. It's one thing to get older, but it's another thing to get older while it's collapsing. Oh my God. We can't have nothing. Damn. Yeah, these people are not going to be able to fix that. Because Trump is the end of the 90s too. The president is the relic of the millennium too. That's what's bittersweet about it. Trump is the 90s in a sense, like that energy, that attitude, that generation, their way of handling money and everything. He's the pinnacle of that product. He's the product of that social hierarchy. In fact, whether he was president or not. I remember the times. I saw him at the Tyson matches. Don't play with me. He got hotels all through Vegas. I remember. Atlantic City too. Don't play with me. Nah, he was doing it big. He was doing it big his whole life. So for him to be at the end of what they call this, what's the polite way of saying it? Late stage capitalism, as if there was another version of this shit. Like they were referring to something else they never lived through. Tell them shut they dumb ass up. We weren't doing none of that dumb shit. But see, they got over here with trinkets and cool things, but they don't have trinkets and cool things now. So why is this baby always screaming? It's not serious. Well, he's just fagging out. I hope my kids don't do that. That fagging out crying they be doing, and nothing be wrong. If you don't shut your goofy ass up. But yeah, similar to fagging out, the economy's fagging out. Making a lot of noise, but nothing is getting better. I don't know if they hear the tone of it too. It's like their optimism, like the people who do content or even some of the officials, their optimism in their speech is misleading to me because they're treating it like we were on the rise since the pandemic or something. Like it's never gotten to pre-pandemic levels. And then the pandemic itself in its response was a fucking disaster. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're forgetting that they spilled all the water, all the ketchup and everything on the floor, and no one went back into the kitchen to clean it up. So they think you're about to make breakfast, like, because they're hungry, right? Like, you just go straight in and make breakfast. No, we gotta clean the kitchen first. They ain't cleaned the kitchen on none of the issues that we've been had. I've been talking about this shit for years now. That's why to me it's kind of like, all right, turning the page soon. All right, drop the other shoe soon. All right, come on now. Surprises. What is going to be the hoorah, fuck yeah moment where it's going to be all right? Oh, it ain't happening yet. That's what intuition is. Okay. All right. Well, my intuition don't see it either, so. It's weird. It's weird. This is weird to think about. That we have no idea. And even if we did, it's its own thing. It's, you know, we don't, no voting, no democratic efforts will fix it. On our part, excuse me. We the people, we didn't create it, so it's not ours per se. But as participants, we're definitely affected. That's what's evil about it. You have no control of what happens to it. But what happens to it absolutely has an effect or control over you. Very one-sided, this money thing. It's not loyal. It's not faithful. It doesn't care who owns it. Money is more for the streets than some of these girls out here. And guys, I guess. If money could get HIV, it'd be dead already. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't know. Dave Chappelle said they should have never given y'all niggas money. And they didn't. You're funny. They gave it to like 20 of us. Per capita. As if they had any for the past 10 years. Doing struggle Persian songs is whack. Or a half South American Palestinian chick. I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't know who none of the new artists isn't. I don't know what they're doing. Anytime I see music content, I'm like, these are not musicians or artists. These are kids having fun or trying to. Usually socially awkward too. Like, can you be cute at least? Nah, we gonna be there in a hoodie, unkempt, blabbering bullshit on a green podcast. Oh my God. Like a fucking talentless show. That was never gonna make it. Because they don't know music. They know trends and fads and visuals. And they pick all the shittiest ones and normalize that. The internet really did that. It made the average the bottom of flavor and taste. In every dimension, actually. They put the bar very low because there's so many people participating. And the more people that participate, the more money you make. I get it. They're reaching low for profit. Now there is no more. There's no more things to match that. Damn. Like even Kanye, he been quiet. Like Yeezys and all that. Like for that moment to been as loud as it was on social media, it's just a whimper. This supposed to be a guy that's on his way to be a billionaire from that shit, meaning years and years of business. That's not the case right now for Adidas or him. That shit ain't going up. More and more people aren't, fanning out over Supreme or nothing. So we're in a very interesting paradox for that, culture-wise. What is the thing? Who is the thing? And then you'll have no fucking answers. Then you're really honest with yourself. What's worse than you not knowing the answer is the fact that you don't care either way. Lack of confidence in this situation. It doesn't matter either way. Exactly. We're in a it doesn't matter either way predicament if nothing changes for the better now. It'll keep going to nothing matters either way. Nothing matters either way. It ain't gotta be evil though. It'll just be, I don't know, we've never lived in a decentralized indifference. People will get along, I guess, but I don't know, humans are funny creatures. We're more random than the thing happening, so we might adjust randomly. Because there'd be nothing else to look back on or do. You'll end up having to do something, and then that randomness of what we choose will reshape everything. So I'm confident that'll happen. But everything else, Lord have mercy. Then it took our life away. Or, the idea of life. New music contest doesn't even get an algorithm no more. Elliot Reed had 2 artists total to keep him popping up in my feed, and they're both a mess. Only TikTok be showing music content, and most of it is whack or for nostalgia. The algorithm itself does not like the indie underground, so it won't recommend it to us. They don't make loot off of it for sale. No wonder. The algorithm is more important than the people. Because they're looking at numbers and not people. But it's not culturally significant. And thus the money they thought they would make by siphoning attention is now going reverse. Because you can't redo it. They have no new system to monetize you either, which is crazy. Like, think about it. When Paramount and Disney and all of them keep downsizing, and you just don't care either way, all right, so they'll hold on to something just off of the market of nostalgia in their catalog. They'll make something. But then it'll be unreasonable for them to have a rollout of new content and programs and movies because what's going to fucking fund it? The movie thing? The TV? No, a little streaming site that no one cares about. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's no other technology or experience to replace that either. So if you lose those streaming outlets and you're down to Netflix and Paramount or whoever, or even one of them, and it's all centralized to that one thing, and that's all old shit, and most of this new shit is DEI, and they obviously haven't been paying attention to the ratings the whole time because they're getting paid by the government regardless. Now they're not. So now they got to turn content around and agenda-wise for profit, aka attention, and they can't. So that shit'll die soon. Just like music is dead already. That's the illest thing. I'm talking about the mainstream part of it. It's dead already as a model for making profit. So movies are next. TV shows obviously on the way out. So that's your whole distraction class right there, mainstream media. Then the internet is played out already, but the variance of content. Like, some of that shit don't even be funny. The only thing that's keeping it interesting is that you see random people, because we're social creatures. So, you know, the brain responds to the fact that it's real people, but it's not the same. You can't do that. You can't just sit in all day and doom scroll and feel like you had a great day catching up on your favorite things. You didn't. You're probably more confused or out of it than you were when you started scrolling. I notice that. If I wake up in the morning and I don't touch my fucking phone, boy, like, if I give myself a good hour before I really look at my phone, things feel different. But then you have time. You're like, oh, shit, I'm gonna be bored all day. I wonder what I'm gonna do for the next hours. It feels good though. I'm all right. Ain't nothing. No nicotine in my system yet. I'm all right. Cool. And then the moment I check my notifications, my emails, or any situations or opportunities that randomly arise when they do, if I go back to the main algorithm, I see 2 or 3 of the wrong signals, and I'm like, this shit right here, boy. And it's more disappointing that it's not even that, it's that there's nothing else. Like, I could stomach it for what it is. Like, you're like, oh, that's what this is. This is for that brain rot, right? Like, oh, I got some time for brain rot, you know, waiting for your sandwich to be made somewhere, or sitting somewhere waiting for something in their car. You got time for brain rot. But when brain rot is the only content left, period, across your social order, and then you have how it's affected people. You hear about that lawsuit in New York? Somebody in New York wants to sue YouTube, TikTok, and I think it was Instagram, the big 3. They wanted to sue them for mental health disorders in New York. I guess the influencer culture or whatever the fuck is going on out there. They're tired of it. It's not about the lawsuit or the money. It's the fact that someone said, this has to fucking stop. Like, that's the idea. I mean, like, someone said, hell no, I've had enough of the fucking shenanigans. We have to sue these motherfuckers because things are so fucking reprobate because of what the fuck's going on in these damn phones and the content game. Like, can you imagine that? Like, it got that fucking bad that someone says, you know what, fuck it. Whether we win or lose this lawsuit, we're doing something. So that's a marker for me. It's not about who and no. It's speaking bigger because of how big those companies are and the fact that that idea made it to circulation. So, like, okay. So that's a marker for people trying to reverse engineer a social problem, and those people are looking at social media, obviously. It's in the name. Cool fucking story, bitch. There's only one problem, humans. You have nothing to replace it with. That's where any of my potential anxiety comes from about all of this right now, is the lack of having any idea of what this would be replaced with. Not changing directions, not needing to go, you know, move, get a job where you move to and rebuild your life in that way, or go to school, get a new degree in something or a certificate, and then pursue that life. Those ideas make sense in a world where there's alternative solutions to one problem, right? Getting money. This ain't that. You can't get people to do something else because there's nothing else for people to do. And that's what we're running out of. We're shrinking. It's not that, it's bad enough that they can't afford to keep those jobs and people gotta find lesser jobs more than anything. It'll be lesser, right? It's the fact that there isn't other jobs being created that would give you longevity either way. Especially if they're not tooting the horn that AI is going to replace most of these things by such and such time anyway. So no new job in the meantime that's not AI driven or automated isn't going to last in the subconscious of the people either way. So all of this is a quick fix. And they don't have enough quick fixes either. That's the illest shit about this, boy. Is that there are no alternatives to nothing. That's the only scary thing about it. Like that flag with MTV not having, basically they don't feel like paying to syndicate the royalties that comes with the music because they belong to labels, and also the viewership in the commercial or ad space isn't there either. Even if you were watching it, the ads by themselves wouldn't generate enough value for someone to advertise on MTV versus directly to your algorithm, right? And then the companies that do ads like that, they're not as many as there used to be either, because there's not as many independent people starting websites and e-commerce as well either. They all switched to crypto because it was faster money. That's why I told you about the paywall boys. They saw a money grab. They didn't see helping producers sustain their lives. No, they saw, let's trick these producers one more fucking time. And I'm telling you, there ain't no one more time left for a lot of the shit that comes from our old world of ideas. And maybe that's what it is too. Like, if we get metaphysical or supernatural about it, that mentally, individually, as a collective, we're not imagining the world in which those things or values or systems even make sense. It speaks a lot to what's going on inside the minds of individuals too. Like, you're not worrying about what's over there. You're not worried about what's on MTV or the new music or the new video anyway, right? And then that makes you appreciate those days. Like, yeah, a lot of that shit that my generation saw come to fruition, like, we all talked about as kids. We all co-created, like, what if you could watch cartoons all day, and not just from 3 to 5, you know, and Cartoon Network becomes mass syndicated, and cartoons are on all the time. So if you miss school, you're not bored as fuck in front of a TV as long as you were, you know, waiting for Price is Right, The Young and the Restless, The Bold and the Beautiful, waiting for Disney or someone to play something shit you like. Now at least you got Cartoon Network, and because Cartoon Network came about, then Nickelodeon started, you know, pushing harder. Like, we got some cartoons. Now we got cartoons and we got reruns. You'll see Ren and Stimpy, Rocco, and Doug, and Rugrats, and the other shit all at the same day, you know? Especially if you miss school or if it's Sunday, you know? Those used to be our boring days when it came to being kids, at least. So, yeah. Like, for me personally, I just realized how boring life in America is. I think that's the biggest concern that I have. I was never at the top of the money pyramid, so either way, I gotta thug it out but nah, bigger than that. You're able to thug it out or you're able to take it day by day still, because enough of your routine was providing a sense of comfort or stability in routine, that is. Not stability in life, but just like, all right, what's today, Tuesday? All right, I'm watching New York Undercover at the end of this bullshit day at least. What's Friday? Oh shit, such and such CD come out? All right, well, I know I'm going to the mall Friday at least. Now it's kind of like, you ain't gotta go to nowhere for nothing. You can order everything and make it come to you, and you think that's convenient, and it was when you were busy, but now you're bored, and it's like, I could use the trip to Target. I think even stop by Chick-fil-A and Starbucks just for the vibes. And you're like, that's financially unreasonable. It's financially unreasonable to even plan that day. Because it's not boredom anymore. Now it's the main thing. And you're like, it was never supposed to be the main thing. Like, Target wasn't supposed to be your trip. Starbucks wasn't supposed to be the end of your trip. Starbucks is supposed to be on the way to the beginning of it. Whether you can afford it or not. What would you do that for? What would you spend the whole day out at a shopping center for? Nothing. What else do we need? What did we not buy off of Amazon already? So there's a lot of that too. Hold on, they're yelling. Something about a hoe I heard. Hold on. I just want to hear that old man say, fuck that hoe. Escalating and de-escalating for men older than me. It's very interesting. You know what I've noticed, like being a man now, is that men older than me, and this is generational probably, they are not very good at they don't know how to communicate without escalating. They don't know how to communicate their ideas without escalating. Like, instead of finding a different way to explain something or filling out the context of another human to, like, you know, stay equal level, they just won't get their way in a conversation, and then they'll flare up. like almost like narc rage type of thing, but more normalized amongst men. It's like that type of narcissism, I guess. And it's system-wide, too. It's their whole generation. There's too many of them that don't know how to de-escalate over nothing. I mean, they're old now. Like, they were old when I was a kid, too, right? They're older. They're in their 30s. They seemed old as hell to us back then. But that buffer of, you know, where you're at in your life and how old you are, how tall you are versus them, it was different. But now that you're older, they're older than you. You'll see from that time when you're a kid until now, they never got better at communicating. They suck at expressing themselves. Or especially if they're more command-based. Like, a lot of men, for whatever reason, especially in this environment and where I be, where they don't have, you know, control over their household, a family, a wife, and kids, and, you know, that energy makes sense in that context. But they'll do that in public. They'll be talking to people like they're their kids or their wife or a girlfriend. Like, nigga, I don't know you. I don't give a fuck what you feel. And I'm talking in the conversation. I mean, like when they start doing that, I'm like, I don't give a fuck if you're upset. Like, you're not my dad, and you're not my wife. You're nothing. Like, not nothing, but you know what I'm saying. Like, nothing that would justify me elevating and winning an argument or forcing a point of view. None of that. It seems like all they have is their delusion. That scares the shit out of me. Because I can see it. I can see how they got that way. The environment, the people. You know, everyone else thinks it's funny or they think it's like amusing. But now that shit ain't entertaining. That's the problem. They're pulling them old stunts of social corralling and no one's paying attention because they're on their phone too, right? So they're out of practice. They're unable to get you to raise your eyes off your phone as well, and that's frustrating. So then it feels like, you know, everyone's ignoring me. Like, they should have ignored your ass 30 years ago, obviously. So it's just catching up to them too. That no one gives a fuck about their, you know the men I'm talking about, the narcs. But not narcs like the story of you in a relationship with a narc, but that energy, because I said so in the word, and I know what's going on, and I know everybody, and you know, that thing. Like, no one cares, bro. That motherfucker ain't got no motion, they ain't got no followers. I don't care. And I'm just saying that as an abstract, as an example of what it's like. It's not quite like that. It can be in basic shit too. Common sense stuff. They lack common sense for the era. That's what it is. They don't have common sense no more. Or the common sense has shifted away from them. Thus, they're operating in an older paradigm, but then everyone else's energy would have matched them, and nobody's energy matches them. They're stuck in time. Socially. Like, their method of getting their way doesn't work in this time because no one cares. It's not scary, it's not threatening, there's no consequence, there's nothing. And what I'm saying is, this is in lieu of the fact that it never was with these characters. They just wielded that energy, if you will. No. They ain't having it their way, man. Some of the brothers I met here or through this program, the frustration they live through. And mind you, this is obviously exacerbated by substance abuse, but I've seen that my whole life. I've seen those men my whole life, so it's not new to me, but it's curious. Where do they land? If you could heal them, then what do they do? With 30, 40, 50, 60 years of experience, operating, pattern, day by day, behavior a certain way, to a certain society that is not, corralled around them no more. They go outside, everyone's half their age or younger. They go close proximity with people in my age group. We ain't, we're not trying to outdo them. We're not even thinking about that. In fact, I find myself, I spend way less time around people older than me than ever in my life. When you're younger and younger, everyone's older than you. But when you get older, more people are younger than you outside, and thus, I find myself not enjoying the company of many men. Some are cool. It's not everyone, but I'm just saying, like, where you want to hang out all day. Like, fuck it. I'm gonna go to the liquor store real quick and buy me a 6-pack. You feel me? I will get me some Corona and be around this energy for the day, even if it's just a day. Like I have never said that a day in my fucking life. When I was a kid, that was common, bro. You'd be walking down the street with your dad or uncle or cousin, someone older in their 20s at least, and they'll pull up to someone's function and there'd be nothing going on, and you just sit down. They start talking, start telling stories, start laughing, listen to something or whatever the fuck it is, and like, you know what? We should go to a liquor store, buy me a 40 ounce, and all that meant was that I ain't going nowhere. I want to sit down for a little while. That's all, and nothing like that. I never think about going to the bar with them to hang out and learn, pick up game. Nothing. I don't even have an idea that looks like that. And I think that's sad. I think we're, even me growing older, like, to have no frame of reference older than me. Like, what's my 50s going to be like? What's my reference for my 50s? Nothing. Not at all. Even some of the few family members I had left, like, that energy started falling off in them too. They get older and crankier or health issues, and it's just not the same. The family dynamics is different. People who used to be in a house ain't in a house. You know how it is. Like, everything changes, but I did not expect to be 39 years old, and I'm like, I'm cut off from every generation older than me already. They have nothing left to offer us. Wow. Not in terms of knowledge, not in terms of the way things are. Maybe wisdoms, but we've gathered 30 to 50 years of just how to exist in a system. Not life, not survival, not, nothing human. It's just, hey, I figured out how to get to the money and get my benefits, man. Good luck. Like, that's been the answer for my whole life. Like, if you do certain things the right way, then certain right things happen. Good luck. Like, it's never wisdom. It's a tragedy. They don't have good math. I'm running it back. Car rides with music ain't even fun because it's that whack. I noticed that in Ubers. Guru says, I have to put some old shit on or pray the radio, drop a banger. Same. And I'm tired of listening to old shit in a new time period. It's upsetting me. Everyone who usurped the main attention funnel of people had chickened out, Mr. Now, without even delivering. So they removed and manipulated everyone to look at them, and then they walked away without removing the exclusivity spell off of people. And the people who say, quote, there is if you look for it. There is if you look for it. There is no way to look for it. The apps hide from search things as well unless you already know the exact capitalized name and title. True. JPX009. The guy in charge from Oracle, his son is the one who bought Warner Brothers and all their affiliate networks. I don't know what the fuck the guy from Oracle know about fucking entertainment, boy. So his son, good luck. For sale, I really appreciate your 3 AMs. If nothing else is real, this is. Thanks. Oh, I appreciate you, man. I'm just a guy with a fucking smart-ish phone. JPX009 says, I know, you can't make this shit up. I don't know how shit isn't called out for being a monopoly. I don't either, bro. Mr. Now says, they don't have good enough math for behavior token society, Black Mirror style either. They don't. Because the second you patch a behavior reward to X times, metas begin in the society, like everyone saying a random word every time instead of saying hello. This is a big mess. And going elsewhere besides 2 places of which hype lasts a few months is twice as boring too, yes. Nothing left to do per se in the entire paradigm. That's what that dang it. Kuja says, dang, safe out there. Yep, they only think authority is only valuable. 3, minds don't negotiate, they bite. Listen, here, I want this at the store counter. Make a scene, Andy's. Jonathan says, the I know people, yep. For sale. Now, then they look stupid when they find out they're actually totally wrong. Shogun says 3. Mr. Now says, yep, to for sale. New kind, I've always had big homies. Yeah, I've always around them. Or, and probably close to them. It wasn't like this. I was looking forward to get old enough to bring beer to the function. I'll buy some goddamn Coronas. That's back when they were like $5 and less for like 24 of them bitches. I remember. Corona was cheaper than goddamn water bottles. I remember Corona was cheaper than water bottles, boy. But yeah, didn't get a chance to lift that up. Yeah, Mr. Now you said it. There's nothing left to do in this paradigm. Ain't that scary? We think about that in terms of like music genres, like there's no new genre to make, or you think about it in terms of like movies, there's no new story to scare you, or you say that in terms of like work even. But the thing is that time is usually forgiving in those moments. Time, the passing of time. So like even in work, you'll evolve enough, even if your body's healthy, where your body wouldn't want to work 8 hours a day at least. So you know that there's a time where you'll phase out of that. With music and stuff, even them guys, like we're supposed to get older than this. Like we're supposed to be doing what we're doing now sonically at 60. Like you went through 3 or 4 new phases of other generations' taste, but you still make music in your garage or man cave the way it sounded when you were alive, you know what I'm saying, and outside. And you've been fine with that. Or anything else that just time in your growth individually as you age, there'll be other things available for you. What's interesting about that is with the older people who play bingo, or the older people, the women who watch stories and knit, or you know, all the other tropes that we've encountered through this life. There's so many of them. Or golfing or something, like, but now it's kind of like at my age, it's like, what haven't I done besides spend an extravagant amount of fiat? Experience-wise, not too much. Not too many types of people I haven't met either. So I've had a cool world tour of things and experiences and ideas and expanded my consciousness, but I don't feel like there's anything else. That's weird. For right now, at least. That's what it looks like. Because nothing else is showing up either. It's not extending itself. It's not like the other generations took over and it's like, oh my God, this stuff is... I don't get it. I'm too old. No, I ain't that. I get everything. I understand something. I just don't get... What do you do in the meantime? If there's nothing to do besides what we've been doing, surviving, paying the same things, even the quality of the things we pay for, we're like, why are we paying for this? And that's more to do with the individual our psyche, our collective consensus is changing. On top of this is not just changing the money, it's not just changing how you make money, it's changing you. It's changing your neighbor, it's changing the foreigner, it's changing whoever. It's changing people. That is, no one when I was growing up told me like, one day you can get to a certain age and everyone changes. They've never said that. If anything, they tell you people never change. This is Jay, every day, never change. They tell you that motherfuckers never change. Like, and to be careful with motherfuckers, because they don't change. Nah, motherfuckers are changing. Changing their tunes, changing their algorithms. Or we're just noticing that it doesn't affect us no more, I guess. I don't know. I haven't pinpointed the narrative for properly expressing how this feels to me. Because it doesn't feel like anything. The only word I get is bored. And that's not the right word, but it's the closest thing to it. It's like everything and everyone is bored. And if they're not boring, they're bored. And if they're not bored, they're boring. In the sense that there's no spark, light, like, oh yeah. I see people holding on, man. Even the content creators in these gatherings and these events, and I'm looking at the person, you know, who is centered around, but I look at the people in the background. I know these people don't hang out with these corny motherfuckers, bro. Get out my face. I know that person only got excited to shoot the 60-second video. They ain't excited before this video was on. Like, you can tell now. Like, I guess we adapted. But yeah, I can tell when humans are putting it on, but not putting it on because that's what you do for the genre or the idea. Not putting it on because they have to, because it's not there. That's different. This ain't faking it till you make it. This is faking it is the only thing left for the majority of the trendy accounts and moments. That's how I see these kids walk by. Going to school or coming from high school or skipping to go to lunch. They ain't playing no music that's like, you know what I'm saying? They're not even saying no lingo that I want to pick up on. They ain't laughing at nothing like we were. Like, if you saw 3 or 4 of us walking down the street, we're laughing. We're cracking jokes. We're going hard, right? Or we're loud and obnoxious even if you're not in that energy bubble. So I don't even see nothing that looks like that anymore. It wasn't always, dark and thuggish and dangerous. It was fun. It was high energy. It wasn't just, the dark side of it. And even the dark side of this shit don't mess with me because I look at them like they got fucking mental health problems. Not like they're tough, but like they're fucking depressed or, something fucking wrong with them. Their mother is evil or something. I don't look at them like they earned stripes being vicious in a fucking concrete jungle to survive that way. Nah, you pick this character and it's weak as fuck. And you sound like a girl too. They don't even know they sound like sissies out here. And I hate to say it like that because I come from a generation where we were checked on that, so fuck that. But I'm just saying, like, it's you know what I'm saying? You can't rebound from that. They can't install that in their kids either, right? Because it's not in them, so they have no reference point. That's what I'm saying. We're losing all of the old world references. Like going down as a drain. 360, all areas. And it's the weirdest things that is going away. And it's the weirdest things that are staying behind. AI ain't been ready fast enough for this transition. Remember when they were telling you about the smart cities? I don't know if you've heard about those, but they used to project like smart cities and then like, what are humans going to do if everything's automated? Well, you live out your life in your little smart city compound, apartment, mid-rise, and go to the market and do community things, but that's pretty much it. Like, that's fucking boring. Well, Black Mirror, virtual this, like, no one wants Mark Zuckerberg got glasses for real. No, that's not ready either. Too many lines to render, like I was saying. So, no, technology ain't fast enough, and if it is fast, it's too hot, and if it's too hot, they have nothing to cool it down, so bad math all across the board. They can't do it, so not right now. So, what do you look forward to? That's from the old world, pattern-wise. Not to say that there's nothing to look forward to. Obviously, something dynamic, revolutionary, or Renaissance level is loading next. But prior to that, yeah, there's nothing. And that's why the other thing has to happen. Because there is nothing to fuck traveling light into the future. There's nothing to bring to the future. It died already. Music industry didn't just die, been dead. MTV didn't just die, been dead. It's the fact that they're marketing it for us. The fact that it's official. Like, nah, that's officially dead. That thing over there, that big company that just sold, yeah, it's officially dead. Like, that's what's sad about this. Is that you gotta deal with the grief of your job loss, your relationship loss, family members. But now you gotta, grieve the ending of culturally significant moments or sigils that molded your personality too. So it's like you're losing a piece of you in this transition. Not for, not to give it no emotional weight, whether it's good or bad or indifferent. No, it's just not there no more. Meth heads are different than crack heads, I promise you. So it ain't the same. The energy that creates is different too. For the streets. How they act, very different. But it's still a drug addict, right? Even something as benign as that, it's like, wow, this is bad. Michael Jackson. And if mind control was anything but money-based, it would be so easy to remove it. The nothing left to do comes from you can't pay someone enough regularly to care that doesn't already care. Mr. Now, Jonathan 3. Harut says, someone need to tell him extra reverb don't equal a better sound. Oh my God. Rookie mistakes. Mr. Now says, all there will be left is boredom at first, which is good overall, but individually, nope. The true mind control of doing stuff on the side, or doing stuff side on the side, is also how many people are supposed to be on average non-clone food society, flood society. The number will get low enough to stabilize the airwaves to be refilled with stuff. People have the wrong unit of measure. They think in millions of people and billions of fake fiat. It's jumping off a train that you once used to ride every day to and from the state fair. Once you find out who to blame, there'll be nothing left to do, Mr. Now. McPherson said Hans. Jonathan 3. Mr. Now, people also have no idea what made what they love magical, so recreating it is not the way for them. They hear or see something and think that's the thing being done by the actor, is the reason why they were captivated by the vision. They think the joke is the funny part and not who said it and how and why they said it. It's lip sync based measurements. You know, it's reverse mirror neurons. That's why dynamic thought back the same time period, 100 years ago, why he was emphasizing being able to hold these images in your mind, because that wasn't common in his society either. At that time, people weren't visualizing and seeing things and recreating the birth of a flower in their head, or recreating a pencil in your mind, and all kinds of cool little exercises to get your imagination to light up, but also so that you understand begin, middle, and end as well, sequencing. Arranging thoughts or arranging scenarios in your head so that it's more mirrored to reality in which it would happen. That comes from experience and wisdom. So we have plenty of experience. We have plenty of databases. We have plenty of people we can contact. Shit, before you need to know someone in particular's phone number to find an answer to something. Now you can just post anywhere and you'll get like 2 or 3 DMs at least of someone giving you a suggestion. So we have all the tools or the modes in place to be better off as people, but there's no, it's like taboo almost. It's almost like that's not what we use this for. It doesn't even cross our mind to use it that way, because you have to answer who cares and what for. Boom. Yeah, there's no more who cares equations. It's not mean or anything. It's just, it's energy. We have no supply as a narcissistic Western society. Well, I like that. Now we getting somewhere. Are they cutting the root of modern narcissism at its tail? Well, that's gotta be a supernatural function right there, boy. They ain't no President Trump agenda. If it's universal, mental universe is all, and narcissist type of things are being exposed in all the different avenues. Got it. It's like if you look at our system, or the people who continue to feed it narcissistic inputs and outputs, what has happened is systematically our system cannot afford to gaslight the people no more. The spirit of narcissism cannot afford to gaslight people anymore. And the gaslighting was the distractions. The gaslighting was the false narratives that one day you could be, you know, there's no budget for gaslighting right now. Oh my God, they can't even lie about the numbers, right? They've been lying about the numbers, bro. They've been lying about stats. They've been lying about the disease. They've been lying about all the numbers. AKA gaslighting. They cannot afford to gaslight anything that's going on right now. Damn. It feels like coming out of a narcissistic abusive relationship or leaving a narcissistic abusive household. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do now? Yeah. It's like a breakup is what it feels like, don't it? It feels like an extended breakup. We were breaking up with the Western paradigm. She ain't calling. She ain't apologized yet. You might not even see her no more. Like, it feels like that. That's what it is. That's the sadness of it. Although getting out of a bad relationship isn't sad, it's just sad that it was bad. So it's like that kind of thing. It's like, I'm glad I'm moving on, but shit, that's terrible. I don't like the way that played out at all. It could have been so much cooler if... Like, it's too late for that shit. Yeah. There's no entity around to gaslight us into something better. And because of that, it's kind of like a free-for-all of keeping up or paying attention to what is what. Because the media can't do it. The news ain't really doing a good job of it. Social media influencers are doing their best to stay relevant in these causes for sure. But it's not enough. It's not enough riz on it. It's not enough spin on it. It's not enough people care. I can imagine if the mainstream stuff is at an all-time low viewership, then the content we do pick up on from independent content creators is such a small of people who even see that. So that means a whole wide segment of internet people, at least, are not even tuned into the damn news cycle. Unless it's Trump-ish money related. Like, that's all there is, right? Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like the only show on TV is what's happening to the money. And you know what's happening. Like, every Friday, Cell is standing there waiting for the smoke. This Friday on Dragon Ball Z, Toonami Presents, will Cell and Gohan and the Sensu Bean. Like, we know. Is it going to be this Friday or next Friday? We know it's going down. Yeah. But is it going to go down this week or next week? Because shit. Oh, fuck. Freezer Saga. How do they rerun this shit again? Cartoon Network love doing that shit. Playing them damn episodes out of fucking sequence. All of a sudden it starts over on Freezer Saga. What the fuck? But yeah, same thing. It's like, they don't have a Freezer Saga for us. 3. TFB says a breakup where they still think they have 3 years left on the lease. That's hilarious. The database still doesn't combine into magic, hence why murdering of a specific bloodline is so wild. If I say funny thing, it'll be funny. Nah, all you unfunny is a pile of mismatched socks. Jonathan said it's a God-based jubilee of thoughts and patterns and actions. Damn. There's nothing to usurp, no blood for the vampires. Hence the cut on petrol, Mr. Now. 333 Harut and Jonathan, TBFB. Yeah. Fucking no vampire juice out here. And then if there was, you wouldn't be interested in anymore because you've been deconditioned. You've been detoxed from the gaslight, from the parasite of the hamster wheel. Wow. I'm glad I got to do it alone, though. Because that'd be probably the hardest thing I have to do. I like getting the hard things out the way, pause, before you're old and you don't have your strength and your will, and then all of a sudden society does that to you. But I can still fight, so I don't mind adjusting still. I still feel like I've always felt, so it's just tiresome. Because it's how I respond to it ain't going to be how no one else responds to this shit. That's the scariest thing, is like how all of us will adjust to it, but then you have to adjust to the adjustment of others. Like, God damn it, they didn't land that trick. God damn it, they don't know what I'm talking about. God damn it, they didn't see that happening. God damn, what algorithm was they in? Yeah. It's funny that you thought the internet would bring us all together on the same memes and funny things like it used to, but because so many people have been conditioned by a local algorithm, that it's made us less, what is that word? Less on the same page with each other. The internet has actually caused more factioning and fractioning of factions than it did in uniting the people, I think. It united the people in certain meta of the internet or sociology, but it didn't unite them like it were when you can like pick Jay-Z versus Nas, how that would do it. if you even have that debate now, most of the people would troll or guess the answer based on not being there, which is weird. And that's just an example. It could be anything that's like that, though, from the paradigm we grew up in. They just weren't there, so. And they have a social media version of interpreting it, too, so they'll miss all the cues. Now we have the opposite problem. If you go outside, where most of your doom scrolling is online, then what do you have left for the real world? In terms of offering your personality or your perspective or your way to evaluate information as well. Because, you know, that's important to nerds, but what would those people look like and communicate when it's decentralized? And what I've noticed is nothing. I've noticed way more people frustrated at each other in public than not. And, you know, some of that's mRNA, some of that was the heat, some of that was all the other variables, and money don't make no one, lack of money don't make no one laugh, so I get it. But that becomes a normal. That becomes doubled down by social media and Trump. That becomes a norm, and then you go, does it go back to what it was before? No. Without the reference either. The recipe, that's the scariest fucking thing. People cannot afford to remember when it was different. Tough. That's literally tough. I mean, that's just tough. They didn't buy all the episodes at once. They had. Hence why it's called Keeping Up with XYZ. Because it's keeping up that thing. Minus the with it. You're keeping it up, but you're not with it. That's bars. For sales says adjusting to how others adjust is going to be the most difficult part. Most of them are going to lose their minds. Damn, y'all ain't got no optimistic reflection on this? I was hoping I was wrong about that one. Jonathan 3. Mr. Nels, yep. Once people fell for the decentralized spell and started to say they love the idea, it was over. The monkey mind itself loves community. So nothing central is a death to everything. Yes, we're a centralized species. Socially, at least. Yeah. Your social order requires norms or standards or bars. Just to exist on the same page. Yeah. Trump ain't got enough energy or riz for everyone to unite on hating Trump either. Same thing with Israel. AIPAC. They don't have enough riz for people to keep up with that. All they did was let everyone know that there's something with Israel going on. Oh, wow. They get all of our money again? Oh, wow. Another war we never see. Oh, wow. We're getting stimuluses? I'm kind of hungry, you know. It's wild. Even like the Cashapp clips. We've been talking about feeling tired lately. It's funny because the only Cashapp clips that show up on my algorithm is when he's doing the sleepover-a-thons and they have all the beds in that living space or this living area. And I was like, so people are watching these people go to sleep and then play games while they're sleeping? We used to do that as kids too. Like put like mustard and ketchup on people while they're sleeping. My family was vicious with that bullshit. If we all came together, like, and stayed at the same spot, we'll play that game. But, like, that's what content is. Like, that's where it is with the people with the money. Like, the funny people, too, right? You got Drewski, you got Kevin Hart, like, Ray J, you got, like, humorous people. And the idea that you creative people who do movies came up with is a sleepover. Grown-ass people with young 20 people having a slumber party as a marathon stream is where peak entertainment, attention, eyes are. Even if they're kids. Like, there's a million kids out there who are like, yeah, I'm going to put this on in the background and wait for excitement or, you know, amplitude to happen, then I'll watch. But I'll just have this in the background while I'm playing Fortnite or some other weird gooner shit, right? Like, yeah, think about that. What the fuck was a gooner when we was a kid? Gooner wasn't a subclass of a multitude. There's like 1 or 2 gooners per school. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's racing to the bottom of hell contrast-wise? I just don't know. I don't know, bro. This shit weird. This is worse than the Mandela effect. Because it's so slow. King Well 3. How you doing, bro? Good thing we was early. I know. This caught me. It couldn't have caught me off guard. That's the weird shit that it caught anyone off guard. But I don't know how to imagine this being said into me. The idea of every individual having a coin is a cool idea. Community-wise, hell-wise. If the value isn't how many people, then everyone having one different is valueless. I did better pranks at sleepovers than their stream budgets. They place themselves as authority on baddies and find shits and invite all the porn stars going to stay behind. And then after one of those streams, they're back to nothing. Those girls don't even look good, bro. This is the first time in a long time where the younger generation of women do not look better than the good-looking older women. They don't look better than the girls that were their age 10, 20 years ago either. And that can be generational. That could be my eyes too. Like my, what is that called? Senses or indoctrination of things, references. But they're not even, the girls they go after are not even, you know. We wouldn't go after those girls for any reason, let alone to elevate them the way they're presenting them at that elevation, like they're 10s. No, the fuck they're not. The fuck are y'all talking about? Inflation be damned. Y'all don't know what beautiful women are? That's crazy. DEI done ruined a whole Olympic category. They don't know what bad bitches really are. Huh. Wow. More for me, I guess. I don't know fucking know. But the girls that are attractive, that are getting older, they're losing their mind on social media. Their life makes me realize how boring my life is. Because my life is boring compared to any woman. But if their life is boring, mine is very fucking boring. And it seems their life is boring. I'm seeing more and more girls talking about, I saw a pretty girl. She said, they always try to make the shit sound positive. It's like, I went on a date. I took myself on a date last night. You guys should try it. Why, bitch? Date implies someone else, stupid. But, so you got nice dressed and ready, and you took all your own pictures, and you found something under $30 on the menu, and the highlight of it was posting it on Threads. Nah, you cooked, sis. You're cooked. Because ain't no guy came to our rescue either saying, man, you shouldn't be out there by yourself. Next time, let a real player take you. None of that. Nothing in any of those veins. Nothing. Just a bunch of other dumb yuppie girls. So I'm like, yes, bitch. This is the default woman-to-woman cosign of dumb shit. No. She looked bored as fuck. She had more fun getting ready than she did actually spending 45 minutes at that random-ass restaurant that I want to find, by the way. I'm taking someone's daughter somewhere. Fuck what the streets is talking about. But it wouldn't be her. Wouldn't be no one in that energy. Because they wouldn't get it. This is new world shit. This old world models or old world recipes with new world models who don't get the it itself. Like, you're not going on a date to take pictures to post and tell everyone you went on a date. Like, that's almost like how it comes across. Like, they're just doing things outside to tell the internet that they did it outside. They're not actually outside. They go to so many beautiful places, bro. Like, I don't know, because I'm close to the West Coast. You have a lot of those, I'm seeing it more here than I did when I lived on the East. But there's certain areas, man. I can't wait till I get my fucking car and some money. So I'm gonna need it. Like, I'm gonna get hood rich. I can't wait till I'm hood rich. When I'm hood rich and I got my shit, I'll take you to these places. I'll just show you what I mean. But they go to some places, man. I guess in California or something. And I'm like, you don't see all that shit in the background? Can you walk to the other side of the signpost and take a picture of that fucking neighborhood behind you? Can you go down by the water? You don't see that ice cream place right there? You ain't supposed to order this $30 cheesecake. Fuck that. That $8 ice cream for inflation. Right there. Fucking right there. Go there. You see all those people? You see all that energy right there? You see those neon lights in the distance? Drive that way. Where the fuck you going home to post? No, shit. We going out at 8. You ain't going back home till 3. I got weed on me too. So, you know, I could park anywhere. And we'll have a great time just sitting parked some fucking where outside, sitting on top of the car. I want to start manifesting UFOs and UAPs on your ass. Watch me. Yep. Yeah. They don't do that. They go to the place that they saw and then come back home. You guys should try it. All right. Nah. I have more fun walking around a fucking pond. Yeah, because Carolina had a lot of nature walks where they build trails around water. They pave it. And it's common. I think Florida does too. The East Coast, generally. Like, I have more fun being high as shit walking around one of those, hoping I don't get bit by a fucking snake, than I would ever imagine myself in any of these pictures of what people do this summer, like as of now. Even the Las Vegas people, the people who visit, like, I had a great time in Vegas. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You took a picture in front of the hotel mirror. That is not a great time. That is not a great time. I promise you. I had more fun than you at Atlantic City playing fucking fish tables. Don't play with me. You didn't play fish tables. I know you wanted. Nah, you didn't have fun. You played the fucking goddamn ding 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 ding. What the machine's called? You played them slot machines at the airport, and then you went to the hotel and played the same slot machine. You didn't have fun. You didn't. You didn't go to the aquarium. You didn't go to the museum. You didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't go to the thing that's emulating Paris and all the other places. You could have took cooler pictures, by the way. You didn't do that. You was walking around Vegas at 12 o'clock at night, watching a whole bunch of groups of people drunk crossing the street to go to the same place for food. And then you did a 60-second reel about it. It's weird, is all I'm saying. Is that they don't even know how to fucking have fun. That's what the problem is. They don't know what fun is. Like natural fun, like human fun, like not funny, not entertaining, not energy of a moment and everyone dogpiling the consensus. No, I'm talking about like you don't know how to have fun in your own world. That's weird, bro. The internet used to be fun and funny people more. They were more popular than everyone else, and you knew it. Now it's like there's a girl out here who sells cars. She makes a lot of content. I guess to help her sell cars, obviously, right? But she tries to be a baddie that sells cars, which doesn't work for her, in my opinion. But she's older, so I'll let her cook. And I noticed in her content too is like she got that one TikTok workflow or that one TikTok template, and she don't deviate from it. She don't know how to make any other kind of content. And when she try, it's like corny as hell. I know you got to try things and take risks, but it's corny because she's corny. You know what I mean? And it's okay to be corny, by the way. Everyone ain't Michael Jackson, but it's weird that if you take that away from her, like that type of personality type, she'd get no attention at all. I don't know if that's sad, because, you know, by that age, you should be married with kids and everything, per our pre-existing paradigm, so you're in new territory either way, but it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. They're making being human not fun. I think that's what the game is missing. Humans are not having fun. Making money was fun, because what you do with it was fun. Music making was fun. More synthesizers, the real things. You hear all that shit in your room and how the quality and everything hits you is fun. Video games, oh my God. Why do boys love video games? Because boys love dopamine. It was fun. It was fun the first 15 years we played that same fucking Call of Duty. Can we get a different game now? No? We're gonna do Call of Duty one more time? Oh, and Battlefield 6.5, another one. Oh, the buildings blow up this time? You can drive vehicles still? Okay. Fun. Yeah. It's not funner, it's just fun. It's fun. fuck you is what it is. It's not even fun. Like, who had the monopoly on fun? Like, I'm trying to figure this shit out. Everything that's suffering right now used to be fun. That's what it is. Music used to be fun. Partying, fun. Clubbing, fun. Drinking, fun. Drugs, can you imagine? Used to be fun. These motherfuckers are grumpy. They don't even enjoy being high no more. What I've noticed. I've noticed shit. It's not even there. They high for a little while, then the rest of the time they just tweaked. Looking for food, trying to go somewhere, looking for more, looking for such and such, and then they sleep. Then they're cranky. They make up all the excuses in the world why something's wrong with their health or, gotta get clean. Something's always up. Then they get high again. And it just over and over, bro. You think your shit every day the same? These drug addicts and these tweakers, their every day it's the same mid shit, bro. The drugs ain't helping. Their life is falling apart because the drugs aren't working. Keep that in mind. So, yeah, the fuck? Fortune cookie, hold on. Yeah, the new generation is not about a good-looking woman. It's about a plastic monster that's also insufferable. It's the Kyle Jenner mind control-based reality. That is funny. Nope. They all want to say sexual taglines, but no one means any of them, Mr. Now. Get it and go crazy with it. Whatever else, meanwhile, it's a 9-year-old typing that shit off a Nintendo Switch. Harut said 3. Mr. Now says, all end up being super sus and thinking that's the cool thing. Dudes popping up in public is peak Wilden and funny clip. Jonathan says, the fortune cookie said, dreams are the canvas of which you paint your life. Yes. I'm trying, man. I'm looking for the fun direction, that's all. They can't just sit and chill for a minute or look for the lit places. Man, I am a Lincoln navigator of lit. And I'm an introvert. And I'm an introvert. And I recognize lit a mile away. Now I'm an introvert sounding like an extrovert in an introverting society. They ain't fun for nobody that's introvert. The introvert shall the intro shall inherit the extro. No, you keep that vert ramp. Where my extroverts at? Nah, y'all need to do the heavy lifting again. I ain't got time for this shit. It'd be different if we're just going through a thing, but we're not going through a tunnel and going up. We're going down. We're descending into something new. We're descending into new, not ascending to new. I don't like that shit. Nope. Nah, I didn't sign up for none of this shit. Y'all took my Social Security anyway. Nah. They don't go home. They go back to bed. That's the big difference. Oh shit. That's sad. That's the product of no boredom. Laughter is a solar plexus stuff again, and it's the heart. 3. Money had monopoly on fun. It did. Shogun L says they maximized the you'll own nothing, but they fumbled on the you'll enjoy that part. He said they got one half of the equation back. We want to enjoy it when the enjoyment benefits kick in. Jonathan 3. One place or another, money was behind the fun, regardless if people had to pay for it at the entrance. You're right. The drink didn't cost half a kidney, and the sky looked cool. Jonathan says all this talk about fun made me think of the era of the Nike basketball Fun Police commercials. Where's the fun at? I don't know where the fun is. I was on the damn airplane, and I was like, do I have any games on my phone? Because you ain't got no Wi-Fi in the sky unless you want to pay them $20 for an hour or whatever the fuck it was. So I was like, let me pull out what was it, Bejeweled Blitz or fucking Candy Crush, one of them damn games. Because I saw someone in another aisle playing it. I was like, I think I got one of those installed. I played that shit And I was like, after like 4 rounds of Bejeweled, like 5 minutes basically, I was like, yeah. You don't understand how good I am at those games. Like, I could play them for a while. At least 30 minutes, right? When I first got my iPad, wow. Now it's like, I ain't even worried about the high score no more. Oh, damn it, the timer slowed down. You can unlock these bonuses. Don't need them. I don't think I'm going to be playing for the next hour. I don't need that power up. 30 minutes of this. I got 3 on me, big dog. I got 3 minutes in me to match as many red rubies as I can. No thanks. I think I'm going to walk outside the airplane after this. I think I'm going to walk across the wings after this shit, boy. Mr. Al says, and if I have to do the math on the women on it, women ruined the fun when they stopped having actual fun and started pretending to be around a plastered monster. Women ruined the fun by hyping up all the ugly girls? Probably. They did the 1 times 1 thing. If I do the same thing, dude, I'm gonna be cool. Nah. The reason why it's funny is because the dude having no legs after this trick has no impact on the future of humanity. What in Italy is going on? I can't believe there's a subsection called Gooner content, first of all. I don't know what the fuck going on. We got to reinstate, like, bullying. At least bullying light. Like, bullying without the violence. Because, oh no. Hell no. They wondering why Tyler, the Creator, want to go half on rant. Don't talk to me. They try to make Billie Eilish cute. That's where it was going left. I told CMP that silly shit. I was like, if you don't get this ugly little homeboy off of my goddamn Discord, he thought that shit was funny. I don't find ugly funny. I hate when people act like something is not. I hate when people act like something that's something is something else. And then they try to put it at the top. Don't put that at the top of the shelf. Put that shit on the floor. Nah, stop fucking playing. You want to ruin music playing like this. Y'all think, they thought all the weird shit was funny, and that's why Funny died. Because they funnied, hee-hee-ha-ha'd all this whack-ass music and artistry into the damn dancery by thinking everything on social media was a heart, was a like, or a funny emoji was actually people laughing. Motherfucker, I was never laughing. If you don't get these ugly-ass girls out my face, they can sing backup. The fuck? They do not have to be the stars, man. Even that girl Tyler, her long ass back, boy. I could tell she a person of color. Look how long her damn back is. You in Africa? You ain't got no African shaped women. Don't play with me. Drake. Where Drake at? Drake find him. Drake will find him. So, nah. They did ruin this. Now that I think about it. Yep, I can bring back Verbal Abuse Wednesdays. Plastered monsters, I'm telling you. Billie Eilish gross. I don't mean being mean to her. Maybe she's talented, but they try to make her seem like she was, because she had titties or something. They try to make her a symbol of repulsion or something. I don't know what the fuck. They have fun level money to ugly bastard instead of beautiful women. King Lamel says it looks like it's about to be one of them early nights. With the moon out already? Oh, I mean, the sun is starting to set in the 6. The sun is setting 2 hours earlier than usual. Mr. Now says, why is this ugly monster in the most exclusive, expensive part of any place? Get this gecko out the VIP. Even if she was there, the fact that no one beautiful is there to show you the contrast is the problem, I guess, ultimately. Is that they don't have no one attractive to be famous. The clone machine ran out of attractive models, bro. because the mating is so lopsided through hypergamy. Yeah. These women got hat-fished, catfished, and genetic fished by people who had fiat. Now their kids pay the price. Their kids are gooners now. Because their dad was a gooner who had money. Makes sense. Now the kid's a gooner without money. Makes even more sense. But mama had her bills paid. The fuck? No One Beautiful is there because the money to be there funnels to ugly monsters. Jonathan says the sunset is happening out here right now. There's one super bright large star out there right now. Where the hell are y'all? How far is the sun in front of me? The sun is still goddamn. The sun's still out here, boy. What y'all talking about? Y'all ain't that far away from me. The sun that far away? That is crazy. 600 miles, 300 miles. It's like, y'all like 200 miles away. Hold on. I'm not even on the coast. I'm only 200 miles away. The sun ain't that. See, y'all clock different. Y'all think something else going on. No. Y'all said the sun's setting right now. It's 5 o'clock. Nah, some fuckery's afoot. That's 3 hours difference in just a month. So it'll be dark like 5:45 soon. Jesus, Lord, help us. Where most of your day will be dark. No, it's already boring and cold. I'm complaining about it being cool in a fucking desert. That's how fucking cooked this is. It's too cold. I'll be honest with you. I'm cold-ish. So I don't want to walk right now. I don't like it. I don't like looking at the desert and then being cold. It upsets my sensibilities. I would have been cool at 78. Nah, it's a cold winter. Like Kanye said, man, better bundle up. The moon was out at 1:30 p.m. today. Shit. She ain't got nowhere to go. Moon ain't got nowhere to hang out. I took a picture of the moon in the daytime, I think, a day or two ago, like that. We're in the quarter moon season too, or the quarter moon phase. Yeah. So we have a new moon coming, I think. Yeah, we just had a full moon, right? So new moon by the 21st. We got a week. Then October's over in a week. It would seem, right? Damn, boy. They put the Jets on the timeline again. Time is speeding up like a motherfucker. It's all good, though. We won't make it, man. I think we just have this time in this window to reflect on, to remember, I guess, or to memorialize even the old world. It's what it feels like. It feels like, remember I used to always tell y'all, like, there was that feeling of the last day of school? Like, I felt that way in different transitions of my life. Because the last day of school, like back when we were in school, was like, you don't really have nothing to worry about. Like, you just go classroom to classroom, link up with all your friends you made through the school to sign your yearbook, or you cut in the same class to go to the same teacher that y'all like, or you're outside, like a lot of kids are just outside playing basketball or in the field, or, you know, you have all these designated areas and you're able to review, if you will, different friend groups, different classrooms, you know. And the time experience is different too, because you know ultimately you're not going to be back ever. And that's a new variable, whether it's out of middle school or whether it's out of high school, it's a new variable. And it's like, I may not see these people, and we might not go to the same school next year, or whatever, right? You know, the social dynamics changes by then. So there's this feeling that I get when that happens, when those moments happen. That's just an example, but that type of moment where it's kind of like your last day on a project, your last day at a job even, not because you got fired, because you know you're about to move or you got a new job offer. So that day of work, if you remember it, it's kind of like, because there's no stress to perform. You just kind of, you know, you take a bigger stride in that day, I think. And in that bigger stride, you know, this time moves differently, you know. And then your experience with that environment and those people is different. Mine is more nostalgic. It preloads nostalgia before it's old. Like, while it's happening, I'm like, this is the last time this will happen. This is the last time I'll probably see this. This will be the last time that this person will still probably be here. And my brain does this weird thing where it's like taking it all, like, It's paying closer attention, I should say, to the nuance. And then that's categorized as a feeling state or state of mind. And I feel that now. When I talk about these things or I interface with the public and we're talking about the mutual thing, like our reality together, it's starting to feel like the last day of school. That's not scary. No more scary than the last day of school. But it's more like there's a finality to it, like a season finale. There's a finality to all the things that we're talking about. There's a finality to the paradigm. There's a finality to whatever age group you find yourself in during this time. It's like there's a finality to it. And it's kind of like you look back at all the things that you found valuable through those grades, through those classes, through that teacher, through that friend group. You reevaluate the value of it. So like when they start hitting us with MTV is gone, you know how many memories MTV's anchored in? Like not even like watching it all day. I didn't watch MTV all day. I watched certain segments, but it was there. Even as commercials, even as movies, it was there. It was there. So, you know, you get Jackass from that. You get some of your favorite pop cultural moments from those shows, or you'll get Road Rules and Real World and the idea of reality TV from the fact that the MTV generation existed. You know, Red Hot Chili Peppers in the 90s. Give it away, give it away, give it away now, and how that carried on into other things. Like you can evaluate it now, its impact. And then they go, all right, that block right there, off the table. What? I won't even watch an MTV like that. I did download that app on my phone, and I was. That's the most hilarious thing about it. I downloaded that TV app, and they have music, and MTV still plays videos on that app. And I let that on in the background, which is the ironic shit about that. As soon as I install that bitch, and I find some bullshit to play in the background, like all the music I missed in the 90s and 80s on the white people side of things, we gonna pull that shit in a few months. What? I was just catching up on Oasis and Soundgarden, bitch. Don't fucking do this now, faggots. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, it is what it is. It's going Oasis. All right. Great idea. I might as well enjoy the last day of MTV school, right? Or you have like, with dating and stuff too. All the movies we grew up with, like The Wood and How to Be a Player and all those paradigm movies. They're funny, they're extreme, but somewhere in the middle, there's a consensus algorithm of how the dynamics worked. And you look at those movies now, it's like, in what world did that happen? Yeah, I don't see any of those dynamics playing out in the foreseeable future. Because those movies took place when everything wasn't for the brand. There's different sets of humility and risk involved too. That doesn't exist no more. You can't just go back home after being ghosted and then link up with another person for tomorrow either. So, time stretch is, you know, the value of people change. Then you get older. Then the mainstream thing that's left, crypto, money, and weird shit, and you're not part of that. You're like, cool, most people aren't. All right, where the other people at that are not part of that? In their house, in their bed, doom scrolling this or working extra for that, you know. That ain't changed too much, but that's the only noise there is, though. And I think that's what the difference is. That's been that way, but now it's like, well, when you're done with that, what you're gonna do? Give me some rest. Give me some food. Go home. What? We didn't work to go home. We worked that hard so we didn't have to be home. Like, I don't know. Maybe these houses are expensive. Maybe these girls really wanted these houses. So. Not me. I want to be outside. I want to go to Chicago Friday. Why? Because I can. Because I'm hungry. I'm going to eat in Chicago this weekend. That's why. And they don't need no other answer. Nowadays, it's like, okay. get the money up, get some motion going. And then once everything's lined back up to the way it was, hopefully better, then I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Use Fruity Loops on a laptop, I guess. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's the last day of school. Like, catching up to do, studying for the test. Those are the reoccurring dreams some of us have about manifesting in the classroom, and either it's the first day of school, last day of school. Either you study for the test or you're in the wrong classroom. Either you can't find your locker number or your class, or you're in the class too late. You know what dream I'm talking about. It feel like that in real life. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money for what? I have enough money for this, but do I really like this? I'm at the ideal place to be, but Vegas ain't what it used to be. You know what I mean? Like, am I starting a quest or is a quest ending? I don't fucking know anymore. I don't really know. I'm just staying safe. Very basic human shit. Let's just stay safe in the meantime, all right? Well, let's keep my head above water and not get too dark and depressed about this inevitability here. That's it. What crystals help me with this moment? That's it. I don't know. I won't pray a lot more than I used to. Shit, Cap, I'm praying all the time, but I've been praying all the time. So, but it's so crazy in terms of lack of distractions and ideas to distract myself with, that praying is like the biggest part of my cycle now. Like, conscious loop. I feel myself praying more often. I feel more intense energy in praying than I do in daydreaming or intellectualizing or solving or whatever, or distracting myself even. Even when listening to music, I'm praying. I've noticed. It's the weirdest thing. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't feel like, I'm not praying about nothing bad either. I'm just praying to keep my mind and my dreams and my goals a certain way. And anytime I feel that dip or fade, I'll get back into my sequence I've created, which is awesome for me, you know, going through this like this. It's a little wobbly, but it's not, I'm not decreasing down and waking up down and going to sleep down and staying down. I'm where I need to be, but I want to be higher than that. And in the old life, I thought even that the reason why I couldn't achieve that higher vibration is because I didn't have the physical things in place. But they're going away now. So if I was depending on those things and I got them, imagine losing all that shit. And that's how I developed, you know, an appreciation for that vibe. That'd have been horrible. And I'm assuming that's what the crypto brothers and them are going through. Is that the vibe is dead if they lose all that money that fast. And, you know, the recovery of the boredom in between time and the risk and the worry and stress of owing people. I get it now. I get why that's hard on them, but what else is there then? They're playing the game that most people want to play at peak level, throwing away millions of dollars, right? Lost money that people never make in a lifetime, you know what I mean? So as a snapshot of our society, like that class of people who were able to figure that out, even them, they're like, well, I lost a couple $1 million that I really didn't hard earn, but you know, 5 years of investing, right? Just 5 years, 5 years. It's like, it wiped me out, man. It's not worth living anymore. Like, goddamn. That's the end of where they reach is where most people live for. And they don't get there until they're much older. So imagine they lose the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. There's gotta be more to life, man. I ain't got time for that shit. Nah. And everything in life is in the basics. We're supposed to enhance the things we did. We weren't supposed to replace them. As decentralized as we are, our whole society somehow got hyper-focused on value, perceived value, not actual value. We got lost in the perception of value, staring at a black crystal that made all the tropes and memes valueless. Rinse and repeat, copy and paste, mimic, keep up with the Joneses, same style, same makeup, same restaurant, same dish, same joke, repeated by 3 different characters, acting like no one else heard it before on the other guy's account. Like, it's just, Simon Says, of the middest tier of whatever's left. And they're running out. That's the illest shit about it. Even the people cosplaying as artists, they have no new references of artists to reference to copy, right? Like, who's the Drake type beat guy today? Ain't no Rockefeller Kanye type thing to do. You're kind of locked in time, aren't you? Humor locked in time. We still talking about Dave Chappelle and Eddie Murphy. Like, come on, bro. That's what I talked about in high school. Don't play with me. There ain't nobody else been funny since. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell right there. But fucking the movies too, like hood classics. What's the most recent hood classic? Did shit stop being hood out here? They got a young Dirk influenced NBA young boy slanted version of reality yet? Nothing? John Singleton's kids? Nobody? Okay. All right. They all live in the suburbs, don't they? All right. You got American Pie 3 with Daquan? Something? Nothing? Okay. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. Those are just our ideas. That's how we, get you through the day, get you through school. I can't wait to go home and do the A, B, C, D, and E, F, G. Now people are like, I can't wait to go home so I can rest, so I can sleep. Y'all sound old as shit. We are not old as shit, boy. That shouldn't even be a figment of our fucking imagination, to go home and rest. For fucking what, nigga? You got plenty of time to be old, nigga. We ain't old yet. So imagine all the people bedrotting now. What the fuck you want to do for the next 50 years? Don't tell me you want to snap out of it and go from, what do they call that? Something lifestyle. Sedative. What is it? That's what they call it? A sedative lifestyle or a stationary lifestyle, whatever the fuck it is. You don't go from that to 100 miles an hour after a pandemic of 5 years preloaded and 2 bonus years trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. And then when they say go, you got all this energy to do it. You don't. Devil is a liar. No, you don't. Which is why I know, no matter what's going on, you got to push through it. Don't lose your step. Don't lose your spunk. Don't lose your energy. Don't lose your attitude about it. Fuck them. That's what they said. If all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump with them? This is one of those moments. The jumping off the bridge is, metaphorical. Like the way that people see things, they're all going to jump off that bridge the same way. They're all going to give up in the same kind of way. And I don't know what that means long term, but I know in the short term, it don't fucking matter. Because this ain't that. Thank God for the universal laws. It's just, you need them more now than ever, I think. As within, so without, more than any other thing. That's the dreaming part. That's the creating part. That's the turning the channel of the simulation, if you will. You have to do it by yourself now. Always had, but you cannot afford to let this momentum in these new headlines or these changes in the abstract rob you of your joy, creation ability. Yeah. So yeah, you take it more serious. It's definitely serious. But personal? Nah, can't take it personal because it's not personal. What's personal is how you adapt to this shit. And the adaptation is very simple. It's despite of all the odds and what it looks like and everything cooling down, calming down, or the things fizzling away. Remember, Blockbuster went away too. And then we had a nice little couple-year run with Netflix at first, So when Netflix goes away, it'd be part 3, something else that will represent that energy. As long as we deem it, like as long as we, the collective, deem that something should be in its place or equal or greater value, in fact, because we're consolidating all the fluff stuff, all the TV shows that came on between 12 and 4, and now we're focusing on Martin and shit, right? Like, you go from all that to the 3-hour segment. Now you just take that parable with your mind, like, all you can afford to focus on is yourself, almost. And there's beauty in that. Myself is boring as fuck, so I act like I'm playing Sims 4 again or something. Like, all right, well, we need a TV in there. You need to, build a rocket ship in my backyard. It's more like that. It's more like that. You gotta keep yourself open. You have to get through these moments. To be on the winning side of these moments, I should say. And by winning, I don't mean the riches. I don't mean figuring out the idea to make the most commerce in a new system. No. The most valuable thing you have is heart. But the second most valuable thing you have is your smile. So if you end up figuring out how to keep your heart through all of this and then to smile at the end of the day, then you'll be the richest men in Babylon. It's just that our framework or our resources or our references or what we grab for to create that, to substantiate being okay or happy or on the up and up, that has drastically shifted. And it shifting, it has helped us. It's getting rid of filler episodes. It's getting rid of waste of time, if you will. Things that weren't really good for us or entertaining that much anyway, perhaps. But in the lack of a replacement, now you have to do the work, right? You have to like, all right, what am I gonna do now? Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I had another fucking keyboard or workstation, I'll probably be practicing piano more. You know what I'm talking about? I'll probably be able to do 2 to 4 hours a day of piano practice in this era. Or, you know, like I said, I'll be driving around here soon. I'll get better at taking photos. I tell you that much. I ain't gonna be driving a lot. I'm gonna drive to somewhere, get out the fucking car, and just be a photographer, you know. Spend more time perfecting lighting and things like that. Like, taking up your time of becoming a master of something better quality of things is the only thing I can think of because I've done so much already. So increase the quality of the things I like to do and almost get lost in that, because it's not the rest of life. It's this moment of life. Just like 10 years ago and the pandemic ago and 9/11 ago was a moment, and creating better moments with what we have. And whatever we don't have, that's what you visualize and manifest. But you're adding the cost differently, or I find myself adding the cost differently. Like I said, I stopped praying for like things. I was like, let me pray for relief. That's a state. It doesn't cost anything. It costs thoughts, it costs peace, but it doesn't cost, you don't have to go out and get relief. Things just have to play out for you a certain way and embrace it. Like you even start asking and wanting certain things, different things. It's crazy, really. Honestly, it's tough in this moment, especially if you're a millennial, I assume. Especially if you're near the millennial, you know, influence. This ain't nothing nobody signed up for. Ain't nothing no one talked about. They told us something environment, don't do drugs, and get education. Don't be stupid, basically. I passed that test, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool on most of those. I'm like, shit. Marijuana comes from the earth, you know, we good. Like, I ain't tripping on nothing, but I am tripping on the fact that it all changed. It keeps changing. And this change right here, this little last day of school change we in during this fall, with this sunset coming, it's just, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like how much of it is unspoken. That's the only thing that's weird. There's not enough people. It doesn't matter how many people, I guess. This is changing irregardless of people. There we go. That's new to me. Like, oh, it doesn't matter what we feel or say or do right now. It's going to turn that way no matter what. It's manifesting a reality. And the things that we're witnessing or talking about is on the way to something else, that's all. These are not the highlights. This was going to collapse regardless. We're hoping they had something better or else equal or greater value. Now it's like, nah, it ain't them doing it. How is it not them doing it? This is the Illuminati this is the white boys. I've listened to all this shit for years, man. This is what they've been talking about, but it's wrong, but it's what they're talking about. Yeah. This look like it, Mark of the Beast and everything. This is what it looks like, but it ain't them. Then who is it? Wouldn't you like to fucking know? Well, do whoever them is know that we're bored as fuck with this weird ass shit looping? The only thing that's looping is, what is Trump going to say next? That's weird. No one gives that fucking much about the damn president prior. We weren't going week to week like WWE with the next episode of Trump's policies with any other president for real. Definitely not Obama. I bet people can't even name 5 things that Obama did policy-wise over 8 years where it was like in the way of what you were trying to do with yourself. You couldn't do it. Bush neither. You remember more what Kanye said about Bush than what Bush said. Yeah. So the fact that all energy is on the federal government, like that's the star of this show this year, the federal government. From Doge to Elon to election to Chinese relations to Gaza to Israel, all of that is federal government stuff. None of that is society. None of that is humanity. None of that is the millennials. None of that is the consensus. None of that is entertainment. None of that is what our life was as a collective. It's just politics now. But it's the Trump show. And the Trump show is seemingly affecting people's minds and activities enough to make human activity change. That's a lot. That is the opposite of, small government, by the way. When all of our spare attention is about the government, then the government's way too big. The government is not supposed to have that much influence on your life. It's at the top of the pyramid of orchestrating a successful civilization, if you will, to regulate and do law and protect and freedoms and stuff like that. It's a regulator, but it's not supposed to be the main thing. You're not living your life for the federal government. You're not living your life for the president or policy. That's some bullshit. That lost track of everyone who's ever voted historically about these things. Like, no. Big government's a bad idea, actually. It's the worst idea. We know. And everyone that taught in school knew. And everyone taught these yuppies in government in school knew that, yet the yuppies they taught still went that way. So, cool. This is what it looks like. Here's that attention you guys ordered. Now everyone's paying attention to them and it's making them nervous, right? When you get nervous, you make mistakes. Mistake after mistake. Headline about the mistake. How this mistake led to other mistakes. Like, they're failing because everyone's paying attention. They're failing faster because everyone's looking at them fail. You know what I'm saying? It was never meant to be this hyper-focused on value. You're supposed to be doing things with the value or doing things to get the value. You're not supposed to be worrying about the value and ways to get more value. That's not how that was. And now you have to almost, like, because there's nothing else holds value besides this moment. So, oh well. Feathers. Oh, solved. It's a Unix-based social architecture matrix. Shogun says, this ain't that, and this ain't it. Come on now. That's a bar. That's like a Tribe Called Quest. This ain't that, and that ain't it. Miss Haru said what Haru said. Making friend groups are like a mood board. Dudes picking friends like women do. Imitation game. That's crazy. Welcome to Denmark. Oh shit. Decentralized became twice as segregated, actually. Like, this is Mark, and that's it. Who's Mark? That's him. That's it. Bars Mr. Now JPX. But maybe, what did JPX says? Hold on. Yes. Definitely a spiritual theme in that, Shogun. What did Shogun say? This is the season finale. Will it get renewed for another season energy? Eamon Ross says, it's good ass food here in Chicago. Yo, I know. I could feel Chicago as soon as when I got to their airport. I was like, yeah, I'm coming back. Random. I think it's weird how the new Vizio TVs play ads if you're not watching anything. Also, if you idle long enough to they play a generic lo-fi type playlist. Like, who and how? What's monetizing that? I'm not on any app or nothing. That's just the TV on the menu doing that. It's weird shit. Mr. Now says, yep, there's always a narrative. Need it now to do a thing. Programmed by listening thousands of hours of vlogs of people going somewhere because I'm eating this for my body. I'm drinking this for my celebration. I'm walking for my mental health only. I'm talking on apps to people to improve my score. Season finale or series finale? Who fucking knows? Ah, Lord, help me. Bro, I'll be honest with you. If I had to vote between the two Shogun, I'd say a series finale. It's a series finale of the old world, bro. But we're still going to be here, you know? It's like we all got laid off. You know what I'm talking about? It's evolving. It's more like a layoff. It's more like that damn, shout out to John Brown, because that's the last time I seen him, when I just went to Raleigh. But that's back when I worked at Stonewood. 2008 market crash. Stonewood's headquartered in Florida's. It has 2 locations in North Carolina. He can only afford to keep one open. So he axes ours. So in my perspective, before that happened, I had got this job, luckily, after my divorce, I guess. So I didn't want to work with her no more, obviously. So I'm by myself, got to pay rent. Luckily, I was connected to a church. Word of mouth got me an interview at least. They liked me enough to get me on board. A couple months into it, I'm working my way up to like wait the, they got like private rooms or, a private room. It's where you make most of the money as a waiter and stuff. But in order for me to do that, to be eligible to be part of that hustle, I had to put in a couple of months. You know, everyone in there kind of warmed up to me. But you have to memorize. Oh my God, it's the same fucking time too. I'm about to smack something. This is a 20-year loop, bro. So anyway, or fractal. There's a fractal of 2005. Or no, cat. That was in 2005. This is a fractal of 2000. End of 2007, beginning of 2008. So October of 2007-ish and forward. They axed the job in spring though of 2008 crash. But anyway, I was going through this process to learn these new seasonal wines and things, and right before that, we had like one of our busiest days, which is crazy that they wanted to close this shit because I made so much money in tips that it was like unfathomable that they would close our location at all. But I didn't know that yet. So they sent these people in from corporate Florida, a chef, a lead this and a lead that. It's a black dude, white dude, and white girl. And they like looking over people's shoulders, talking about the new menu, you know, they're checking in on business. I already felt it off jump, kind of like how I feel it now. Like some fuckery's afoot. They might be closing this shit down. But I never lived through that, so my probability engine was like, this is bad news. But I asked people, other employees, like, oh no, it's fine, you know, they don't sense nothing, they're there longer than me. I'm like, cap. So I'm watching this shit pay off, making more money, making the adjustments they suggested, whatever. So boom. All right, Dwayne, Mike Frias, he comes to me. He's a former soccer player. He's like, I want you to study all this stuff, and then we're gonna move you up to this position so you can wait this section over here starting next weekend. We'll test you on these things as long as you do good by. Mind you, they don't know. I'm an accelerated reader. I'm gonna pass the test. But that's a lot of fucking wine to remember, so just give me some time. They invite us to work on a Sunday, I think. And as a whole, like, you know, off of work hours, like a mandatory meeting basically for the whole restaurant. Bring us in, they're testing the new wines out, people are laughing and joking, making fountain drinks, you know, just chilling. And my dumb ass is taking the damn menu serious. Like, I'm gonna memorize these goddamn wines right now, boy. And in the midst of all that, hey, you hear ye, everyone calm down. Mike is about to talk. As soon as Mike is about to address whatever the fuck we're about to do as a restaurant for the new quarter and the money we're about to make, Big Boss comes. There's double doors to the restaurant. So you hear that first door open, and it's a few steps until you open that second one, and everyone looks like, who's coming in the door? Everyone's here. You see, I seen him for the first time. So an older white man in his 60s, good shape, skinny, dressed up like a tech dude, kind of, in white hair. He has a bunch of envelopes in his hands. And all he says to us is like, sorry guys, we're shutting this down. I got your final checks here. And he drops them off with the lead server lady, the older one. And then she was supposed to hand them out to us. And I guess he talks to Dan and Mike Frias in the office separately about whatever sudden shift because it surprised them too. They knew something was up, but they didn't know he was going to act it on Sunday. And anyway, so it was like a surreal moment. I'm just sitting there studying, preparing to make good money for the first time in human history at that time. At that time, I was on like 23. And I was making like $180 a night separate from just the hours. And I only had to work 3 days a week. And that was enough. Everything else I was doing, I was recording. So it was like enough. And now I'm about to make more. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, as soon as I got the handle on things and start leveling up and shit, and I was just about to kill Dan the other week. Remember, that was a racist guy I was talking about. So I thought God was just like, yo, calm down, don't lose your cool, we're gonna get you some more money, don't worry about it. Nah, God was like, we're gonna offer you more money, but then you ain't gonna be able to make it. And then still fuck that racist guy, right? So, but I watched the girls just busting, some of them bust into tears, Gracie and all of them, they getting all emotional, like it's the last day of school. This is the only time they hang out together. And then the older people, that a little bit older than me, the mid-20s, upper 20s and shit, with responsibilities and shit. Mind you, I'm paying rent, but they had a different life. Car payments and roommates and shit. They all kind of like, is he serious? And the other kid was like, that's why I got 2 jobs. Like, he worked at the restaurant right next to us, Red Hot and Blue and shit. Like, he'll be all right. He'll get some more hours. But everyone else is just kind of like lost. Like, what happened? They didn't understand the 2008 crisis at the time. So it's like, my coast to coast listening ass was like, and the first thing I said in my head was, God, you funny. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew God was funny. I knew that shit was divinely orchestrated and hilarious to me. For whatever reason, I had no idea I was going to make it. I was barely making it. Then I was about to barely make it better. And then all of a sudden, I'm not making it at all. Just zeroed all at once in one fucking team meeting for money. And watching the response, the energy changed the whole room. And it's like, all right, let me get one last fountain drink. Let me fill this cup up with fucking Sprite real quick. Let me switch to styrofoam so I can catch it with me. I gotta walk 45 minutes home. I saw my boy Josh. And he was expecting a baby or something. So, talked to him. I talked to some of the cooks, the people in the back end. Seen some of the girls. Someone hugged me. I don't remember who was hugging me. They're making that shit way too emotional for me. For freaking white people. But someone had offered me a ride. And that would have been perfect if I had something to do that day. You know what I'm talking about? It would have been perfect. If it was any other day, I would have took that ride. But I said to him, whoever it was, I was like, nah, bro, I got it. I won't walk today. And it was so weird. I remember how bright the sun was. It was cold. Yeah, this must have been like February or March. It was cold, and we're going to spring season. There it is. We're March-tober. We were going to a new season, and it was like the sun was bright, and I was praying on my walk, and I was like, damn, just like that, in a split decision, and with all my senses of knowing some fuckery was afoot with the headquarters people coming through, and all, the energies going on, and I'm like, yeah, something's about to happen, but everybody else was like, oh, it's fine. And then to watch people burst out into tears and be confused and, knocked off, off balance by it was like, God, why do you keep doing this to me? Yeah. I end up just doubling down on the studio stuff until I end up moving. So 2008. And then by October 2008, I didn't meet the girl, but me and her ended up living together that October of 2008 for the next 10, 11 years. So it was like a 4 or 5 month window of what the fuck. And then the attempted robbery at my house and stuff happened after that. And that's why I apologized to John a couple days ago, because I thought he was behind it. Or I was told he was. Whatever. All of that happened in that time frame of losing that job and that potential and where that dream and where that vision was going. And then what I had to do to thug it out in the meantime. And then getting to the other side of that and then finding stability later. I think like a year and a half after that, it was like Apple. That was like 5 years, and then HCL, and then that was a year or two, and then boom, YouTube. So, but it all started with just something like this, something very similar to 2008, just suddenly hit the switch, and everybody's plans was canceled. And Yeah, I didn't overreact to it. I didn't. And that's what I'm saying. Even now, like I have that reference point. Like, oh, at the very least, I know not to be caught up into the emotionalism of it, or don't be caught up into the crowd and what they're thinking and feeling, because they weren't paying attention anyway. However, it's very critical that I figure out how to feed myself and stay afloat, and use my talents and energies wisely, no matter what the fuck's going on. But now it was more hyper focused. Now every day I'm focused on recording people and getting better at that and making more beats and trying other ways to make more money. And I know like this is temporary because only but so many mixtapes a rapper could rap, right? It's seasonal. Oh, I'm meeting more people. I'm getting more links and more reputation. Oh, this is going good. This is going good. And then boom, someone tries to rob you. I was like, God, come on now. Oh, don't worry. We're going to send you one of your high school friends and they'll look out for you. This way you'll be able to transition to your next thing. All right. You're going to work at the grocery store. All right. More per hour, but I miss those tips. Like, it just kept shuffling. It kept shuffling to see where I wanted to land too. And that's the other thing too. I probably had infinite other decisions I could have made too to survive or go left or go right. But I was like, no, I'm going to go straight. Because obviously, it wasn't fuck me personally, right? The whole market crashed. But a lot of people are going to interpret these things and these setbacks as fuck you personally, and they get mad at God and universe and everyone around them. I strongly suggest you don't develop that type of mentality. I think it's for losers. Don't approach this shit as a loser, because there's nothing, nothing is permanent, it seems. It's your ability to adapt to all of it is where the reward comes from later anyway. Like people teach life and prepare people for a linear life, and life is not linear. It's not just do this, and this happens, and then just keep going and don't do drugs and don't make mistakes. Like, yeah, I wish I could say I learned from these things because the mistakes I made led to that, and I stopped making those mistakes, and then things got better. I wish it was that. It's not that. You can be doing everything right and minding your fucking business, and someone can hit the lights off. If you ever been in a relationship with a woman, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Everything will be great in your book. Bills paid. You had a great date the other day. Like, you just finished watching your favorite thing together, like 15 minutes prior, 5 hours prior, 5 days prior, and then all of a sudden, nuclear launch detected. And then that relationship's cooked. Not because you were cheating, not because you were talking to some other girl, not because you got some funny shit in your phone. You're literally enjoying the moment, minding your fucking business, working on whatever you're working on, working and doing whatever you got to do, and then boom, third party shit. Which now you have the burden of figuring out the rest of the pieces of, right? How it tends to play out. So that's going to happen regardless, it seems. That unpredictableness of life itself and the characters that are playing life. And I'd almost say, like, that's almost what you got to get ready for. That seems to be, like, because that's the lowest common denominator, the uncertainty clause or the shit going left eventually clause. Like, it's almost like you're preparing yourself more for that than you are for living. At least in the survival mode sense, in the way that this has happened to us, or unprepared we are for certain turns. Or unconditioned, I should say. Not conditioned to expect things to go left. Your market, your prices of goods, food, fun, social dynamics, relationships, diseases, pandemics. Like, you ain't nothing you took on the SAT would have prepared you for this shit. So, Bill Nye couldn't help you. Neil deGrasse Tyson told us. Like, NASA didn't tell us. Motherfuckers was weird. Nothing. But they'll tell you about a fucking star cluster a billion light years away. Like, it's weird to me. What the fuck does that mean? How the fuck does that change anything? Even if. It doesn't. But they get paid a lot of fucking money to do nothing. So, if they can get paid to do nothing, imagine the other opportunities we're missing. So, I think, for me personally, I can only take the shit seriously a day at a time. I'm not trying to monkey branch or recreate a worst case scenario for myself or others anyway. So I can't feed into it, but so much outside of acknowledging the headlines and the changes and what it means. But what it means personally, the same story, not jack shit. I'm walking home from Stonewood on a sunny day. I'm talking to God. I'm like, look, I know you playing with me. I know you made a way for me. I don't know how you made that way for me, but I know you did. I'll find out in a week or two when motherfuckers start coming over every fucking day recording. But Until then, I'm gonna walk home. I'm gonna remember MTV. I'm gonna remember, you know, the jokes, the nigga I almost killed, the people I, you know, had a good time with, the stories and the dramas between them. Because I know it ain't gonna serve me after this day. I'm never gonna see these people again. And Show's got me green apples. I haven't seen none of them in a while. I worked with like 30 or more people. I had only seen Josh because I knew him outside of that in passing, and his brothers, but I didn't know none of those other people. I never seen them in the wild again. I never ran into them at, you know, grocery store, nothing. Not even at other restaurants I went to. I don't see them as waiters or nothing. They just disappeared on me. And that's how life is. Like, not only does the scene change, but the people in the scene in the season change too. Like me moving to the desert. That's my corner store dude that I got the blacks from. If I was ever short, he got me. I don't see him no more for the rest of my life. It's everyone, whether I dated them or was talking to them, I'm never gonna have a reason to talk to them about nothing local ever again. All the music people, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole thing will change me. And those are major changes. A lot of people sleep on that. I can't, because I'm always in flux. I'm always one environment or another every few years at least. So this year has been what? I lived at 7 different addresses in 4 years. So imagine all the mailmen I met, all the corner store people I met. You know, I'm always meeting new people and interacting and learning behaviors, and I can compare more rapidly now. And what's the same with people? And it adjusts to you. I change. They're not changing. They're fixed in that state until they change. But the guy I seen at Maryland every day, or the girl I saw every day in Charlotte, you know what I'm saying? Like, their life can still be fairly linear, but mine's is so different, you know? And that's what we're working on in ourselves. Like, these channels will keep on changing until they match your frequency. And if the channel you're on don't match your frequency, or it's below your frequency, if you will, or if you feel like you're below it, and once you raise your frequency and you raise your bandwidth, then it changes again. And that's this shit about all of this silly shit. Even if I knew exactly what the fuck to do right now, to the highest, to the peak of my happiness quota, I mean, and you know, I wasn't as bored in, you know, the music and the game or whatever the fuck, or the girl, whatever the fuck. Even if I know that when that happens, this whole thing's gonna change again. Like, my whole scene is not gonna be in this fucking room, right? It's not gonna be in this fucking neighborhood if I'm not in the room. So it's gonna be like, all right, am I somewhere else here in the desert, or am I in California finally? Like, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I might fuck around and end up in Chicago. I don't know. Like, it's gonna change again. So even if I stabilize this shit, even if I did the Lord's Prayer every day and, you know, I'm provided for daily and everything's good, I know at the end of the fucking day, 39 going on 40 fucking years in a row, that even when you figure this shit out and you get back, you know, in the groove and you find that middle ground, and that fucks around and makes you happy or makes your vibration a little bit higher than the average quota, life is gonna throw you somewhere else anyway. This has been constant in my fucking life. I enter a new situation with the social anxiety, without the advantage of knowing the people and the ropes. I go through the trials, the fights, the boredom. I hate it here. And then I find something. I find one thing that I'm good at, or one thing that's working for me. And then, you know, all right, I hate this fucking school, but that girl is pretty. Shit, the prettiest girl at the schools I liked, I didn't like the girls, man. This terrible school, that girl's pretty. I can focus on that. Power Rangers is on after school. I can focus on that. Oh shit, I get $1 every day now? Nigga, I'm going to the corner store every day. Laffy Taffy jokes all fucking day. I'm good. I'm gonna play fucking Street Fighter early in the morning. I got Sega Genesis now. I just got Super Street Fighter for fucking Sega. Fei Long all day. The moment I get that rotation, like yeah, now I took all of this and I molded something for myself. Life goes, but guess what? You're moving to North Carolina now. What? What do you mean? I have my homie Brandon up the street, fucking Talina going to my next class. We're gonna have the same teacher next year. What the fuck you talking about? I'm moving. Now I'm in the bumfuck country nowhere. I got a fucking 2-hour bus ride in the morning. Like, houses are 15 minutes apart. You gotta ride from 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock. School starts at 8. Like, ooh, this shit's boring, boy. I ain't even got a CD player yet. I'm too young for that. What the fuck going on? Every fucking morning with these niggas, I gotta go to the bathroom, bro. We stuck on this bus for another hour and a half. Like, what the fuck's going on? And then as soon as I started having fun, as soon as that school was like, I got the work ethic down. I'm not nervous, socially anxious. My teacher loves me. Like, I don't mind doing another grade here. Guess what? We're moving 45 minutes further south, man, and there's gonna be some new opportunities. What? You want me to leave Velveneet behind? I remember all these bitches' names. You want me to leave Velveneet behind? Nah. Keep it. I already left Casey Henderson for you. I'm not leaving another bad bitch behind me. Again? Son of a bitch. Oh shit, the restaurant with the racist people. Shucking and jiving, but they about to pay me. And I only got to work 3 days a week, and the longest shift is 5 hours on a good day. It's usually 3 hours. And I stay longer to help clean the bar, man. Shout out to Gio. I'm gonna get extra dollars no matter what. I'm good. I hate this place though, and I hate this hour walk. But if I get that raise and all the things I'm about to do, I'll have my fucking car by the end of the summer. All right, I'm locked in. Sorry guys, we're closed. What, nigga? All right, I want to do the studio thing. All right. I hate my setup. You know how I am about technology, but people want to record here. I'm not a fucking recording engineer. Well, okay, no one else on the prices. All right, I'm making money. All right. Shit, now I'm going to shows with people. Oh shit, I'm producing music for real. I'm a producer and a fucking beat maker now. I'm at my own shows, artisan songs and originals and shit. Like, shit. What a life. Now all the cool kids are coming over. Now someone want to try to rob me? Now I gotta fucking move. The block is fucking hot. Jesus Christ. As soon as I'm making more money than my bills, some bullshit happens. And that's what I'm saying though. It's almost like for me, I don't know if that's like that for everyone else, but you enter these new seasons and it's uncomfortable. You gotta get used to the ropes, and then you find your middle ground and your peace in it, and you find your routine. Like, all right, I'm gonna go to work, but I'm gonna stop at this Starbucks here, and after work, if I have a stressful day, I stop at that weed shop there. You know what I'm talking about? If you're in DC, you get the mushroom there every 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? You'll create a way to deal. And then as soon as you finally get above the threshold of dealing and it actually seems like you like this shit, it goes, you learned your lesson. Goodbye. What? I finally figured this bitch out. It's the same thing with women, boy. It's the same thing with women. Once they love bomb you with their bullshit, and it tapers off, and then you got to deal with their moods and their routines, and it's double dutch. I'm sure it's both ways for healthy females, but I don't find those. So anyway, I deal with their neuroticism, and they deal with my bullshit. I'm sure it goes both ways. And then I finally, it's like, you know what? I found a way to deal with this person without taking the other shit personally, and at the same time maximizing what it is. I'm cool. Yeah, I am cool. You know what we should do? We should go out and do this new thing. I'm cool with it. Man, you know what? I made dinner tonight. I don't give a fuck. What else am I gonna do? I already streamed. Like, once you figure it out, once you even the noise and once you fine tune the pitch of everything, then all of a sudden it's like, nuclear launch detected. I'm like, she's tripping out over a whiteboard? This is a person with a master's degree that needs math. I'm doing fucking quantum algebra. That is the worst thing about the day so far? Impossible. I know this movie too much. There's something else behind this that's causing this to be a trigger. Do I care though? No, I don't. But why now? I finally found something that I can do in my free time to figure something else out that I've been figuring out my whole fucking life. And the moment I get that, what they call a voice of God, if you will, if I get divine, the minute in the first time in human history where there's no doubt about it ever, no fucking doubt what happened to me in January, no fucking doubt in my brain, nah, this is divine inspiration. Something's happening. Something awesome is happening on a supernatural level. My psychic senses are going crazy right now. I could read your mind for real. Stop playing with me. But the moment that shit turn on, that dynamic, that relationship, and everything else around it, just nuclear launch detected. And it's running away. And I know it is. I was like, shit. Like, when you go through these seasons, you're like, okay, I'm going to do this different, though. I'm not going to petition or fight for it. because I know that's just a dummy mission, renew of subscription for 90 more days before it gets worse. So I'm going to stand on my business, and I'm going to keep my whiteboard out, and I'm going to keep working on A, B, C, and D, because nigga got bills to pay. It just didn't matter. It tapered off faster, though. It was like, whew, become unresponsive to the thing. And it's because I was tired of being responsive to something else when I finally got the energy locked in with that. It's the epitome of a dollar a day late and a dollar short. I've noticed. If you're miserable, it lasts forever. If you're too bored, it's oh my God, unbearable. But if you trick yourself, or you tweak, or you mold yourself to comfort, or if you get comfortable laying on that flat ass bed, if you put your arm the right way, and then you're able to find peace, and then through that peace you can fall asleep, and then you can repeat that, because now you've adapted to your scenario, knowing that this adaptation is limited, but it should get better now because I feel better. I found a way to feel better, so I know eventually it'll get better. But the moment you start feeling better, it's like season change. What? That's for me, though. I don't think everyone in life does that to them. But for me, I can tell you it's a learning experience. It's the way that my life patterned itself to teach me certain lessons, to bring me seemingly up to a certain code of awareness. For what end? I don't know, because shit, every fucking other thing I got used to wasn't obviously good enough for the universe for me. Yeah, I couldn't be the best fucking waiter and busboy I could be at $500 a night like I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Gotta work 3 nights, that's $1,500 a goddamn week. Are you serious? In 2008? Shitting me. At 23? Shitting me. You couldn't tell me nothing. I thought I would have been okay with that. Nothing better got replaced right after that. I'll tell you that. There was nothing even the numbers close to that. So, okay. So it wasn't about the thing that gets you the stuff that gives you the things. It's about what happens to you, or it's mind. It's really character development more than it is account development. It's not the VCC. It's not the VCC books. It's the accuracy stats that you have on Fortnite. It's how many good shots you're taking and how much damage they do. Not how cool your uniform is or how many chicken dinners you unlock. No. The only way not only do you get better by winning, I guess, but you can also get better at playing. So the game itself taught me how to play this game. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of getting used to shit. Like here, the minute I get my setup back halfway, the way I want it, and then I fuck around and put a TV in my personality because everything's so boring. And it's winter, it's gonna be cold. I ain't gonna want to be outside, so I'll finally find something to subscribe to. I finally find a season to binge, and then that makes me happy. Like, you know what? I want to finish. I want to rewatch Lost. You feel me? Shit, I got a Fire Stick. Let me watch goddamn The Office from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that'll be my falling asleep routine. The minute I choose to do that, and I already know this, the minute I'm okay with being in the position that I'm in, I already fucking know this. The minute the car is right there, and that's any day now, and I find that little route and what I'm going to do and where the money and all this, blah, blah, blah. Once I go, okay, I finally got a handle on this again. What the fuck you think is going to happen? Here we go again. All right, here's some new chaos. Yo, Jonathan, you wouldn't fucking believe. Actually, you would believe. Mr. Now, can we do the math on this? Is it purple, is it blue, or is it green rain right now? Because I could have fucking sworn. We spent 5 months doing quantum algebra and literally nothing fucking was happening. Nothing at all. Date to date, checkpoint to checkpoint, headline to headline, but life was just people like we tripping out on how everyone ain't noticing the stupid shit that we be noticing, but my life has just been boo. Like it's the same sweet tea Arizona, it's the same fucking Black and Mild, and boo. But the moment a nigga figures it out, the moment a nigga goes, all right, I got this now, I do this, I got my route, I got my routine, and shit is growing. So now I'm about to expand, right? There's expansion. So I could been doing all kind of crazy shit, but I gotta re-expand to be able to afford that, to manage all that, right? So, all right, I know what to do. When I get there, and it's gonna be like, nah, champ. Nah, it feel like, nah, we just knocking you down to see if you still get back up these days. What? You gonna do what? Another challenge? I need another challenge. What I need challenges for? What I need to be prepared for? Because you prepared me for a whole bunch of shit just to throw another challenge at me. So am I just being prepared for challenges at this point? Is that the path I unlocked from challenge to challenge? Because I could have sworn you overcome challenges to plateau of where the challenge is the door to the other side of the life that you want. My doors have been, this door unlocks another challenge that leads to another challenge. It's like, oh. So you end up hacking. So what I'm saying is, I'm about to do it again. I'm about to turn that Rubik's Cube. So if that's been the pattern, then what do I have to get used to? I have to get used to the fact that the moment I figure it out, it changes. So then now I have to treat the changing part of this, the inevitability of the realignment, and I guess God testing his stronger warriors more, however we internalize this shift. Like, all right, so I know it's going to change again, and I'm going to let it change. In fact, I'm going to get there faster now so that it can change faster. And I'm going to get used to it changing. I'm going to be okay. I already described it to you, so I'm already predicting it, right? It's like, all right, as soon as this shows up and this and this and all of a sudden something else, it might not be a bad thing. It's not always bad. It's just new and uncomfortable. So you're like, now I got to do with these variables. I don't like these variables. And that's the resistance. And then letting go of yesterday and then replacing it. You know what I'm saying? Like redecorating more than, it's not like on your face or nothing. It's more like, I'd appreciate it. That 5 months of nothing, I would have awesome 5 months of $500 Fridays too. I could have took 5 months of $500 night Fridays too at that damn restaurant. I could have enjoyed that just as much as I enjoyed sitting, listening to fucking Cliff High's dumbass because nothing else was on. You know what I'm talking about? So like, having to turn that process into the process. Like, oh, I enjoy something in this pattern. This is Martin and that's living single in this pattern. I think, that's Streets of Rage 2 right there. I'm learning now at my big age, I'm learning how to game the system gaming me. All this shit that's going on is the same thing. This is 2005 and some other 2000s, really, in terms of sitting still in a room and not being entertained by anything and not making the music I want to make, but having to live and survive in the meantime. And then one door opens at a time and one new character introduces you to another, and then all of a sudden shit lights up and it's like, okay, so previously on X-Men, I know what's next. I know how it happens so many times. But now it's kind of like, this is a trick. this is a trick. None of these people are permanent. This is setting me up for failure again. So then you go through it more gracefully. You don't take the racist guy at the restaurant. If I worked at a restaurant again like that, I couldn't take it personally because, like, bro, I'm not going to be here long enough for you to get on my damn nerves. I already know. I'm going to accept your fuckery early. You have a great day, bro. Yeah, your mother failed. But, this girl right here, oh my God, I already got the whole fucking list on. This ain't that with women. Like, 1, 2, 13, and 12. All right, this ain't that. So, but I'm going to be the gentleman I'm always am. I'm just not going to create all the other visions that would flunk you out and disappoint you if you did. You know what I'm saying? Like, it eventually, then you come to appreciate it. And that's why I say God is funny. Because instead of it being like, oh my God, it's always happening to me. No, it's funny now. It's funny as fuck. It's funny as fuck when you survive so many things that most people don't survive, or you're not supposed to, have your chin up at least at the end of it. When it starts getting funny to you, what you then realize is that it absolutely is preparing you for something better. And that you can't realize like any other game where you're playing an RPG and you're in these low level areas and you finally get the armor and the weapon, and now you're just swiping these monsters away easily. But then what happens? You don't get as much experience. Now you gotta go somewhere else. You go to a new environment. It's a walk, it's inconvenient. There's a promise of better items and better swords, but now you gotta deal with the bosses. And they whipping your ass. So what you gotta do? You gotta farm around there. Slightly more challenging, aka it takes you more time. But then once you start swiping and stacking up your skills now, new abilities, now going forward has an incentive. And it rinses and repeats itself until you get like peak armor, peak abilities and all these things. And then you get to this unique place where you could speed run dungeons and get from level 40 to level 60 at least, and then you go to the boss and you can 1 versus 1 the boss by yourself, and then you go like, but what am I playing this game for now? The only people that continue to play those games, what do they have? A friend group, a social network. The people who play World of Warcraft the longest, they're not playing by themselves. They're a friend group that has played World of Warcraft the longest. A guild, a team. It's not the individual. It's not a one-player game experience either. The growth, the lessons, all that. So that's what life, what's interesting about this life, when you're on those more extreme paths of things resetting, you level up, it resets, levels up, it resets. Because it's preparing you ultimately for a greater path. But it's not preparing you to be alone on your path. So the way I would see it is that if there was, I guess, in the potential future universe, there's another person that joins me on my path, it's not preparing me for them, it per se, like a unlock, like a minimum requirements for a person. No, it's just preparing me for whatever that person be on, energetic wise. Like the lessons and everything has to map the trajectory of that person too. I know, it gets intense. Because then you understand, like, if I would have dated one of those waitresses at Stonewood and took that seriously, can you imagine the disaster with those cokeheads? Exactly. If I was at this situation, I took that girl seriously. You know what girl I'm talking about. Imagine if I took her serious. And like, the dumb shit she doing, like, not that. So even in that, you go, oh, I've learned all of these lessons from all of these different versions of people in reality. Because obviously, whatever God, universe, Allah has for me is at a different frequency altogether. It's a different school altogether. It's a different state altogether. It's the whole thing is fucking different. It ain't like, I worked at Stonewood and now I'm at Bonefish Grill. Stonewood wasn't preparing me for Bonefish. It wasn't preparing me for Cheesecake Factory. It was preparing me to get the fuck out of restaurants altogether. You understand? So the same thing with this version of reality. It's not preparing us for more of the same that we missed or need more of. If you're aware and if you're awake and you keep your mind open, your heart open, and your head held high, and you do decentralize yourself from the perceived fate of the consensus, and you dare to stand outside of it and laugh at it like, told these niggas that shit won't work. Couldn't be me though, like, guy got me on some other shit, on some X-ray vision shit. Like, obviously, you're not in those things, because that would have happened to you, and you've been fucking sad right now. Right? Can't afford for you to be sad right now. It's enough shit to be sad about. I know that's right. All right, so what do you do now? The basics. Stay prayed up. Keep drinking water. I got my Arizona and my Black and Milds on the side. Those are my little guilty pleasures, if you will. But other than that, I'm looking forward. I'm not looking at anything to make anything. No. I gotta keep going forward because that's what it's doing. I'm alive, so I gotta go forward. I'm raising up energy, so I gotta keep going forward. I still have an audience of some sort. That's awesome, so I'll keep going forward. I have money to go to the store right now. I'm gonna keep going forward. And I know if you keep going forward, the scene changes. So is the scene changing? Like, you get used to it and it changes, or, it's robbing you or taking something from you? Or are you speed running to where you're supposed to be to goddamn begin with? Given all these strange variables and blockages or setbacks of your society and the people in it anyway. Yeah, chicken or the fucking egg, I guess. But yeah, I know this shit going up. That's the weirdest thing about it. I don't know when, I don't know how. But I know it's going up. For me, at least. I don't fucking care about none of the damn shit that's dying. Every time I care about it, it die anyway. So I was like, oh, all right, This time it died without derailing my ass. Imagine if I was at Apple still. What if I stayed at Apple that whole time? Just to run into what the fuck's going on? Nah, God is good, part 5. Nah, God is good, part 9. Like, nah, God is still good, regardless. So, now I gotta be good. I gotta be good with it. Remember I used to say be good at it? Be good or be good at it? I gotta be good with it. I gotta be good with the fact that I don't control no one else. I don't control no system. I don't control none of those things. Yet, and still, that means it also does not control me. It's a fair exchange. If I can't influence it to be in the reality that I want to be in, then it also does not have the right to influence me in my reality. Limited contact, limited belief, limited power feeding into these things over time. Once you learn that, then those other mysteries and those dark rooms and those hidden doors start to open for you. You'll end up realizing that life is very different than the prescription they gave us as kids. Life will do all kind of weird shit on you. Life will put you in a whole bunch of positions you don't qualify for. Life will introduce you to people that are not on the beaten path. Like life regardless of what's going on. So once you get used to that, once you can get happy about that, it's like, oh, I'm not living my life linearly. I'm not trying to build up to something. There's nothing to build. This system has already been perfected by other people and they're failing. So what is me perfecting it going to do? Exactly. So that must not be it. This ain't that and that ain't it. Yep. I know. But all the training, all the trauma, all the healing, all the frequency adjustments, that does mean something. My life was just the map I started on in World of Warcraft. At the end of the day, we're just trying to fucking race to level 21 so we can get mounts. If we can get mounts, we can go there. We can level up to 40, we level up to 80 over there, and we're done. Then we run dungeons. Some people playing the game for the story. Other people just starting a new character to go to the dungeons. Then they can do PvP and shit like that. You know, it's the same fucking game, but there's a different way to play it. You can tank out if you need to. All kind of shit. This is this. This is this. This is the illest, massive, multiplayer online RPG ever in human history, called Human History. And you don't have to spec as no one else's character ever. That's just the path of least resistance, because infrastructure and things are in place and know-how and recommendations. Yeah, you got cell phones now, you got decentralization, and people making money all kind of third, fifth party ways. So all we got to do is be open to the concepts, to be open to receive things from different channels now, open to communicate and extend the social network the way the internet did, but in real life. You know, it's preparing us for something more major, I think. Those who make it up here, I mean, those who make it out of the program and knowing that the show goes on. If you make it to the other side of this shit, positive, it's going to reward you, period. The stakes are high, though. We already know most people ain't going to make it to the up and up right away, at least. So imagine if you match the frequency of the future first this time, and you're not just following the trend or the wave or this thing or the fear, and you just choose God anyway, and you stay ready. That's what this is. That's what this is. They say it's the largest wealth transfer in blah, blah, blah's history. Cool, sir. All right, that's the game. The game is moving that way. The game is shifting the sands of time in the water and the little Brookstone devices you can put on your living room table. No. It doesn't matter what that does. What am I going to do? Whatever it manifests as, I'm going to make sure my frequency matches the vibration of the next thing's high vibrational thing. How about that shit? Law of attraction be damned. What if I just fine tune myself to that frequency no matter where I'm at? Feel me? That's what I learned from those jobs. Like, I have to hurry up and get to that point where I'm okay with this, no matter what job it is, no matter what apartment it is, no matter what relationship it is, no matter what city it is. Let me hurry up and find my comfort. Where's my corner store? Here's my morning routine. Here's my afternoon routine. And this is what I do before I go to sleep. If I can find that and reestablish that equal or greater value each time, everything in between don't make no fucking difference. Because I'm always going to vibe out of it. You vibe out enough shit, the people that used to be there, and that's what I've noticed the most. The kind of people, the quality of people that would enter in my life, even through proximity, through work and stuff, I can't even attract them no more. Because I learned my fucking lesson. It's not just going through the shit. The reason why it changes is because you learned your lesson. If you didn't learn your lesson, you'd be there still learning, right? So learning to be okay with it is part of learning your lesson. And once you learn your lesson, you move on to the next one. You do it again. You learn that lesson and that one. And you know, this is more like that. Now we can't trust the social media narrative, the consensus, or the government. Well, you never fucking could. You learned your lesson. They're gonna lie and make up numbers and still be wrong, and they'll still be going somehow anyway. It's weird. It's almost like it's not fucking real to begin with. Yeah, it's closer to that than you imagine. But in the meantime, you know, potentials aside, how do you attract whatever it is you need now? Yeah. Now we're the tree in the forest falling. Doesn't matter if we make a sound. Get out the fucking forest. So, yeah. A lot of us are going to make it. This is universal law. If a lot of people ain't going to make it, if a lot of people are going to lose their minds, if a lot of people are going to get sick, then equal or greater value on the other side of the pole. There's a lot of people who are going to get it. There's a lot of people who are going to be well. There's a whole lot of people who are going to, this will be the best transition of their life, in fact. It has to be. If that many people lost that much money, if that many people got wiped out, if that many people are getting fired, if that many people are getting furloughed, then it has to balance itself, law rhythm. So there has to be a moment in which the good stuff that you're not hearing about, the good stuff that's available, the surplus in other areas that we're not focused on has to exist, and the potential for someone to reach in and grab it energetically and match that so that it leads itself to you or you to it. That has to be in effect, no matter what's going on. If someone's going to war, someone's losing, someone's winning. Great news for the winners, right? Like, you gotta understand, like, even the most terrible things that are happening, something else is growing in its place, even if it's not in the same location. And that's what being open is, and that's what sensing these things. And all right, this shit is dead. So I don't need to pick at it. I need to change my elevation and focus on a different dynamic altogether. Oh shit, I guess we ain't getting that placement. We ain't going to the MTV Music Awards, I guess. All right, well, where's the music at? Are there other countries? Okay, there are. All right, so I had to have a more global mindset with the music. Cool, no problem. We wanted that anyway. All right, what about the tech and stuff? All right, it's going to be more expensive. Well, if it becomes more expensive, it becomes more exclusive. So it'd be even better to invest in and understand and get to the top of it musically first anyway. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. I'm just going to get a cheaper MIDI controller, that's all. Nothing changed. So, to the degree it's knocking shit down and erasing or resetting shit, it has to, in the same degree, be setting the groundwork for something else to grow too. And I'm talking about outside of their control. I'm talking about the balance of our universe. Law of rhythm is a universal law, not a federal government law. So irregardless, everyone's going to be dismayed. Everyone's going to be counting people's pockets. Everyone's going to figure out what's next in AI. That's all we can talk about because there's nothing else to talk about. But make sure you take a moment to stop talking about it for yourself. Take a minute to yourself to get in your own mind and your own consciousness. We'll call it prayer. We'll call it meditation. We'll call it alone time. Whatever segment of your day you can do that. I don't know. When you first wake up before you go to sleep. On Henry Thomas Handler. Those moments right there, though, I would dedicate to you creating your ideal routine then. What would be your idealized routine no matter what's going on? And to see yourself doing that at the scale you want to do it at too. What does your life look like ideally, pivoting from the moment you're in? And make it selfish. Make it about what you are experiencing, not what you're doing, not how much money you're making. That's implied in the vision, actually. You don't even have to. You can spare yourself the gory details. If you're driving around in a Lamborghini, that answers a whole bunch of questions you ain't got to worry about. Don't do it. If you're in this nicer city or neighborhood, that answers questions about everything else that got you there anyway. So you can save your imagination too by not doing the thing that they taught us to do in your imagination. Don't use their rules and their systems and their gates and their limits in your imagination. That's rule number one. Don't use no one else's self-imposed limits and the way things are limits in your imagination. Like when you're daydreaming, Don't use natural limits in that. Those are two different disciplines. Left brain, right brain. Don't overlap that shit. Because those limits are dying every day. Those contexts are gone. Those people are gone. That agenda is gone. So it's not even real anymore anyway. So then you got to freeform this shit. What does a great day look like? That's all you got. What does a great day look like? What does a great routine look like? Yeah, it's weird, especially when that shit starts to happen. And then once that shit starts to happen, you understand the magic of it. Then from there you go, what's after this? Well, you gotta have a great daily routine before you have a great monthly or weekly or yearly life, right? It's daily first, then it's weekly. So you have to build it like that. If this is all new and scrambled to you and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. You gotta start with the basics. Day-to-day shit. You still love Starbucks? Keep visualizing going to Starbucks every morning, period. Don't matter what the fuck they opening and closing and how much the shit costs. You're not doing that. You're not budgeting your paycheck. You're imagining going to Starbucks every fucking day. Take it. Because there's other people boycotting and not going. They're looking forward to you. You feel me? You fill in those gaps of mind and ideas and creativity because so many people are going to abandon certain things. Even music production, the fad of it, and hip-hop. You know what I mean? They're announcing now that hip-hop's dead. Like, the numbers and the charts on Spotify. Like, a lot of people, like I said, in Spicy Sundays and shit like that, like, a lot of people jump into the music wave, ease of accessibility, and just like crypto, the chance to be seen, noticed, or rich is so appealing that they'll dedicate 2 years to it. A lot of those people are dropping out now. Great, fuck them. Now that you've been serious, now the tidal wave drops a little bit, and now the boats that are the most serious will start to rise to the top. If that's the game you're in, now you go harder. With less resistance, less, traffic on left and right of you. So now if there is an artist equally as serious, or a market equally as serious, even if it's a smaller market, which never mattered, all that matters is whatever market is there can now see and visually see you, and your skill and your talent, your passion stands out from there without all the fluff around, without all the filler episodes and producers. That's how Kane Beats did in 2005. That's how he got noticed by Sony ATV. It's the same type of moments over. That's 2005. It's a 20-year loop. It's the same moments, man. It's just different, variables, but it's going to do the same thing. 2005 was fucking weird. And then 2007 was a little bit better. And then 2008 fucking happened. And then 2015, by that time, Drake was on his third or fourth, fifth album and killing the radio, in 10 years difference, right? So, yeah, it'll do it again. But you, the experiencer, do your math. Finish your math. Do your homework. Don't be caught in that dream wondering if you're prepared for the exam. Always be prepared for the exam. No matter what dream it is. I'm ready. Fuck it. Even if I'm not, what the fuck am I going to lose? Nothing. JPX says, in my timeline, it seems like I got approved for another season. You did. Even Magic now needs a narrative. It's for my prosperity and my blah, blah, blah. Nah, you want to get down and strike some shit or not? JBX says, so maybe it's not so personal and more global. It's both. It's global. It's a global shift, absolutely. But it's also personal shifts depending on where you are in your evolution. Mr. Now says, lost the value in people while trying to make something of value all the time. Even knowing people now has to have a narrative to it. You can't be just this person or the cool name in it. Bars, Mr. Now. Making friend groups is like a mood board. SMH. This ain't this ain't that. 333 Real Gospel. Shout to Gorilla Gospel. 333-1000. Bong, bong, bong. Yep, the more radiation, the more water to feed the possible needed cell mutations too. It is worth a man to gain the whole heaven, but to lose the world in the process. 3, something better than the old life. Plant the seeds, harvest the crop. 3 reversal. The WWF reverse suplex. Green. Less clout chasers. Sons of Korah and their descendants back on the front street. Yes, less clout chasers. Yes. Yep. Across the board too. Less clout chasers and everything that our group or tribe would want to do. Yeah. that's just the pattern I've learned. Because it keeps doing this shit to me. So I'm like, all right. It's cool though. I've had some great times too. I don't talk about them as much because they're so temporary. I hate that. It pisses me off. But I've had a lot of great moments with people, especially around music. And like I said, I like going places, and I tend to have great places when I go places. So I'm not worried about that per se. I don't think it'll stop me. I don't think nothing would. God is too good, man. If everything was ending, then God wouldn't have to be showing up and showing out like God has been in my life right now. It's weird to invoke something so interdimensionally unavailable to show, but in the sense of it, it's like, nah, my life is doing some miraculous shit. And so I know it's not over, right? It's the law of conservation. Like, nah, the God, if you will, that realm of outside of me, my control. That has been so fair and good to me lately, despite my circumstances, that it encourages me to see at least like, no, this is it's not the worst that has ever happened. Society's not as bad as Jim Crow. I mean, shit, a nigga could use any water fountain he wants to. Like, I mean, I could look at this 100 different ways, and it's still better than a lot of our previous generations. So. But the supernatural part, hence boredom, imagination, prayer, meditations, those things. More time into that. More time into your spiritual design, yeah. More time into your mind and your brain and healing, journaling, yeah. It's a prerequisite for a new world, man. To clear your mind. It's like spring cleaning of your mind, I think. I think everyone slowing down is giving them a time to reevaluate. Yeah, absolutely. And not just their career path or their livelihood path, but everything about life itself. You have a chance to reorganize your thoughts and create new pillars so that when God hits go and things start building again, that you're in that, you're in the race of that. And it's going to follow whatever you're seeding now. That's why the backdrop is so ill. Like, most people aren't going to be building anything right now. And you know what I'm saying? On some competition shit, cool fucking story. Cool fucking story. Y'all gonna just fag out in the meantime. That's cool. You can get the fuck out my way then. That's cooler. You know what I'm saying? Less clouded airwaves, less people asking for the same thing even. The only thing we all need to manifest is lower food costs, because I heard China food costs are dropping, and that's never happened in human history. Remember I told you food costs are the only things that don't drop ever in this system. So when they raise the price on eggs, it stays up. It don't go back to the old price. China's food prices are going backwards. So you say a prayer tonight. Like, if Trump wants to keep up with Xi Jinping, he need to pass some legislation to drop down food costs. Because then it'll drop down tourism and all that kind of shit too. Food costs is a big play in all of this, because you need the energy to do the things. So food costs. So I'll be praying for the food cost averages to drop, since China's fucking figured it out with 1 billion people. I think we can manage. So we'll send the impossible food cost drop prayer out there. But outside of that, it's rents and mortgages are crashing. That'll drop anyway. So the United States becoming ghetto to us means affordable. Don't miss that. So it's ghetto to the rich people. It's affordable for everyone else. So I've been in East Orange, 90 to 95. I know what they're talking about. That was the best time fucking ever, by the way. So we have the backdrop of at least 5 to 10 years, a decade of that shit again. Cool. I was a boy back then. I know what to do now. Like, I'm gonna have to move to the suburbs again after this, ain't I? This is the second exodus to the suburbs after this shit right here. We're gonna go through some ghetto shit, yeah? I know. Let's go. I have a 2-bedroom for $800. I know how ghetto it is, nigga. Shit. I have a studio room, bitch. Yeah, nah. I'm not gonna let them rob us of this fucking moment. Let this shit crash, aka become affordable. Let it crash. Fuck them. Fuck BlackRock and Vanguard go to hell tomorrow. That's cool. Meantime, Ain't nobody trying to make money gonna say no to money. So you understand everything. It'll readjust. They'll take their new portions, because what they ain't gonna want to do is not rent out those apartments and have to go work at fucking Target. I tell you that much. They'll take a profit cut if everyone's taking a profit cut. They all in this together. If your other landlords jump off a bridge, you jumping off too? Absolutely. So get ready for that shit. Oh yeah. Put the violence and the danger in immigrants. Ain't nothing changed for me, nigga. I live next to everybody, so fuck it. That's what I'm saying. Even that shaping up, like the woe is it me is only affecting the rich people. I am not rich people. Not yet. I'm not rich people yet, so I'll be all right. In fact, when rich people start crying, shit get better for us. I noticed something. They got to figure out how to keep millions. I'm trying to get to 100,000, 200,000, shit, nigga. It seemed easier. They said that's easier to get. All right, then, shit. Sign me up, bitch. Fuck you. The first shall be last and last shall be first. I don't know what that means. It's the sand, the hourglass shifting. The last piece of sand to hit one side when you spin it over is the first piece of sand that goes to the other side. I get it now. It's a wave. It's a rhythm. It's cyclical, but it's not 2D. So it's spiral. It's fractal, not circular. So we'll have fractals of what it was like in 2005. We'll have fractals of what it was like in 1995. Not the same, but a fraction of it is. Enough to predict of what time zone this is going to look like, and to reevaluate who you are and where you are in that story of your life and what that looks like when you remerge. You may not be at the story where you're about to buy a house and start a family at this level. Okay. And then there's still bad bitches out here, ain't there? Shit. I'll find a bad bitch that likes apartments. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't slowing nothing down. Fuck. It's a recalibration. Like you do it every video game. It's like adjust the brightness and darkness so you can see the logo, or exists the horizontal bars against the screen so you can shoot the zombie in the fucking head over there in that window. Like, I know what this is. This is a clean install. I know what this is. This Grand Theft Auto 5, them long ass loading screens before you get to play the storyline. It's like, all right, 99.7% done. All right. And just be okay with whoever that looks like. And don't forget, what the trick is, to find comfort and happiness and joy in your routine and your lesson, because it's going to fucking change it again. It's going to fuck you up again, boy. Shogun says the $10 eggs is insidious. Come on, dog. They bugging. 3, the universal language of music did bring great people, travel, and experiences into my life. Absolutely. Mr. Now says, yep, during the fall, because it's the order to clean up what's standing. Thus, it has to fall. Please tell them to drop the beef prices. They will. We gotta get these cows to fucking again. Harut says, when one light closes, another one appears. Come on now. Yeah. The system ran out of ideas, not the universe. And I got it. The system that we are groomed in has ran its course. That's all. So yeah, it will not look like anything but that we imagine yet. But it doesn't mean bad. Bad to that paradigm, but we won't be in that paradigm. So that fucking paradigm don't matter then. We just gotta keep going through the woods, man. Can't even do the 6 bomb ras clot, pussy clot, eggs mean with those prices. Wouldn't even happen. I've never heard of any of those things. It's already dark here. 6:45. It got dark that fast. So it gets dark before 7. Jeez Louise, boy. I'm still gonna walk to the store and it's goddamn cold. I'm bitching about this cold like that 110 wasn't cooking my ass. There's just no middle. It just goes from one or the other, man. Bipolar ass segment of time. It's cool. So now I'm gonna enjoy walking in the cold at night. I'm gonna smoke the same Black and Mild on gonna play Strange Sunset, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, followed by the Kyrie theme, which is the second banger. And if I'm feeling nostalgic, I'll play Sakura, Precious Heart right after it. I get a nice little 3-pack off of that. That'll get me halfway there. And look at the lights in the distance, obviously. This place is beautiful for looking at lights or city lights. This is definitely, they still paying their light bill out here at least. And, like even streaming, this made my day go by fast. Like I was going to wait till later to stream just to see how my energy was. But I said, nah, fuck it. I'll order me a couple of groceries from Albertsons and stream in the meantime, which is what I did. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah, just talking to you guys and the consistency of the people that have been in this journey with me on YouTube for years now, knowing that I'm not crazy by myself in the sense that, no, this is changing. And shit is weird. And there's people who remember, from whether it's from prior to 2019 or after. Like, that keeps me in the game like EA Sports, for real. Because there's others. It's not just me. It's not woe is me. We're all adjusting. We're all learning. We're all growing. We all have dreams. And we'll all accomplish them, Lord willing. As long as we're not on no bullshit, for real. Ain't no bullshit for me to be on, actually. This shit's whack. And that's okay. Bored is better than dead. Bored is better than jail. Bored is better than being in a miserable, dynamic home, family, girlfriend, whatever. I know. I gotta heal. Bored is better than being busy in the wrong thing. Bored means there's a chance to regroup, think, strategize, imagine, rest. So instead of using the word it's boring, I would just use it as a time of rest. Like I'm resting. I'm charging my mana pots. I'm charging my stamina bar. Then I'm about to go fuck somebody up, because I won't be 100% of all my attributes when the next challenge arises. And not even challenge, maybe even changing that vocabulary, because this shit ain't even challenging no more. It's repetitive. Maybe I'll get to a point where I stop seeing this shit as a challenge and just get into the flow state. On my Bruce Lee degree, for real. Flow like water, for real. Like, it is what the fuck it is, and it ain't what the fuck it ain't. And either way, I'm gonna make it, period. And then learning how that happens and studying and repeating the things that work. You know what works no matter what? Praise, gratitude, evaluating all the negative stuff, and then landing on the other side of it. Like, it is what it is, it was what it was. This is what I learned from it. This was the great experiences I had from that. Journal about that, actually. Counter journal. Like, instead of documenting some of the uncomfortable things, or if you do, triple stack it with all the positive things. No matter how small those positive things are. Like breathing through both of your nostrils, man, trust me. I remember there was a time I couldn't do that shit during the pandemic. Shit was pissing me off, all these goddamn spike protein people. But yeah. There's plenty to praise and be grateful for. And life has a funny way of, if you can feel that, like raise your vibe in doing so, because that's the objective, to actually raise your vibe, not just saying it. It's not dry eyes, red eyes. No. Like, I'm grateful for this. Haha. And it changes your vibe. Then you attract more of that. But you're doing it consecutively. Understand that. Not for the day. You're not tricking the day. You're tricking tomorrow. And then you do it again tomorrow. And you trick tomorrow. You do it again tomorrow. You trick tomorrow. Then you develop a current, a momentum current of no matter what life or the mood or the time is throwing at you, that you have a baseline of appreciation and gratitude frequency-wise that doesn't allow you to bobble below the water, so that when the season or the trigger happens of manifestations, right, you're already in alignment with it. It sustains, it manifests different. Greater, I would think, actually, from my experience. Things work out greater for me if I can hack that. Things always work out, but the quality of how it works out, I think, is determined by our determination to be positive. Positive doesn't mean happy or like a I'm not talking about like a personality type. I'm talking about the mood of your vibration or the mood of your thoughts. You know when you're going negative and repetitive and problems or, stress. You know what those feelings are. The positive ones is opposite of that. More like when you're a kid and you have all these responsibilities and worries up here. Before you let that shit get to you when you fall asleep, before you let that shit get to you on your ride to work, before you got that shit to you when the bills are due, like before that shit starts getting to you and dominating real estate in thought space, thoughts you never solve, plans that don't make a difference either way. Like before you started looping the bullshit that they have us loop on that hamster wheel, knowing that it's a hamster wheel, knowing that it's second party or third party creation, and it has nothing to do with you. When you lean into these other things, you'll notice that it always works. Remember that. God is good for real. It always works out. But I'm assuming once you hit enough appreciation points or awareness points of the game itself or life itself and God itself, that it won't test you or stress you out as much. It is molding you for what you want. No, let's go further than that. If you allow life to do it, it'll mold you for what you were made for. Those who beat life, don't let life change them and push them the other way, out of control, or, to give up. You let those experiences mold you to what you're made for. Mm-hmm. You allow it. You're giving it permission. Like, all right, you're gonna take me through some things, through some people, money up and down, whatever. That's all third party shit anyway. But I'm gonna let life lead me down a path to prepare me for what I'm made for. Hmm? Not when I picked at 6, not what I was at 18, no. Whatever has the time clock of the overall progress bar of humanity, I won't let that. I won't trust that this is happening because of that and not the other way around. This is not Trump's design. No, this is something greater. So I'm prepared, I'm prepared for whatever that looks like. You might not like it all. I don't like shit. I'm disagreeable as fuck with the fuck shit I gotta go through, but then I learn to laugh at it. Like, wow, I'm a tough guy, ain't I? Always wanted to be. Then I became one. Became a smart, tough guy. That's what life molded me into. A smart, tough guy. Every fight ain't worth fighting. Every win ain't worth winning. Learn how to control your energy, your attitude, your temper, your anger. And no matter what or who got you fucked up, God still got you. Facts. I'm telling you, ain't no other fact. I don't know any other facts in this universe. I done been pushed to the limit just again this year, boy. I'll tell you something now. I'll lie. Listen, you'll know if I'm lying to you. No, that shit right there, boy. Back to back this year, personally. Like, oh, they testing me. They testing my stick-to-itness. Nah, I don't give up. I don't give up. It'll have to kill me. And they seem to not be able to do that. Good. Now I know I'm dealing with pussies. So, you find a way to understand everything. Like, okay, nothing to worry about. No weapon formed, and definitely no pussy weapons formed against me shall prosper, so. God is showing me something else. Detaching from other things. Old life is dead again. Okay. What did I learn from the good things about it? Oh, shit. What are the things that are sticking in my back now from the bad things? Oh, I don't like that either. Yup. You ain't gonna like it in the morning either. Nope. I'm not gonna like it in my future. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna let it in my fucking future. Yup. I'm not going to let it in my fucking future. That's what I'm going to do about it. I'm not going to let the thought, the memory, the trauma, the dagger, none of that follow me anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever been like in school, you used to do petty shit like that? You know, you spitballs through straws at people or water balloons and things. Like, I could turn around and make a fucking scene and stomp somebody out. Or I could laugh and go catch up with the pretty bitches. Like, it's always a choice. I won't catch up with the pretty bitches. They're gonna drive me off. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. You actually set me up for a win here. You just don't know it yet. Yeah. Yep. I just use the pretty bitches as my inception spinner. That's all. It's a reference point. It doesn't mean anything per se, but it does to me. The kid that's learned how to operate that way. So yeah. No, there's more pretty bitches out here. I'll be all right. No, them girls didn't look that good anyway. I knew that when I talked to them. I know the difference between the 1s and 10s, buddy. I know all the gradients. I know a lot of people live in that 3 to 6 space. They're not as pretty. Their attitude didn't even match. They don't have the attitude for a pretty woman, actually. They might got the makeup. They might got the Temu and Shein outfits. They do not have the attitude for what beauty and pretty is. I tell you that much. Nope. I didn't lose anything. I didn't lose no baddies. Not yet. Not in this lifetime. I know. Listen. I know what Jasmine Burkall looks like. These girls don't look like her. Nope. I didn't lose nothing yet. Nope. If anything, I'm squashing my experience points and I'm unlocking a Jasmine again. Don't worry about it. You will know when I know. She's coming back, man. Model wise, prototype. So shout out to Andre 3000. So I already know what the prototypes are. So I ain't shit, I wasn't pre-qualified before, but now I'm qualified in a different way. I'm gonna get a GI loan or something. This motherfucker. I done qualify for a baddie in a whole different trajectory, man. This way, you know what I'm saying? There's a different way to do this shit. So you know, if you can get to that, if you can get to laughter about it, that's all. You find the orientation of how to see things that make you okay with whatever it is. Basically, is what I'm trying to demonstrate. Once you master that for yourself, what that looks like to you, ain't nothing going to stop you. Everything else is just learning how to accelerate it without causing problems to other people. Once you learn how to balance your karma, then you learn how to avoid everyone else's too. That's probably equally important. Do no harm. If you can be you without harming or demanding or compromising others, perfect. Shout out to TDFB. Shout out to T. Nicole. Shout out to Shogun. Shout out to Mr. Now. It's 4 a.m. Dude made 6 scrambled eggs at Jamaica's mom's house for breakfast and she called him. Oh, he had too many. Can't even afford to do that bullshit. What's there to bullshit about? Yep. Gorilla Gospel 3. So let me leave y'all on 7 o'clock now. Fuck it. I feel better. Hopefully y'all feel better. We got the daily news reports of how shit's not working. That never work. That's cool. Soon we'll have reports about cool shit that people are doing because people get tired of feeling tired. So keep your head up. Keep your prayers up. And yeah, man. It is what the fuck it is, man. One more day on the other side is always a good day. Good to see you guys. Monday. Until tomorrow. Peace.